What is Khadgar doing in that pose? Bro. You weren't here for the Men's Warehouse 10-minute ad? Dude, that was some of the most worth thing. That was some of the most the most worth sponsored stream of all time. I got paid like, I don't know, something like $2,000 to browse Men's Warehouse for 10 minutes on stream. And then on top of that, instead of them doing what they wanted me to do, which is use their like import a picture and we'll put a Men's Warehouse suit on them so you can see how it looks, I just posted pictures of Khadgar and put suits on Khadgar. And then now it's like a bit on my channel forever. It's fucking insane. And for some reason, when it put on the suits, it like turned one of his boots into a bare foot. And like it's really small, but like, here, I'll make it bigger. But his right hand is like look at his right hand compared to his left hand. Like they tried to fucking, dude, Men's Warehouse was absolutely cooking with this photo. Look at his foot. Sent you a DM on Discord. We have chatted a bit before, but totally understand if you want someone with a platform. I don't give a fuck about someone having a platform. It's just more likely that someone with a platform, I guess, like, you know, somewhat makes a living talking to people online is going to be a more safe bet of a guest on something like this. But that being said, I'm not saying that about you specifically. I'm just saying that about like my Twitter. Like I made a Twitter post and I was like, me and Dratnos want to rank the top 10 raid boss of Dragonflight against Hirumaredx. But we want someone with a different perspective. We want someone who genuinely enjoys raids at a lower level, so late cutting edge to heroic, can make arguments for and against bosses and be interesting on a podcast, and is available like 2 hours from now. Okay, that's what I said. But like I listed a bunch of things and it sounded like all of those things were of equal importance, but in reality, can make arguments for and against bosses and be interesting on a podcast-like discussion for 1 to 2 hours is 95% of importance. You can have someone who genuinely enjoys raids, but like if they're a dud on your stream, it would be rude to like kick them off, and then they literally ruin the entire content. Like, so basically it can't be someone I've never met before, or have spoken to, or have heard talk. And then the entire reply thread is like, just people suggesting themselves, and it's like, you know, I mean, they're doing what I asked, you know, they're recommending someone and it's themselves, but I was kind of hoping that people would recommend, like, you know, I was hoping someone would just be like, this is the guy, and it's, or girl, and it's like some small to mid-sized streamer, WoW streamer that like does content, loves raids, and would be a slam dunk, you know. They don't even have to be a streamer. Like, I could be recommended someone that from someone that I know and trust, and they'd be like, dude, this person would be awesome, right? Max, do you think your guild would rate Sarkareth higher since you killed it world first? Like, if you were to poll our guild versus, like, the average player, do you think our players would, on average, rate Sarkareth a little higher than the average person because we won? Probably. I don't think it'd be by a ton, but I think, like, probably everyone has some bias like that. Like, I bet Echo players could begin to convince themselves that Jailer was a good boss, or we think Denathrius was better than it was, or they think that Fyrak is better than it was because they want. I actually think that's like definitely something that's true, but it's like I think that's like bias that's impossible to separate, you know? Because like when you talk about bosses, kind of what you're referring to, if you're not going to break down the nuts and bolts of it, you're trying to just remember how much fun you had on a boss, and it's just very simply more fun winning than losing. So I bet that like is completely human for that to be a thing. Why are you small? What do you mean? I'm not even on here at all. What do you mean? Mage table? Ooh, we could get someone from the mage table. That actually sounds like an excellent idea. Also, Franck suggested he could do it as well. I'm a little opposed to that just because, I mean, Franck would be great. It's just that, like, Franck also raids at a pretty high mythic level. Like, if I'm going to get someone that I would rather them be, you know, like basically doing heroic raids. But then it'd be weird because we'd be basically just throwing in a heroic boss ranking among a bunch of mythic ones. But I mean, that's also interesting for the discussion, you know? Mega set. I got Growl to kind of get more of a healer perspective. What is Mega set's rating experience? Never cutting edge from this X-Back from the looks of it. How can I tell? Here. Mega set Raider IO? Is that going to work on Google? What's her main character? Is it Toixic? The monk? Let's see. She is... Okay, on Awakened, Vault of the Incarnates, Amirdrasil, and Aberys, she's, like, not full cleared on Mythic. What about the rest of the expansion? Toixic is her monk, but also your camera is hilarious. I don't have my camera on the screen right now. How the fuck do you look at this? It's showing all the Awakened stuff. JB healer perspective would be funny. We asked JB. He's he has something he has to go to today. He said, I have a graduation party I have to take off for in like 40 minutes. I said, wait, I responded okay to that? I feel like that's a really weak response. I could have said something much more clever. Like, congrats on finally finishing your degree. There we go. Absolute banger. He's going to get it all hot over that. Just get Trill, not like he's busy right now. Yeah, he's down at the TL facility. He's like 10 minutes away from me. I'm going to take them out to dinner tomorrow after they win. What about one of the guys from the Starting Zone podcast? Could do. What about Narissa or Squishy from Wowhead? Oh, Squishy's cool. Did I meet him at BlizzCon? I think I did. Sang or Mirez? We already have me and Dratnos. Like, I am me and Dratnos raids in, like, a top 15 world guild I think it's gonna not make a lot of sense to add another person who yet also raids at a very high level. I feel like it would be better to get a different perspective. If Dratnos didn't yoink Echo in your guild's sheets, they would be top 50. Dude, what slander? Dude, random Dratnos slander on the chat today. Jason from the starting zone would be awesome. He'd be a good for a more casual perspective. Okay, let's look this up. The starting zone podcast. Oh, they did a really good interview one time. And I remember reacting to it, and one of them shouted me out on Twitter, and they were a huge fan.
I need to look at things, especially like Shade of...
Is he Shieldwalled or Spencer Downey? Shieldwalled?
Re-engage and that kind of thing. This
some way last shot, this reset. And I don't think this is a particularly bad week for that. I mean, I think, you know, most of this pool is going to be pretty decent, pretty doable. I think of Everbloom is always the one, right? Like, Everbloom is going to just suck with Spiteful because you have so many...
Yeah.
What is his rating experience? Does anyone know the name of his character in WoW? Guys, did you just hear my phone ring just for like a half second there? No? Okay. Well, I have a statement I'd like to make. So, when the world comes crashing down and we have to start anew and we have to create new laws and shit, if I was elected the new president of our rebuilding world, I would start by making the first form of capital punishment or life imprisonment start with people who have ever been involved in telemarketing. If you've ever cold called someone, either due to your job or you're one of the people who created this job, and you fucking call people against their will to try to sell them stuff, you need to go to prison. Straight up. Forever. It's the only way to stop it. He said, I used to raid with him. He is AOTC in the first couple Mythic. Okay, is he interesting? In your objective opinion, I guess literally your subjective opinion, Fever, do you think he's interesting? Do you think he'd be able to be on a podcast type discussion with me and Dratnos for 2 hours and hold his own? Yeah, I mean, he has done with starting zone for a while now. What? Bro, you can have a podcast. It doesn't mean you're interesting. I just haven't listened to it a lot. Just tell me yes or no, I guess. Yes, he can be interesting, but he's much more casual than you. Okay, that sounds good. Let me reach out. I can already tell I'm going to make some people... my list is not going to get voted for today. I can already tell you that. Because Skarn is definitely going to be one of my top 10 bosses. And that's going to make a lot of people really mad. It's going to be unpopular. But in my defense... the version of Skarn we did, absolutely fucking owned. It's just weird that I think literally only our guild did it. We did Skarn, fully natty, and it was really fun problem solving, super difficult. And then we YOLO'd the wall for the last 5% and killed it. Even the second kill of that boss did the wall from 20%. Most everyone else that did it either did a 5 tank strat, which made the boss suck, or you did the part where they nerfed the 5 tank strat, and they, like, technically nerfed the boss from the version we did, but it was, like, worse because it no longer was based on the boss position, and it was based on your player position, which just made the fight worse. So the people who did the fight natty after the nerf did a worse version of the fight. So, like, we are literally the only guild that experienced the boss, like, as it was originally intended, and it was fucking great. Please just don't put Tendril Sage Swift on there. Oh, Tendril's definitely going on there. I think it might just be 3 people today. Like, I think if I would just say for the future, I would love to line up my ideal perfect guest on a lot of my content, which is someone who's very interesting, a great talker, has good perspective, and just simply plays the game a lot differently than I ever would. And would hold their own on a podcast-like discussion. I've been looking for this person for years. They might exist. But, that's something where I need to find them, and then I would know who they are and reach out to them. Like, it's just such a risk. Like, you could do... this content will be great with just me, Growl, and Dratnos. It could be maybe a little better with another person, but if that person ends up not being good, it'll, like, kill the whole thing, so... Man just said Growl and not Dorky. Well, yeah, I wanted a third person who was like that rated, but rating wasn't their main thing, which Growl did. And it's also a healer perspective, which I think is important. So I definitely wanted a healer perspective. I have like kind of a general perspective, more DPS focused. Dratnos has a good rating perspective and also is more tank focused. So I wanted a healer for sure. And I think Dorky would just be extra. Also, Dorky just doesn't even like rating. So like I feel like it just doesn't fit at all. He would just be Turbo Doomer the whole time. Oh, wait, Mighty Teapot. How many raids did you do this expansion? Did you do all 3? Maybe he's not listening. Here. At Mighty Teapot. Only the second 2 when it was current doing Vault for the first time in Awakened Fiesta mode. Oh, dude. Mighty Teapot might be an excellent guest. So, if you guys don't know who Mighty Teapot is, he's a like Guild Wars 2 content creator and like top world team player in that game. And he came over and did some WoW stuff in his off time. This expansion. Very interesting to listen to. Good takes. And he is like approaching the game from it being like kind of newer. And he thinks about raid bosses all the... Dude, that might be a fucking banger. He didn't do Vault though. I don't know. Have you seen enough of the bosses in Vault to like kind of get it? I mean, to be honest, there actually are not a lot of good Vault bosses. Wait, are there any Vault bosses that would make a top 10 list for good bosses? I mean, it's Taros, right? Is Taros the only Vault boss that... Yeah, it's like Taros. Heroic Raz? Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna... Yeah. Heroic Raz for sure. But Mythic was so bad that... Yeah, unlikely. But I mean, if someone's only experience with Razageth was on Heroic, they would absolutely put it in their top 10. So... That lines up. Surprise. Surprise. Get mad. I'm here. Dude, stay fucking mad, by the way. Dude, Mighty Teapot, do you wanna do this? Here's your task. You have an hour to come up with your top 10 list of bosses for this expansion. We're gonna all join a stream together, a call. We're going to discuss ours in order. You have to defend your picks. And give context to other people's picks for when you've done them, and that's it. So you come up with a list on your own? That actually sounds good. I would want to do that with you. Yeah, I'm down. Alright, I'm adding you. I have you on Discord, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Sweet. Alright, chat. Alright, let me lay down the ground rules. It will be us four. You guys come up with your top 10 Dragonflight bosses on your own. We will list them out on stream. Talk about each boss. And then see what Hirumared's list looks like at the end of ours and have chat vote. Important note. We are ranking bosses relative to where they are in a raid. For example, comparing Rashok to an end boss doesn't really make sense, since an end boss is trying to do much more. You would rank Rashok as how good it was as a 4th/5th boss. Same with early bosses and later ones. It's not as confusing as it sounds. A good boss is a good boss. But if you had Rashok number 1, for example, and a great end boss number 2, you're basically not saying it's a better boss overall, but a better boss at doing what it was supposed to do for where it was in the raid. All right. Do I have a lot of time? I guess I have like an hour to come up with this. Let's go through the process. I can just reuse this other shit. This should be pretty easy. Oh, except for the spacing issues. I know I'm going to keep it consistent between the last one just so chat gets fucking tilted. Fucking stay mad, by the way, chat. Actually stay mad. The worst formatting you could ever imagine. You're the only mad one? Nah, you're mad. I know you're mad too. I'm gonna manually select and delete every single one of these words and then re-space out the stuff on the right. Like a true psycho. I will not be using the insert key whatsoever. You should just leave it like that? Yeah, that would have been a banger. Unfortunate. Alright, except it'll be me, Growl, and Dratnos, but it'll also be Mighty Teapot. And then we'll just delete this down here. Raid boss ranks added up across all 4 lists. And then we'll just have them down here. Someone will do that in chat, not me. Is Mighty Teapot the Guild Wars guy? Yeah, but he did a bunch of raids this expansion. Doing this in Notepad and not Google Sheets is so unhinged. Dude, get destroyed. Stay mad. Stay mad, Excel user. Plan is to start this in 1 hour or so. All right, let's talk about potential top 10 bosses. Okay, it's not going to be super Taros has gotta be on there. Let me make another tab here. All right, Taros. Are there any other potentials from Vault of the Incarnates? What's the second best boss in Vault of the Incarnates? Kurog? Kurog's embarrassing. I know a lot of people like Kurog. I can't stand Kurog. I think it's one of the worst designed. Okay, with what they were trying to do on Kurog, it was just an absolute failure of design. Even to this day on Kurog, you have to drag one of the tank ads out of a certain thing at like an exact second so you can do the fight at all. I mean, it's just a disaster. The ramping damage and the healing was fun, but like, I don't know. I just think it's horrible design. It'll never be on my list. Fuck Kurog. Broodkeeper. I will say, when they decided to do a meme ad boss for a second to last boss, like they've done a few times, Kel'Thuzad, Stone Legion Generals, I was not a fan. And I am still not. I don't think they should ever do that. That being said, I think Broodkeeper was about as good as a meme ad boss for a second to last boss could be. Right? Like, what's the best way to describe this? Like, alright, when you're making a second to last boss, here's how good it can be, right? Here's the best second to last boss of all time. It can be this good, right? And most this is the potential. I would say most second to last bosses get like somewhere in this range, right? Right in here. Very few reach the top. Some are like, most are right in that range. But when you make the second to last boss a meme ad boss, it can only ever be this good. Like, this is how possibly good making a meme ad fight can be as a penultimate fight. This is how good Broodkeeper was, which makes it an okay second to last boss that could have been way better, but it did. I think it did the meme ad boss thing about as good as you could do it. Someone said Liquid's in game 5 right now. Yo.
Surprised if the Palm does it, but I think Liquid will take it.
Okay, we're gonna watch this.
Tough one to call for sure.
Where you sitting, Zico? What's your angle here?
I'm actually with the pump. So
okay,
but I could see Liquid taking it as well. So it's like,
okay,
I'm not 100% on either side, you know, but I'm like leaning.
I think we are gonna watch this first.
Actually, do we have the caster predictions? Because I'm really curious if there was just a general favor for one team over the other. Oh, I see how it is, Zico. I see what's up here. Okay.
Hey, I'm the only one who predicted Le Pump to win. I'm just saying, my predictions in the cross-region tournament.
Dude, I'm surprised. Wait, what are the brackets for this? Where's the bracket?
It was Echo winning. And I
Here, EU Grand Finals, NA Grand Finals.
Second, I do believe that's exactly what happened. So
this is a quarterfinals today.
This could be history repeating itself.
Dude, Void
I could also be
GG,
completely wrong.
Void GG absolutely dominated everyone last weekend. That was
phenomenal.
insane.
And you're actually with the spiciest pick out of everyone. I think picking the move to win. That is.
This is the last one that we'll see played today, right? Oh no, we see this played today.
Move. I am a believer in the move. They're gonna do it. I am sure of it. But hey, first they gotta go through Void. They gotta go through the winner of this matchup afterwards. It's not gonna.
What is it? How would you define a meme fight? I don't know. YouTube Manaroth. YouTube Fallen Avatar. YouTube, Rygalon, YouTube, Mithrax, YouTube, what's another one? Zakul. These are just a bunch of really good second to last bosses. Wow. Manroth world first. Like, I don't know. This boss is just sick. But, like, note that the primary focus is the boss. It's not what the ads are doing, it's the boss. The ads are supplementary to the boss on this second to last fight. The last phase, super epic. But it's about the boss, you know? Fallen Avatar.
Hey folks, this is...
There's, like, one ad on this fight, but again, it's supplementary to the boss. The main thing is the boss. Rygalon. There's literally no ads in this fight.
The room.
Well,
You
that's
can
not
start
true.
on the map.
I mean, you have to kill Quasars and stuff, but, like, Rygalon is the boss. What you're primarily focusing on is the boss. Mithrax.
Hello, Mo is up.
Same thing. Right, great second to last boss. Big, massive second to last boss. You're mainly focusing on the boss. Ads exist; they're supplementary. You guys are getting. You guys are getting the point, right? Same thing with Zakul. All right, what meme ad bosses look like are like. It's like this. It's like where the primary focus of the boss are ads. Like, the ads are the main focus. The hardest part of this boss was nothing the bosses were doing. It was just the ads. Kel'Thuzad Sanctum World first. Right? These are, like, the whole point. The boss is entirely supplementary. You spend the entire fight just CCing and dealing with ads as a primary focus. If you did the ads right, you killed it. Same thing with this, right? It would be Broodkeeper world first. Right? You spend the first half of this boss solely breaking eggs as a gimmick and killing ads, right? So that's what I mean as like a differentiator. Like, these three are all meme ad fights. And just as I was telling you before, meme ad fights can only ever be this good. Like, Stone Legion was down here, one of the worst fights ever made. Kel'Thuzad down here, one of the worst fights ever made. Broodkeeper, I believe, was about as good as you could possibly be while being a meme ad fight. But, like, the floor is so much higher, realistically, for making a real second-to-last boss, like all of these, that I would prefer them never attempt to make a meme ad boss as a second-to-last fight. It's wasting a good fight. You can... Okay, you want to do the Broodkeeper thing? You want to do the classic raid boss where you broke all the eggs? You want to get that nostalgia out of the way? Okay, that's fine. Do it on the second boss. Do it on the fourth boss. Maybe even fuck around and do it on the sixth boss. The second-to-last boss is sacred territory, and that's not something you should ever do a fucking meme ad fight on. That's my whole bit. Alright, anyways. On to the game.
Into angel form, him is in,
Let's
but
fucking go,
Trill is
Trill.
still dying through it. Gets cloned low. That's a massive from Dippy, trying to get more momentum going here for the pump, and they
Come on,
just
Liquid.
pressure Liquid all the way. Lasso onto Sam, no peels for Trill. He's trying to get the aim shots in. Good damage onto Dippy. Zang around the other side of the pillar, getting cloned up. Bash onto Dippy, 20%. Trinket Link from Zang is going to save the game, at least for the moment, but Trill is in danger, and existence is not to be outdone. 10 seconds on Essence Break. Zico,
God,
Trill
clone
needs to
is so
be
stupid.
scared for his life here.
Are they at the Liquid facility?
Trill
Yeah, they're like
might
10 minutes
have
from me.
to use something. They get a full Cyclone onto Cedar. They get a nice trap there onto Existence. And Sam I Am gets the Cyclone onto Dippy. I gotta say, Sam I Am in this match has been getting the better hand so far over Dippy. It's been beautiful to see that last exchange that they did
Would
behind the pillar
Kurog
there,
or
forcing up the
Dathia
Trigger
make
Spirit.
a
Now
better
Zang is
second to
Spirit out in
last
the open.
boss?
If they have a stun for him, they could drop
my
him.
God,
There's
Kurog.
the arrow. There's the wall hack arrow
no,
coming
come
out
on.
for Trill, trying to do a lot of damage through the pillar, but not able to connect too much here as Dippy does manage to recover. It's going to be Sam I Am.
Kurog would have been a
here,
perfect
taking
second to
a
last
lot of
boss.
damage.
It would have
From
actually
Dippy,
fixed a lot of the
getting
problems they
focus
had
fire
with the
from
design on
Trill
it, in my
as
opinion.
he looks to make his way around that pillar. They get a stun onto Zhang. Do they have any follow-up? Did they
Mind
find the
games.
trap? They find the Diamond Eyes. Mind Games connects. Darkness, they knock him out of the darkness beautifully down. They go for the Cyclone. Sam I Am gets the Cyclone, gets knocked back though on his jump, and Dippy manages to shut down the situation, gets the Cyclone onto Sam I Am. Now Trill in trouble, but Sidu not in crowd control, should be able to keep him alive, and so far Team Liquid are looking absolutely in the driver's seat in this match.
Let's go, let's go.
Pump just trying to hold on. They need some
Let's
offensive
go,
pressure.
Liquid, come on.
Beautiful static field pulling Sam I Am back. They get Trill to about half HP, but still no crowd control. Lightning lasso
Bro,
there.
if they win
Onto
this game,
Sam I Am.
I'm
They get
going to the
low
facility
Cyclone onto
tonight.
Trill. Can they find a Cyclone onto Sidu? Existence tries to set it
I'm
up
bringing
there,
a
but
bottle
Sidu
of Don
is
Julio.
dodging and ducking around the corner,
And
but
we're
they
gonna
finally
get
connect
fucked
the full
up.
Cyclone. Sidu has the trinket, has the void shift, but looks like Sam I Am is going to recover with the renewal with his own bark skin, and Trill now is going to be the target for Le Pump.
Yeah, Liquid seems to have gotten out of the car in the last few minutes. They're losing momentum steadily as Le Pump is pressuring forwards. Dippy getting in line with the solar beam. Sam is trying to stay oppressive here. Nice backflip here from Existence to dodge the Cyclone. Dippy getting trapped up. Sam taking so much more damage. The swap over onto the Druid.
No, come on, Sam.
Where's the heals? He barely saves his Druids
fine.
alive, and Sam is in the game. Existence getting healed up massively by Zhang, but now put in a Cyclone. Dippy looking for more damage onto Sam. It's coming down to the wire. Liquid
how
under
on
so
earth
much
is
pressure right
Cyclone
now,
not
but
on
they're
a
looking for
cooldown?
swaps. Zhang has no
How?
wall and no trinket. This is a shaman on a silver platter. They just need to set it up properly. But in the meantime, keep Trill alive. He has the turtle in case it gets dire, and Sidu with the
DR?
Apoth really doing work right now. Existence
That's
doesn't
not-
play
what do you mean
reverse magic,
DR?
so he
Everything
needs to
else is
struggle.
DR'd, even
Zhang
stuns
sitting
that are
in
on a
full
cooldown.
clone. Existence
Fucking
dropping lower
insane.
and lower. Ascendance procced in immediately, but overlapped with the Nether Walk. Liquid really got back into the car, and they're putting the pedal to the metal right now. Trill down to 20%. The turtle might come in.
He got
accelerate
hunted.
in 1 second. Is ready now. Sacrificial Roar as well. Sidu popping in the GS. They're trying to pressure forward, but for the moment, everything is
Come on,
chill.
baby, come on.
Disarms Trill as he's
Nice
dropping
little-
down
nice
to
little
20% once
exil.
again. Sidu has the big heals. One more Serenity Charge. Now gone. Big damage onto Dippy. Zhang in a full clone. It might be all over. Ice Trap. Where's the follow-up? CC onto Zhang. Can he do anything for his team? Gets rooted. Trill trying to find the damage. Sidu in the meantime pops in the symbol of hope.
Nah, no
All
damage, sorry.
over the
He's in a
place. This
tornado
match right
at the
now
moment.
as Zhang's trinket is rotating back up 20 seconds for that lifeline. Trill in a lasso, and I think for the moment, Le Pump is going to stabilize.
The Pump, and they are getting offensive right now. Zhang with
yeah, they
massive
cloned
offensive
Sea-Doo.
plays here. Beautiful static field totem onto Trill, isolating him there for a minute, and gets the lightning lasso off there as well. Nice low Cyclone coming out from Dippy.
This is such
who
a
is
shit
looking
show
to
mess.
get the
How
game
can
winning
anyone
Cyclone
find
here.
this
Potential
fun or
of
even
Sea-Doo.
compelling?
Can he find it? No.
I think this
he
is
gets
sick.
shut down by a stun. Mind Games connect. They're looking to make a little bit of a switch there onto Dippy, but Existence 0.1 seconds imprisonment on the rapid fire of the Trill. And then
Wait, did he-
swaps back
Sam
over to Trill,
trinketed
gets
that clone.
scatter
They're
shot
going
to
for a
Trill,
kill.
looking for the steel trap here potentially as well onto Existence, but Existence manages to get back onto his target.
Wait, he did
and
that without-
Trill
why
can
did Sam
definitely
trinket
second
that
trying to put
clone?
some damage, but here comes the meta
He
jump, here
wasn't
comes the
low,
damage. Existence looking
and he
to
didn't-
dig in, but Trill
maybe
gets
he cycloned to peel
Little bit
for
of
someone
a,
else?
Maybe miscommunication there between him and Dippy, but now Dippy's in a cyclone.
Why did
Trill
Sam clone
still
that? He wasn't
in a
even, like, in
lot
his
of trouble
cooldowns or
here.
anything.
Beautiful Chaos Nova by Existence, shutting down the fear of Sea-Doo, but Zhang wasn't able to get the Tremor Totem there. I feel like he had time.
Sam's been
to drop
CC'd
it
for
there
10 full
potentially.
seconds. He
Not
got
gonna
punished for
be,
that trinket so much.
Using that for now, maybe saving it for later, but Trill still taking a lot of damage here. and
Trill
I
is
don't know how long
Exil. Use
Caesar's
it
gonna
now.
be able to keep him up. He's got the
Use
Apotheosis
Exil.
running,
You need to fucking
spamming
do
out
it.
the heals. Finally, a Diamond Dice comes out, but every time
It's the only thing they can't
Existence
clone.
gets Diamond Dice, look what Dippy does. He just cyclones Trill. He's like, okay, you're out of the game. He's out of the game. Get back to the target. It's like your game gets paused
Exil!
for 5 seconds, but Trill
Trill?
might just go down right here. It's match point, dropping so low against Grip, but the static field pulls him back into the open field. He gets this
There we go.
the turtle pops the Exil and the Roar of Sacrifice, and now looks to get aggressive here onto Existence, Lippy.
Yeah, Dippy cycloning him up for the moment. The swap over into Sam. Cyclone gets repositioned. Trill once again the target. Now has the trinket turtle.
Max, if you
back
held a
available.
one-on-one
Sidu's
tournament for your
10%
current
mana
raid
at
roster,
most.
who would win?
This is going to get dire for Liquid very soon.
There's a
and
lot of
Essence
really
Spray
good
coming through.
PvPers
Massive
in my
damage
guild.
onto
Is there
Trill.
any
Big
class that's
heals,
super
but are
broken in
not big
1v1s in
enough.
retail?
Trill still sitting on 20%. Gets cloned low. Where's the setup onto Sidu? Sam is trying to make something happen. Dippy finding the clone onto Sidu. This surely has to be Trill's turtle. No, he stays alive with the
Paladin
disarm.
and DH?
once again,
Probably Trill.
they're they're
probably
just living through it. They're just pumping through
Lip
it.
or
Existence
Shaq
in a
then.
low clone. The darkness avoided. Dippy just getting
Pretty much
into
all
the
of our
dark
players
mist
are
for a
really,
moment,
really good
as
at
Trill
PvP
is
when
staying
they do
alive.
it.
Sidu pushing in, trying to
Like
look
when
for
we had to get like
defensive gear,
2200
defensive
or
gears where
2100,
necessary.
2400
Actually finds Zhang with the time
for
going.
gear,
Can
like
Liquid turn
there
this
was usually
one
a few
around?
players
They
in our
need a
guild we had to buy
miracle
carries
make
for,
this
like
happen
3 or
right now
4,
as
but
Dippy is
most of
down
our
to
players
half,
just
dips
fucking
around the
shredded.
corner and gets out. Existence has another walk, but no trinket. A nice setup could make something work. Trill gets stunned up. Trinket, no turtle though. He still has that immunity available while Sidu is suffering. Angel form now available
wow,
again.
now
He
he's
just needs to pop
going
that in.
turret.
There we go. And of course the turtle needs to come in as well, as the pressure is just a little bit too overwhelming. Zhang comes in with the lightning lasso to
wow.
Sam, full clone from Dippy.
He has
Liquid
nothing now.
really on the back
This-
foot. They're reeling. They're struggling.
Bro, Liquid might lose.
The car is just
They're gonna have
wobbling
to get, like,
back
a
and
last-second
forth,
kill.
But they can still find some opportunity. Zhang in a full
Oh,
clone.
Dippy's
now
getting
going to
owned.
Dippy. Half HP. He's line of sighting around the pillar. And for the moment, everything just comes to a standstill as Trill is once
clone
again
on
too
Sea-Doo,
stunned up.
full
Has
clone. He's
Axel
eating it,
and
no
the
trink.
Roar of Sacrifice available. It's coming down to the wire.
Chain
Zico, I
cloned.
don't think Liquid is going to last much longer.
Yeah, I don't know how Seed is going to keep
They
them going for much longer here, but they have a lot of pressure.
They just
potentially
CC'd
onto
him in
Dippy.
his
They go for the
entire-
miracle
oh, they
stun.
PI'd? They
The CC
PI'd for
onto Zhang.
Dippy
He
kill?
takes out instantaneously, drops the Spirit Link, manages to recover all of his teammates, but now Trill in a lot of trouble. No Guardian Spirit,
He
no
is Exil.
Spirit of the Redeemer, nothing for
Wow,
Trill.
that
No
Exil did
Turtle as
nothing.
well. Existence just needs to push down the gas pedal here and run him over. He's got everything he needs. He triggers out of the Cyclone. No, the low Cyclone comes out from Dippy. Sam I am trying to save the day. They get the Cyclone onto Zhang. They could take down Existence. He still has Blur though. They're going
Sea-Doo
for
has
Dippy
Trinket.
instead
Sea-Doo has
because of
Trinket.
that. And still, Sidu, no mana left. Trill, 20% HP.
Kill Dippy.
Match point,
Aim shot.
54%
Sidu has a
damage.
trinket, they
Trill
don't.
going for the aim shot.
Void
Trying to
shift.
take down Dippy,
Shift,
but
shift him,
back
shift him.
in bear
Yeah,
form. With the earthen wall totem, the Void shift comes out onto Trill.
This game is
Sidu's
ending in the
last
next, like,
line
10
of defense.
seconds.
Is it going to be enough? The solar beam comes out from Sam I am trying to shut down Dippy for just one more second. Sidu on 1% HP. Everybody on Team Liquid dying right now. Trill gets
what the
Cyclone.
fuck is
Existence,
happening,
though,
bro?
could fall. He's got nothing
game's
left
gonna end,
except
like,
that
right now.
nether walk, but if he gets stunned, he could easily fall. But right now, Sidu gets offensive fear onto Zhang with basically no mana left. This is their final stand. They have to take down Existence right here, right now. But I don't think they're gonna
Nah,
get
I don't think
there.
they're too low, bro.
Existence pushing in. There's the bash of the
Damn.
Trill. Here's the hunt.
The
Here comes the
hunt.
damage. And the pump take down Team Liquid.
That was such a good game.
What a game! The palm flex
right,
their
boys. Lower
muscles
bracket
and
run.
Barrel all
Lower,
the way
lower B.
through the upper bracket into the next round. What a performance from both.
Let's fucking go. Well, let's fucking not go. Fuck them. Anyways, back to this. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, me mad fights. So that did that explanation make sense? And someone said, why would Kurog be a good second to last boss? Didn't you just say you didn't like it? Well, the reason I didn't like, actually, I don't even know if I want to do this whole thing now. I'm gonna save it for our discussion later because I'm sure someone will put Kurog on there, and I will fight that to the death for being on anyone's list. But yeah, we'll go over all that later. All right, so is there any boss from this raid that could potentially go on a top 10 list? Razageth on Mythic was you could say Raz, but like you need to specify it's heroic only. Cause like Raz on heroic is one of the best heroic fights ever. It's just on Mythic where it sucks. So I feel like at least an honorable mention. That's probably the only other one. I mean, you could also make a case for Aranog being like a really, really, really good first boss. But nah, I'd probably skip other than that. Let's see. Aberrus. So let's do the obvious ones in here. So Sarkareth and Rashok. For me, Skarn's gonna be on there. I'll explain why later. People liked Forgotten Experiments. I thought this fight was super boring. I really liked Amalgamation Chamber. I'll probably explain why later. I think that's it. I will say, sneaky almost inclusion. Is Magmarax got better. So I shit on Magmarax in PTR, and then I shit on it when we did it live. And I think this boss stinks. But like the more you did the raid on farm, the more Magmarax was like more enjoyable. And it's one of those bosses very similar to Kurog where it was really fun to heal. So I think Magmarax will maybe get some honorable mentions. I think it's going to be on Growl's list. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, Mirrorsil. Bunch of fucking good fights in here. So Smolderun, Tindril. So, Naimu and Larodar are both really good fights that weren't hard enough. I think we killed Naimu in 2 attempts. And I think we killed Larodar in 7 attempts. Larodar had the problem of being... Like, the last phase wasn't cooked enough. I think, like, the first phase of Larodar is actually really good. And I think, in general, they're both really good concepts and good designs. Larodar is annoying if you're on bitch duty. I didn't mind doing that at all. I found it pretty fun. Dude, in our... When we did, like, our raids after progression was over, I did it as a demon hunter, and you would still, like, do really good damage. It wasn't... I feel like people look into that too much. That was fun. I remember when you were so excited about Kurog back then. Yeah, until they fucking ruined it, man. Dude, I think Larodar and Naimu are definitely considerations. Man, Volcaros was so bad. No Fyrak? I'd be interested to see where Fyrak ends up on people's lists. Because Fyrak was, like, really cool. But if you break it down, a lot of Fyrak sucks. Like, P1 of Fyrak is a fine phase. It's not better than P1 Sarkareth, but it's like a fine phase. It's not bad. P1 Intermission is fucking horrible. And I think on top of the P1 Intermission being horrible, like, I think the concept of it was cool, but the execution was terrible. And on top of that, if you were to talk to any Mythic Guild doing that phase, their experience with private auras and macro usage around that first intermission was just incredibly frustrating. And then I'll just say, just in general, P2 Fyrak was an awful phase. I don't know if they overcooked it or what, but, like, P2 in general just didn't hit for me at all. The idea, the concept, the execution. I just think P2 fucking stinks. And then P3, it totally depends on when you did it. You guys watched me do the Race to World last thing, right? And you saw a bunch of guilds, like, getting 4 seeds, popping 2 of them, and then having 3 seeds for the rest of the fight. I can't tell if that made the last phase better or worse, but it was like the only thing that needed to happen was seeds needed to not get hit. But it is one of those things where they made a hard mechanic that weak auras didn't really matter for. And the version that we did of this fight is we killed this boss with 8 corrupted seeds out, which was insanely difficult, but I also think that there were some issues with the phase. So, number 1, Firestorm. When you have 8 corrupted seeds out, yes, you can instantly die, but what a lot of people aren't thinking about with that is it also increases your raid damage by a fuck ton because you have 8 people with ramping stacks, and they probably just passed with someone, so you have like 14 to 16 people with a large amount of stacks from the seed. So your raid damage is like twice as much as what you guys healed on this boss in the last couple months. And I would say that like there was an issue with the difficulty, right? So like let's just say this is Firac, right? Here's the length of Firac P3, right? So this is all of P3. And here's the difficulty of P3. Okay, and then here's the this other line is D for difficulty. Right? P3 starts out, it's like here you have 4 seeds, and then you have 5, and then you have 6, and then you have 7, and then you have like fucking this is I didn't even explain this well. Like it is, let's just give more room on the graph. I'll zoom out here. Zoom out. All right. Here's the difficulty of 4 seeds, 5 seeds, 6 seeds, 7 seeds, fucking 8 seeds. Like, legit exponential chance to wipe when you have 8 from 7. Like, crazy, crazy, crazy shit. And, like, that just kind of felt RNG. Like, I feel like once we got to the point of the fight where you had 8 seeds, we had to do, like, 8% of the boss's HP with that many seeds. It just felt like 1 out of 40 pulls you were going to kill it, and it was just due to a little bit of RNG and a little bit of just, like, happening to play as insane as you possibly need to kill it there. Again, very few guilds dealt with this, because even a few resets later, you just didn't even see that part of the fight anymore. But I don't know. P3 just felt kind of RNG. Also, if 4 healers got Firestorm due to the amount of raid damage, you would just wipe. And that was, I don't know. So, like, the phase, I would just say the phase felt RNG. And that was weird, you know? Like, your good play mattered, but, like, the difficulty being in a few players' hands. You guys remember how, like, we criticized other bosses for... Like, Anduin was the main criticized boss for this, where you didn't even really feel like you were progressing, because a lot of the times one thing would go wrong, your entire raid would die, and then you felt like you didn't learn anything. You weren't, like, getting farther and farther and learning a little bit at a time, and oftentimes the raid was split and you didn't even see yourself wipe. Like, the fight would be looking perfectly fine on your screen, but then, like, someone in Discord says, oh, sorry, we didn't kill an ad downstairs. Okay, instantly wipe. Right? You're downstairs killing the souls. Oh, someone didn't kill my soul. So, or someone didn't CC my soul, so, you know, we just, its cast went off and all of us instantly died. Okay, let's go again. Oh, wait, they didn't kill our souls in time and they timed out. Okay, everyone instantly died. Okay, someone missed, we didn't kill the A-bomb fast enough in the intermission. Okay, instantly we're dead. Okay, someone missed a kick. Okay, we're instantly dead. Right? Like, where you feel like you are doing the fight perfectly fine, but you're just, like, instantly dying to someone else doing something. Firac was like, if you didn't have a seed... You were just, like, hoping and praying that they didn't get hit by something, and if they did, you just instantly died. And that feeling was, not awesome. So, I think you'd put Firac on here, but I think it's going to be way lower than you think. Like, I don't know. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so we have to knock 1 off of this to start. Max, as you saw, we missed Cutting Edge by 7%. Even then, Firac Great Fight just tuned to difficult, and why the 10% damage and health nerf on Tuesday is why Cutting Edge is no longer available instead of Monday. To help the... What? Firac's in the top 10 worst Dragonflight bosses for sure. I would argue that all day, every day. Oh, what is it? Skarn being there is criminal? Oh, yeah. I know some people are going to be super mad about Skarn. But I did that fight, and I'll defend it. Just for an example, if we were to rate... For the exact same reason, if we were to rate if we were to do this exact same stream, but just for Shadowlands bosses, I would rate Lihivim very highly, like top 5. But that's because our experience with this boss was being the ones to figure it out, constantly changing what construct you went and killed in what intermission, and like, you know, problem solving this fight was just super fun. So our entire experience with it was great. But everyone else in the world was robbed of that experience because all you did when you got to this boss was copy exactly what we figured out and like use a weak aura for where to stack and stuff. But because you didn't go through any of that problem solving process, this just seemed like another boss that you just kind of pulled and did. And it totally makes sense that our experiences were completely different. Skarn is a very, very similar thing. Skarn is just not fun at all. Well, that's probably why your and I's opinions differ, because the versions of the fight that we did were both totally different. Completely different. Like there is not another guild in the entire world that did a boss similar to what we did. Like, not one. And I don't think there's ever been a boss like that due to how the boss was handled. Even the second kill in the world was on the wall for 20% of the fight, right? And then everyone else that did it after the cheese strat was fixed did a worse designed version of the fight than we did. Have you done the ranking yet? No, I think I'm going to do it right now. Because I have to be ready for the other guys here and see how close they are to coming along. All right, so let's work on my ranking now. Okay. Max, for an overwhelming majority of the community not named Max, Skarn is one of the worst fights ever. Bro, by the way, I want you all to know that I understand that. But I'm not making a list of what I believe the community's consensus of the best 10 fights of Dragonflight are. I am telling you the 10 fights that I enjoyed the most. These are my 10 favorite fights of the expansion. Right. Hopefully that's clear. Which is why we're doing this with a group of other people. Right? Like, if I was working with all 4 of them to try to create one somewhat objective best 10 bosses in Dragonflight by involving a lot of different opinions and coming to one conclusion, that would be what we're doing. But we're not doing that. We're all making our own 4 lists and discussing why, which is all the content. Max, we always hear about the Raiders' perspective, but which one was the most challenging to create a strategy for, analytics included? Analytics. Which one was the most challenging to create a strategy for? By far, Fyrak. It's by far Fyrak. For sure. Actually, I really like Fyrak in how it turned out. Like, back in the day when you had bosses like, just really any really hard end boss, no one streamed their progression, and you released videos when the top 5 guilds killed it, and then you got to see a bunch of different ways that people challenged the fight. I would someone who cares about this kind of stuff, we kind of talked about it, us and Echo, on my stream one time, but like, it would be really, actually, I think this is a really nerdy thing that very few people would care about, but the difference between our P3 strats, I think, is fascinating. Like, both of them work really well at what they're trying to do, but they're both addressing totally different things in the phase. And like, we built our entire phase around different concepts, and like, the base concepts are in our strat, we made the fight, the last phase, to always look exactly the same in every single set for consistency, and to make the fight as easy on the seeds as possible. So the seed people are always fully away from anyone with Blaze besides potentially each other, especially later in the fight. But playing next to like one other person with a seed is doable. And we just made the raid harder for the people without seeds, which is a decision to make, right? Like less than half of your raid has a seed, So making the fight easier for less than half your raid is like definitely a choice. But like in my opinion, those people were doing something much harder than everyone else. And then we struggled a little bit more with firestorms naturally in our progression because we were prioritizing the people that had seeds and not the rest of the raid, right? Echo built it around the opposite, right? At any given time, the people who are like stacked with the raid doing blaze and like having good firestorm position, which was genuinely like one of the hardest things of the fight. They built their strat around that, and they had their seeds constantly being in different spots to accommodate the raid being next to the wall where they wanted to place the firestorms, right? Our strat, naturally, we struggled with firestorms relative to Echo, and Echo's seed players were in more hell than we were. So, like, we both just focused and created our strats for two different reasons. And I think that's cool. The reason why is there are a bunch of fights where we always end up coming to the same thing. Usually, like, someone gets there first, comes up with a general conclusion. There's not a lot of things better. So, naturally, both guilds end up just doing the same thing. And this was a raid where not only were we going, like, blow for blow until the very end, but we were both doing it in different ways. And that rarely happens in the race these days. The last time I think this happened was Painsmith. Yeah, actually, it's a good point. Painsmith was the last time. Well, I don't know about the last time. Another one was Halandris. Halandris, we chose to make our melee kind of carry us on the fight. And, like, in the last phase of Halandris... Here, I can show you this. Halandris... were we Liquid at the time? I think we were. Halandris Liquid and Halandris Echo. Okay. Okay, so if you notice on our Halandris strat, hopefully they show a good POV of it, but at the end, we have our ranged, like, not all super stacked, but, like, kind of spread out just to make the... they're, like, kind of in the same part of the room, but they have, like, a small amount of bombs between all of them. And we have our melee doing, like, a rotation around the boss. I think if I remember exactly how it worked, it was, like... here we go. Like, the boss is in the middle. What's going on here? We have no boss icons? Okay. Well, this giant circle... Sorry, this giant smiley face will be Halandris. Okay, right in the middle. And obviously, he has, like, 3 beams going out of him in different directions. So, like, each thing is in a quadrant. Right? Like this. And these things are rotating around the room. So within every quadrant, we had 2 bombs. Any bomb here? All right, these barrels are the bombs. We had, like, 1 Halandris bomb, I believe, in each quadrant. That bomb was always leading the way because they were rotating in this direction, counterclockwise. This person was leading the way. There was the melee partner that they were passing between. And usually a melee healer or another melee, it could be either one of those two, was here. This person was, like, next to the boss being protected by this person. This person was behind waiting for the pass. And then they would rotate. So this person would pass, give it to this person. Obviously, this other person who just passed it is now here. This person would go in front. This person would knock stuff from behind. This person would block the things coming in from the back. And that constantly was rotating, but it added an insane amount of difficulty to melee, but we just kind of trusted our melee to make it work. Which had its issues, but, like, our melee players played so fucking insane on this. And our range play... Dude, are they really just going to show Fired Up's PvE? What's happening in melee is 10 times more interesting. You can kind of see it. So, like, Trill... Or, Ben has the bomb. Trill is protecting him, and Ben and Donkey Gary are passing. So Trill is protecting Ben, because if he gets hit by that, everyone dies. He drops for Donkey Gary. Donkey Gary waits to let his stacks go down. He picks up, and then they keep clearing. Echo, the way that they did it was they were like, melee having bombs is trash. So they just put all of their healers and ranged in one side of the room on the edge. And they took all of the bombs out of melee. So that was another, like, really, really hard fight where we came to, like, 2 totally different conclusions. They have, like, a little range pile. And they have their range just, like, do this entirely on the edge of the room. All the bombs. What, JPC has a kill up? Halandris, JPC. Okay, perfect. Alright, so this is the last phase, right? So James is holding it. Oh, we're not even in the last phase yet. Okay, so they have their bomb on this side. Blue Man Good is supposed to... I don't even think he's supposed to be here. Oh, yeah, he waits on the other side. Okay. So Blue Man Good has it. Here's the melee rotation. We have, like, the healer in the back that's rotating with them, not just standing on the outside and healing, which is what I think Echo was doing. They have this. Exile picks up. James is the passer with Exile. Oh, they had a 3-man rotation, I think. Is that how it worked? So he picks up here. He's going to drop it as far forward as possible. James is going to wait until he has to pick it up. And now Exile becomes the soaker. And Blue Man Good's trying to carry the soaking, and Exile is just, like, focusing on damage here. But the bombs next to the boss were just, like, hella sketchy. It was very easy to wipe to that. God, what a good boss, man. Wait, I want to see James when we kill it. He can. This is so funny. He can barely hear me.
Okay. Now spread. Rally 8 out. All right. Or walk on. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Tank being soon. Let's go fire.
Let me.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Make sure a ball does not go in and a bomb does not blow up, and we got it. Okay.
Look at James's face, bro.
Yep. Just let's go into turtle.
I'm gonna turn it down.
Let's go into turtle. Let's not fall.
Let's go! Let's go! Holy
Dude, you can tell he has no idea it's gonna die. He doesn't have a single reaction until the achievement pops up. Look. Because this boss was like... At least what we had our melee doing is what all of our melee said after this, and tanks, was... From this moment... Okay, so like... From this moment, like, as soon as we're entering the room, they do not look at the boss's HP until it dies. Like, they're so fucking locked into what they're doing, they do not have a single second to, like, acknowledge what the boss's HP was. That's the levels of coggy load. Anyways, long Halandris rant. We have to rank these bosses real quick in the next 20 minutes or so. Let's start with what I think the best bosses of the expansion are. What's my top 3? Top of my head, it's Tindral, Rashok, and Sark, probably. It would be Smolderon if the private ore thing wasn't a thing. Tindral or Rashok for number 1? Like, Tindral is an objectively better boss than Rashok. But, like, Rashok wasn't the second to last boss. That's like... So, Tindral has that in favor of it, and Rashok never got that chance. Like, for example, could you imagine a second to last boss version of Rashok? Bro, that would... A penultimate boss version of Rashok would feed families for a generation, man. Like, that would be just incredible. I don't know. We'll keep it for now. So Tindral, let's put Tindral 1. Let's put Rashok 2. Okay. Let's narrow our list down here. Let's put... I think Sark is 3. Rashok doesn't have enough mechanics to be a second to last boss. Yeah, of course. That's because it wasn't a second to last. Like, when I say Rashok as a second to last boss would have fed families, what I mean by that is, like, if Blizzard took the Rashok concept and just made it have enough mechanics and be difficult enough to warrant it being a second to last boss, which wasn't the case, right? So, like, you're going to hear me make that argument later for Kurog. If Taros isn't number 1, we're trolling. Taros is... Well, the thing is with Taros is Rashok is a better version of Taros. Sark is mediocre at best. Probably top 3 for you because you won. We talked about this earlier, but I think it is entirely fair and, like, likely that either us or Echo is going to rate a boss higher. And that's why we're going to have 4 lists today. So, you know, for example, if we're ranking with 3 other people and I'm the only one that has Sarkareth in, like, the top 3, then, like, that bias would probably be purely shown. But, like, when you're making a list, not based on public perception, but how much you enjoy these bosses, are you going to enjoy a boss you were winning on more than a boss you lost on, potentially? Right? Because, like, you're thinking of how much fun you had when you did these bosses. That's, like, pretty much what this ranking is, I think. And having more fun when winning makes sense, right? So, yeah, I think Sark is definitely really good. Like Sark, the only thing that Sark had was, like, kind of a meaningless P2, but at least it was short. Like, P1 Sarkareth is, you cannot defend against this. Has one of the best P1s of, like, any end boss ever. Fucking slaps. It's good for DPS, for healers. It's quick. It makes sense. Really challenging. And P3 was awesome. Another situation where you had Echo and us approach the phase in a totally different way to make the fight easier on groups of people for different reasons. And I think last phase's variability was really cool. Like, the only thing that takes points away from Sarkareth, honestly, is the fact that the upgrade system was as broken as it was in that patch. If we were trying to do Sarkareth with, like, 3 or 4 less eye levels and still beat the Enrage, I think you guys would think Sarkareth was one of the best bosses of all time. Like, top 5. But, like, because it appeared to not really have a DPS check, that takes points away from it for you. But I don't know. I that's not the boss's fault. That was a fault with the upgrade system. But yeah, you might be right. This is my list after all. Let's see. Next boss. I think Smolderon. Owned. Max, I sent you a DM on Discord that has a nice looking Google sheet for you all to use. It'll auto calculate points and rankings. Let me check for that. Docs, spreadsheet, max raid boss, top 10 stream. Oh, well, first thing we got to do is this has to be viewable in dark mode. Other person. Can I make this much bigger? Can I guess that makes it work. This is pretty good. I don't know where the fuck I'm going to put chat. I guess down here. Yeah, this kind of owns. I like that. Mod that guy? Okay. Here we go. Smoldy. Number 5. For me, Skarn. But I'll wait to debate that when we get to the actual list, because I'm sure everyone here will... everyone here and everyone in this other list will fight against me, but I can defend this. Before I even defend it, though, I just want you to get this in your mind, that the... the whole, like, cheese strat hotfix timing thing affected the public perception of Skarn by a lot. That being said, the version of Skarn you did after that hotfix was also worse than the original version of Skarn. But I still think the boss was great overall. And the boss that we did was an all-timer. Really enjoyed it. We'll talk about that later. Max, my parasocial relationship with you renders me incapable of understanding that you have your own opinion. Please change your list. Okay. I'm going to put Taros after that. Okay, we have to leave one off of this list. I think it's weird that I'm making a heroic-only rank. If you're judging based on Mythic, Razageth does not even begin to scratch a top 10. Like, it was so flawed. And keep in mind, I'm talking in a general sense. Do you know how hard it would be for me to put Mythic Razageth? Like, we were just talking about how this is going to be my list based on my experiences. Guys, fighting Razageth was the most frustrating thing ever on Mythic before it even got nerfed and killed when we were asleep. We never felt like we were making any progression on this fight. Like, you were fighting an unkillable, unbreakable wall, and then it got nerfed in half, and then you would pass that point. Like, I'm trying to think of a way to put this. Imagine you're fighting a boss in Elden Ring. Typically, an occurrence in Elden Ring would be you fight a boss for 30 attempts, and after every single pull, you get a little bit better at it, and you feel that sense of progression, and you keep progressing towards the end, you get over hurdles, and then eventually you do all of it and you kill it. That's like the ideal raid progression experience as well. But like on this boss, it would be as if you pulled it 300 times, but for the first 75, you learned a little bit, but then you got to a point that couldn't be passed. And then they nerfed the boss in half, and then you made huge progression, and then you got stuck again. And then they nerfed the boss in half, and then you made huge progression, and then you got stuck again. Exact same thing. And then you get to the last phase, and you're like, finally like, okay, I think we can do this DPS burn. We just really need to optimize over the weekend. And then you wake up, and the boss has been killed and nerfed while you were sleeping. I mean, that's just like... the only time I think about Raz is just, like, we never had fun progressing this fight. It had either one of the intermissions was entirely extra and completely unnecessary and made the boss longer for no reason whatsoever. And it was fucking nerfed and killed while we were asleep, man. Like, that's just fucking insane. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. And we lost Ben to PoE. That may be changing soon, boys. It all depends on PoE not having a new league when the next race starts. Okay. Amalgamation Chamber. That's probably going to be like a later shout out because it is an early boss, but you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to say Laridar. I think Laridar was fucking hype. I think for so many reasons. And it could be better, but I just want to shout out the concept. Let's see. Amalgamation. Probably here. I think Fireack had enough going for it. It would be a little higher, and then maybe Naimu at the end. Honorable mentions. Let's see. What's an honorable mention? An honorable mention is Kurog, but I won't spend a ton of time on that because everyone else is going to have this on their list. And I'm not for a specific reason, which I'll get into during the actual discussion. I think Broodkeeper's honestly an honorable mention because Broodkeeper, it totally depended on what you did. I actually think that if you were a DPS player and you were part of the ad killing group, I think Broodkeeper is a top 10 boss. Okay? If you did Broodkeeper and you were one of the people who just followed the boss around for 5 minutes while a couple of people did egg duty, so either people who did egg duty or people who just hit the boss for boss damage and basically just did nothing for 5 minutes, honestly, Broodkeeper is like an embarrassingly bad fight. So it's totally depends on what you did. So if someone was part of the ad killing group, I think they would have Broodkeeper way up there. So Broodkeeper's an honorable mention for sure. Honestly, Dathia's an honorable mention. Another really disliked fight, but again, I think this was one of those where I will always have a more positive view of this fight from being the guild to figure it out. You know? Like, how many people go up, how many healers you use, how exactly are you supposed to do the energy on these ads while not overcapping it? Like, everything you guys ever walked up to on Dathia and just knew how to do because of a guide video, we just did that. And that part of it was fun. Like, there was a fun problem-solving element of this fight, even though the gameplay of the fight wasn't great. And it's just one of those that was really frustrating to progress, I think. Also, there wasn't nearly a good enough animation for how much energy the ads had. It was really hard to check on boss frames. You, like, perma needed a weak aura for it. I think that's all from this. Any other honorable mentions from Aberrus? You know what? This is going to be a fucking take. But Assault of the Zakali... You guys are going to think I'm crazy for this, because it's like the most whatever boss of all time. But, like, I don't know. When did you ever have a bad time on Assault of the Zakali? Like, you walked up to it on farm, instantly blasted this boss, got to AoE a little bit of it. You know? Like, its biggest flaw is that it's super easy, but if you think about it, there's, like, mobs crawling up a wall, like some Helm's Deep shit. And you, like, knock them off the wall with rocks. It's just the fight wasn't hard enough to actually make that matter. I don't know. I said before, Magmarax might be an honorable mention for healers only. Echo of Neltharion could be an honorable mention for a psychopath. And then for Mirdrasil, Did we not show enough love to the first bosses here? I think I would stand behind this. I think that Dragonflight had the best set of opener raid bosses of any expansion of all time. Like there wasn't a single bad first boss. Like, it's crazy to put a first boss on this list. Just any single one of them, but I think it deserves to be mentioned that all three of them were awesome. And that's pretty hard to pull off. There's usually, like, first bosses that are insanely annoying. Put the three of them... No, I don't want to start the tier list, or the list on the wrong foot. I don't want to start the thing and just be like, alright, guys, and I'm starting off with 3 bosses for my number 10. And then what if someone has one of their first bosses on a list? then they're just... Wait, dude, should Kazara just be on the list? Kazara's actually good. Like, just not hard. I think Kazara should actually just be... I'm crazy. I think Kazara should be on this list. I'm going to put Kazara on this list over Naimu. Now that I think... I don't know why I didn't consider that. I think it's because in my head, I like, wrote off first bosses as an option. And then I thought about all three of them, and I'm like, man, they were all three kind of good. And then I realized that Kazara was better than the other two by a lot. So... I mean, Kazara is also just better than Amalgamation. Yeah. Put Kazara up there. Anyways, let me see how close... Wait, what is this? I love this interaction. Wait, THD ranked all the bosses. Me and Dratnos want to rank the top 10 bosses in Dragonflight, and then THD just gave his opinion. Smolderon 1, Tindril 2, Skarn 3, Fyrak, Rashok, Sarkareth, Teros. Anything beyond this point is trash. Amirdrasil greater than Aberys, greater than Vadi. Vadi was dog shit. Amirdrasil first 6 bosses, most forgettable ever. Aberys best difficulty curve besides Magmarax. And then JB just said the opposite of this. Yeah, I mean, again, people are going to have different perspectives, but like I agree a lot with what THD said. I also see why he likes Fyrak, I think, better than I do, because him and Fired Up were like fucking peanut butter and jelly with the goddamn bombs in the last phase. It is so enjoyable to watch a POV of THD and Fired Up now on 2 bosses do bombs and then do the seeds. It really puts in perspective how much better you can be than other people at WoW. Like, even other people in your guild that like also will parse 100 on any fight they care about doing it on and are extremely good at staying alive, but just how much of a diff there is between players doing something that difficult. Okay. Let's see if they're good. Everyone ready? Question mark? Your access has expired. If you don't have access, contact the document over. What the fuck? Oh, I just had to reload it. Okay. Wait, now I can no longer select bosses. Can I not edit this anymore? Anyone who has the link can access, no sign-in required. Oh, it's because... Yeah, I just need to make a copy of it. Because... Yeah, I just need to make a copy of it. Because people were going to use that link and edit it. Alright, cool. We got it. Growl said almost can start whenever. Okay. Let's start in 5 to give you time to finish, and I'll get food and drink. All right, be right back, chat. Dude, look at this dog stretch. Reptar. Reptar. Do it, buddy. No. Reptar. Reptar, come on. Reptar, come here. Wait, okay. We'll have him do a trick. Ready? Reptar, come here. Come here, buddy. Reptar, look at me. Reptar, sit. Sit. Good boy, Reptar, go down. Reptar, give paw. Oh, he gave paw! He gave paw! He gave paw! 1 second, I gotta go get him a treat. Boys, let's fucking go. It is almost time. Let me finish my little snack here. I wonder if there's going to be any hot takes. I feel like Growl's takes could be pretty hot. Dratnos is usually a man of the people. Dratnos has like a high-end rating experience, but he's also a sucker at wanting everyone to like him. I'm just kidding. But no, Dratnos usually has really good takes. Like, he has the high-end rating experience, but he has a very deep knowledge of how it affects most players. He's a goddamn people pleaser, chat. Don't let Dratnos ever trick you. Mighty Teapot will be really interesting. So if you guys don't know Mighty Teapot, he's really, really interesting. Really smart. Comes from a background in raiding in a different game. Loves boss design. And did most of the bosses this expansion. I think he'll be an excellent addition to this. Also, like me, he fucking yaps like crazy. So that should be fun. So I'm definitely interested in seeing how this goes. We're fluent in Japanese after watching you. Yeah, I know. All right, let's fucking go. Fucking go. Calling it up. Hello?
Yo, where is everybody? Hello.
They're all... You said this last time. They're all already here.
Orky that said that last time.
Oh. Oh, shit. I got called out. Hello, everybody. How is your all Saturday going?
Killing some
pretty good.
frogs.
What
Any
are you-
frog killers in the chat?
Are you a panda? Are you a panda gamer?
Yeah, actually I am.
How have you enjoyed that so far?
It's making me think. I've actually been having a lot of fun doing it.
Did you do it on PTR with us? Or not with us, but like...
I did very limited. I leveled up a little bit. I'm like, oh, this is actually fun. I'm gonna stop because I'm gonna not have fun when it goes live. And so I ended up getting to like level 40, but I didn't really like do any of the raids or anything.
All right. So everyone here has been tasked, chat, with doing something. It was coming up with their top 10. I'm not asking any of them to make what they believe the community's perception of the top 10 will be, or what Hirumared's top perception will be, which we will be going over his list together after this, and you guys will, chat will be able to vote out of the 5 of us what list you agree with the most, or most resonates with you. And we're gonna see how that goes. But first, some introductions. You guys know Dratnos and Growl, but just a quick thing. So Dratnos, how you doing today? You doing good? You ready to do this?
Pretty good, man. I'm doing LFR Terrorist right now so that I can brush up on these bosses a little bit.
Wait, why?
I want my bullion, man. I need my bouillon.
Okay. And
Buy my stuff.
And Growl as well. You ready to do this? You come from more of a like, you did Mythic this whole expansion, but I think it's coming mostly from the place of needing to do it for gear. You have also the only like healer perspective of this list, which I think is important. Not necessarily ranking these all for healers, but just looking at it through that lens. Do you feel? Are you ready for this? And also, just did I get that right about your raiding experience? Like, do you raid purely for the need of loot, or do you enjoy it as well potentially?
I would describe myself as like a raid enjoyer. I would say bosses that are like 300 plus pulls I don't really find fun, and I don't really care that much about. Usually it's like end bosses and penultimate bosses that sort of I don't have fun with, but I would say I enjoy Mythic raiding all the way up to the point where like a boss has 100 pulls. It has to be a really special boss for me to have fun. But yeah, so basically I raided all through the first raid. I was sat on the Razageth because we needed evokers and I didn't have an evoker, and then I got benched from my guild in the middle of the second raid, but then I joined another guild and then did the rest of that raid, and then Amir Dursil. So yeah, I have pretty much prog experience on every boss except for Razageth.
Cool. And then Teapot, I'm familiar with you. We've had a few excellent conversations on my stream in the past, but if you would help the other people in this call and maybe all the people watching this, some background on you in general, and then also your WoW rating experience so far.
Yeah, absolutely. So hello everyone, I'm Teapot. Some people might know me from Guild Wars 2 if anyone is familiar with that game. I do a lot of everything over there, some PvE stuff, raids obviously, all the dungeon stuff, PvP. And I've recently come over to the dark side, to World of Warcraft. Started playing Dragonflight actually in June of last year. Some epic pronunciation there for everyone to enjoy. And yeah, I've been addicted to the game. We're grinding away here like lunatics, trying to actually manage to keep a roster together. That's actually the real hardest part about Mythic raiding, as I've found out. But yeah, looking to go pretty big, you know, trying to get better at the game and going to go hard into the war within. And I guess one interesting thing that, you know, I'm curious what people will make of this. I think one of the things that's going to come up a lot in my commentary of some of these raid bosses is that the only thing that I've been disappointed in with a lot of these raids is that I'm not good enough to play them on the real difficulty just yet. Okay.
And also, what were you able to do in Mythic so far this expansion? Like, how far did you get in each raid?
Yeah. So I think we were around World 1,300, I want to say, for Mythic Sarkrath. You were there, I believe, actually.
I was
watching,
there.
Observing.
Yep.
You know, backseating me. Yeah, I watched the VOD. It was some good advice, actually. I took it to heart. And yeah, then we got Cutting Edge and Midrasil as well. Our rank was better, actually. I don't recall exactly what it was. but it was better. There we go.
Yeah, so the reason I asked you on, I actually didn't think about it until you came into my stream earlier, but I was really looking for a fourth person, and I wanted to get some like direction and perspective from people that are not doing this at the super highest level. Like Growl plays this game at a really high level. He raids at like a little lower than his like playing skill, probably because he's like not doing it as his main thing. And then Dratnos raids in a top 15 world guild, and obviously I'm in Liquid, so like I didn't want this to all just be top player perspective. I think you're going to have an interesting perspective being someone who thinks about raid design a lot, is a really high-end raider in Guild Wars 2, and you have kind of experienced killing these bosses at a lower world rank while also knowing what you're talking about when it comes to a lot of this stuff. So I think you will be a fantastic addition. I'm really interested to see where your ranks differ from a lot of ours. But I do want to point out, you did not start playing until Aberrus, I believe. So your Vault of the
Correct.
Incarnate's opinions will be basically based on the Awakened version that you've seen, I believe, 2 weeks now. Which is fine, and we'll just take that with a grain of salt, but should be interesting nonetheless. Alrighty. Are you boys ready to proceed? Have your lists ready? You guys are double-checked, ready to go? All right, I will start out with my... oh, yeah, let me actually give a little bit of... So, Growl was here last time. Dratnos was here last time. They get how it works. But Teapot, how this will go is we'll go in order. Me, Dratnos, you, and then Growl. We will all list our 10. If I list a boss, right, and let's say it is like Kurog or something, right? One of you will just tell me if you have Kurog at any point on your list. Either you're going to put it at the same rank as me or higher, and then we'll just move on to Dratnos's. The goal of this is to only talk about each boss and kind of discuss it one time total, and not like every single time it comes up we discuss it. So just you'll get the hang of it. It took last time there was like 4 people learning how to do this, and there was like it was actually pretty much Dorky that just never got it, but it's not that bad, and you'll understand. All right, so first off, I have the Amalgamation Chamber as my 10th best boss of the expansions. Anyone have Amalgamation Chamber on their list?
I have it higher.
You have it higher? Okay. Dratnos, what is your 10?
Razageth the Storm Eater.
Okay. Does anyone have Razageth on their list?
I do, yes.
Okay, cool.
I have...
Don't tell me where.
Don't
Don't tell me where. Don't tell me where. Don't tell me where.
I won't then.
Yep.
I'm not doing it.
Yep. Okay, but all you need to know is just let us know that it is on your list at all. Okay, Teapot, what's your 10?
Okay, this is an exciting one. It's a good place to start. My number 10 is Echo of Neltharion.
Wow. Okay, we're starting off hot. Okay, I'm assuming that no one here has that on their list, correct?
Yeah. You could make a top 30 list of raid bosses this expansion. I'm not sure Echo of Neltharion would be on my list.
Okay, this is really interesting though. I want to hear your perspective. What makes you really enjoy Echo of Neltharion?
So I would actually have rated this significantly higher if not for the Heart Weak Aura Clown Fiesta. That's like my main issue with this fight overall. I didn't actually hate the map so much in the final phase. What I really like about it is the fact that there's a lot of interactivity with it. You have to break the walls, then people have to go through the walls to be safe from the bombs. I really like the tank mechanic getting knocked through, particularly in phase 2 actually. I think that was really fun, especially the fast movement from the first ad to the second ad was really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
To do as well. That was really cool, I think. And then finally, the final phase, I think, is also pretty damn epic. You know, there's tentacle monsters coming out of everywhere. The tanks have got to control those. It's very, very dangerous, I think, like very easy to die there. And yeah, I think funny enough, in the Awakened version, I think there's been some improvements there. Like I think in particular for phase 3, because of course the map got broken. They just said, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. And I think that you kind of see that it could have actually been a really, really cool fight with a couple of tweaks. If Blizzard decide that, oh, wouldn't it be cool if maybe each bomb was a different color so you could actually have proper assignments instead of having a weak aura play the game for you? There's a spark of brilliance in that encounter, actually, which, yeah, I was really impressed by. It's actually, if I was going to rate bosses that I enjoyed progressing the most, would actually be very, very high. Definitely one of my favorite bosses to actually play. And tank perspective helps it, obviously. I don't have to deal with the weak aura Fiesta for most of the time, so that's where that's coming from
such a
little
good
bit, I
point.
think.
That is such a good point. So
So that's where that's coming from. But yeah, one of my favorite bosses to progress in the expansion for sure.
all right, Dratnos, what do you think?
Yeah, I will. Okay, I don't want to dunk on it too hard because I think most of the problem is the volcanic heart. I would say not just the mechanics, like the weak aura solution of it, but just how it works in general was with the geography of the room, the amount of space you have. Even if you didn't have a weak aura solution for it, I don't think it would have been particularly fun to try and YOLO it either. Maybe with the current version of 4 on a much smaller radius compared to during progression when we had 5 on a much bigger radius, that was very restrictive on what you could actually do with it. And then the fact that you got such a nasty dot for breaking the walls pretty much removed all the spots where you might do something creative or be able to open up an extra wall and then just run somebody through, right? Like you had to basically exactly break the minimum amount of walls to make the fight work, which removed a lot of the, I think, potential for that. I will say this, particularly phase 3, I felt like was one of the phases that most showcased how good pings are as an addition and how much more space they open up. Like the ability to just ping your portal and go to it, especially with the slight. I mean, this season it's got such a long cast time that it's almost trivialized. But even on a shorter cast time, I think the ping system there, like if it was halfway between the old cast time and the new cast time, would make it still like a pretty fun mechanic that was a lot. You know, you don't need that map week or 4 anymore. You don't need any of that nonsense. So a lot of good stuff there. But to me, the volcanic heart is just so much of what the fight was about that I wouldn't have it on my list.
I think that's very fair. I think especially the criticism regarding the walls being very restrictive and how much damage they did. I think that's a really good point, actually. And I think that relaxing that would have, absolutely helped with kind of the creative approach that you could have had when it comes to actually solving the movement and solving how you handled some of these things. Yeah, I definitely agree with that criticism.
So I think I would have enjoyed this boss more if I hadn't have done it on PTR testing before it came out, because I know what this fight could have been. This fight was... I am so frustrated with this fight, and you'll notice this kind of happens with my list later, where like boss design matters so much to me that like sometimes there are fights that were fun to do, but they failed so hard in the design element that it really rubbed off poorly for me. So you mentioned how strong the dot was, but how long the dot was from breaking the wall. So what happened on PTR testing was the dot was potentially could be powerful, but it only lasted like 6 seconds. So you could pop a cooldown, you could break a bunch of different walls, and then you could, the fact that you had a bunch of these debuffs didn't really matter. You didn't need them to be different colors to be assigned in a different spot, even though it's an interesting idea. You could just, instead of having to fit into one area and have one person leave the room, you just broke every wall and everyone spread out, and there was just a big burst of damage. A change they made literally 2 days before the boss was done on Mythic was you had to... you could only break one small wall just so you didn't die to this dot, and then the tank breaking the wall to move to the next phase extended the dot. So, like, I don't know. I just think huge design failure for that, where weak auras ended up being a huge problem. But also, you mentioned, like, I didn't mind the thing as a tank. I think that really matters. I think tanks are going to enjoy this fight a lot more, because it was actually an interesting tank mechanic. And you didn't have to, like, memorize where all the spots were with that map picture. But before the map picture... if you're talking about our perspective, there was a little something called a list. And you had to, like, see a list of names that could potentially get Volcanic Heart. And you had to see how many people got it and then find your name and see what number you were. And then that determined your number. And then there was a specific spot for each number. And that was so hard and frustrating. Like, I know there are people in our guild who were, like, there were some people that always got 1, some people who always got 5, and then there were people who could get like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 based on RNG, and those people have never had less fun on a boss. So I think this was like the beginning of private auras being really bad. But I can kind of see where you're coming from. I also think it's like an epic boss. I don't know.
That is very true. We also had to do it. We also had it before the like the BDG macro weak aura thing was out, so we literally, everybody who had a second monitor in our guild had a raid plan open up on their second monitor for the first, like, 100 pulls of this boss. And it was just, all right, everybody, open your textbooks to page 5. Here's where our positions are for this, overlap set. That was not good.
Like, imagine making an entire room full of walls with the ability, with multiple mechanics, to break a bunch of walls at once, and the version that you designed made people have to figure out one person to just break one small portion of a wall, and everyone else had to shoot theirs into the wall and do nothing on purpose. Like, it's insane. Like, that had to be just such clear failure of design. Growl, did you what was your opinion on Echo?
So I think Teapot's suggestion actually is pretty insane, and I think the idea of whenever they want to do private auras where you sort of have to like do something very specific very quickly, I think assigning them some sort of color or some sort of small differentiator to allow guilds to, preemptively decide what to do instead of it being like really crazy and trying, like, I get that's sort of what they were going for, but I actually think going forward, because there's the private aura and M+ thing being talked about now too, I think they need to think about that sort of thing. And I actually like his defense that that was really the main mechanic of the fight that was bad, but it very easily could have been changed to been good. I would say the other thing I really didn't like about the fight, and maybe it's a healer thing about staring at my frames, I really feel like the debuffs and the things on the ground were really claustrophobic. And again, I get that they're going for that on the fight, but like if you play a class that has like a very complex rotation where you're like not always staring at your character, or if you're playing a healer and you're staring at your frames, I hate when there's constantly like circles going under me or things that are going under me that I don't have to worry about. Like the circles, the volcanic heart or whatever would just constantly be around my character, and I'd be like over and over again, like looking up and be like, oh no, like am I in the wrong spot? Like, is there something going on? It's like, nope, well, this circle is just ginormous and there's 5 of them and they're all running around, and it's just like, I feel like that fight really suffered from visual clutter, and a lot of the fights in the second raid of the expansion were just like red on dark red with red circles, and it's like really hard to differentiate what I needed to worry about and focus on and what I didn't need to.
Yeah.
Be immersed. It has to be red. Has to be red circles the entire time. And blue on Sarkrath. Very important.
Yeah, I think that's something that's like a larger conversation that we could get into another time, but I do think it's interesting about how Blizzard stands, how strongly they stand on this mechanic needs to, like Smolderon, right? Smolderon's a red boss, and he's a Fire Lord, and the ground is red, and all his abilities are red, and it's like, yeah, from a pure like gameplay perspective, having things be purely different colors, almost like reticles on the ground, would be easier to dodge and more visually clear. But also Blizzard cares absolutely way too much about theme for that to ever happen, right?
Yeah.
So
no,
like
I agree.
So yeah, it's definitely an interesting conversation, and how a lot of MMOs differ. All right, Growl, what is your 10?
My number 10 is Primal Council.
Whoa! Like, so the Vault of the Incarnate's Council.
Yep.
No, okay, no one else has that on their list, correct?
Nope.
Fucking okay. What is explain?
All right, so I think Primal Console was a really good early pug boss, in the sense that it had a really good item that everyone needed, and you sort of needed to go to that boss and you needed to pug it. And I thought it was pretty well designed in the sense that there wasn't really any like instant raid wiping mechanics that would like kill you. Like you could be in a group with a bunch of zoo animals, and I feel like people would like slowly progress that boss and learn. I feel like all of the mechanics were like pretty independent and pretty straightforward in terms of like didn't require crazy coordination or any weak auras. I also think that just it was a sort of a patchwork style boss, and that you just blast AoE and you just do a lot of damage, and same healing wise, like there's a lot of pillars and you just blast AoE healing. I think I could understand why DPS might not like it, because I feel like if you have really good 4-target cleave, you just blast everything and you probably look really good. So maybe that's why I guess I didn't see people not like that boss. What did you guys not like about it?
I think you mentioned DPS. I think a feeling as a DPS on Primal Council that doesn't feel good is, like, especially as a melee, the earthen pillar is far away from you and someone keeps passing you a debuff and you have to keep running off the boss to drop that thing off and then run back and then continually do that over and over again because of someone else's movement mistake or your own. I think that was
I played ranged.
Yeah, so maybe I think ranged like doesn't deal with that nearly as much. But I also think that Primal Council is in a long line of bosses, and even a boss that happened after this, that were, like, I would just describe as, like, mechanic vomit. You could see something like Council of Dreams, what was the one in Prototype Pantheon and Primal Council all seem the same, where they have a few bosses that have mechanics that are, two of the bosses at least will have like mechanics that interact with each other, and you're just supposed to like figure that out and make that work. They all just end up being bosses you stack up really fast. Maybe a positive of this is those bosses usually die in like 4 minutes or less, even like for a first kill. Which is kind of interesting. You can kind of limp for a while with a lot of people dying. I think you brought up a good point. I think it was of a lot of value that for someone who's trying to get efficient raid loot in Vault of the Incarnates, you could get any group together and you could kill Aranog, and if you could kill Aranog, you could definitely kill this, and then you got like 2 bosses with very rare loot. Back when very rare loot was actually like really, really good, and like now you just had like this perfect box that you could loot every week, and that was like easily repeatable. So I think for a lot of people who didn't raid farther into the raid, and that's their only experience in Mythic especially, I think it would get a lot of positive points because, you know, that's just like an enjoyable thing. But I just found Primal Council to just be like not even seem like a raid boss almost. It was just like a meme. Like I thought about putting Assault of Zakali on my list for the same reason, but it's like, because who had a bad time on Assault of Zakali? It was just like, but it was just kind of nothing at the same time, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, as a quick defense though, you mentioned the idea of mechanic vomit, or basically bosses where the mechanics don't necessarily interact. I think that's not necessarily a bad thing, especially for early bosses and early expansion bosses, because a lot of times the really, really heavy pressure points and complicated points and points that need weak auras and points that people hate are when you have really, really nasty overlaps where it's like, oh, no, you know, how do you deal with this and this? And I feel like they don't necessarily need, you know, bosses that just have like 1-by-1 straightforward mechanics. Like when I think of mechanic vomit, I think of just like so much stuff going on that it like hurts your brain. But I actually think that boss is like pretty just sequential of like, okay, you do this, okay, you dip in the fire, okay, now you clear, and it's like it's not really like that many crazy overlaps, or like I feel like no matter what's happening in that fight, it's pretty transparent. You like know exactly what's happening to you and what you should be doing.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's funny. You know, I think for some reason I get the impression that council bosses are somewhat unpopular in the WoW community. I think that seems to be the case. I'm kind of an enjoyer of them a little bit. It kind of for the reason that you listed as a downside almost, Max. I kind of like the chaos actually of the fights that are a little bit like this. I think that's actually really fun sometimes. I'd probably, if I was going to say where do I think councils, it's hard for me. I'm a little inexperienced, of course, because I have cleared it on Mythic, but only in Awakened, right? So it kind of just fell over because the tuning is pretty different to the original version of that, right? It's Awakened, so it's weird, right?
That one was pretty similar to difficulty to how it was the first time.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, it just kind of died a little bit, which, you know, it's cool. But I guess the thing that I find a bit strange about it is I'm not really a huge fan of council fights where you just stack them. That to me is kind of weird, right? It's like, well, what's the point in having multiple bosses if they all just kind of stack together and you just blast them down, right? I think it can be kind of fun, especially if you don't get any mechanics as a DPS. You just see a crazy big number, right? Like, oh yeah, this is awesome. This is really, really fun. But I think that one thing I do like about Council, and I think you see this in Council of Dreams as well, is the fact that you use the boss's abilities against them. I think that's really fun concept, actually. It's really enjoyable to me when you have stuff like that in some of these encounters. But yeah, it doesn't make the top 10 for me, but I think some of these fights, it's pretty solid. I'd say I'm an enjoyer of Council, bit of a Council enjoyer myself.
Well, before Dratnos gives his take on this, I want to say one thing about the council thing. The Warcraft community doesn't really like council. I think for a long time, there were a bunch of really good council fights, and then it just became like a thing where it's like, okay, there has to be a council fight in every raid. Like, you can kind of tell when Blizzard's making a raid and they're coming up with ideas for bosses. It's almost like a checklist. Like, okay, we have a council boss. It's felt like council bosses were just a requirement for a raid for a long time and didn't have a lot of inspiration behind them. Where we used to have really good ones, like Throne of Thunder Council, Blood, Twilight Ascendant Council, which people are going to do in the first tier of Cataclysm coming out in a couple of weeks, or when the raids come out in a couple of weeks, I think. What is it? Council Blood and Castle Nathri. It just seems like they've been mailing in the council boss for a while. It is interesting you mention having them spread out, because Forgotten Experiments was a clear design angle where they were like, okay, how do we do a council boss differently? And then they made Forgotten Experiments the way it was, right? Like, I think that's a direct result of that. The reason Council of Dreams are not fully stacked and those other two bosses move randomly is purely for the exact same reason you're talking about. It's a design goal for them that it's like, hey, maybe they shouldn't always just be able to be stacked. In the past, You've had bosses like Council of Blood where you kill one of the 3 of the council and the other 2 heal to full and gain abilities and stuff. Like, they've done council bosses well, and I think that's why I rate Primal Council and Council of Dreams so low, is because I think they're really ineffective versions of council fights versus ones we've had in the past, which obviously you can't have that perspective because you didn't do a lot of them, right? You're just seeing a WoW version of a council boss, which on its own isn't bad. But yeah. Dratnos, what's your take on the old Primal Council?
I agree with pretty much everything that Growl said about it. It's just, for me, that's not what I'm, like, when I'm making my list of these bosses, how much of kind of ease of farm and how enjoyable my 2 out of 9 or 2 out of 8 mythic alt run or whatever is on it. That's something that is, I don't weight very much at all when I'm thinking about, like, what are my favorite bosses. Like, for me, a boss doing well on the list is going to be because it was, like, good during mythic progression, which, you know, a second boss can be, and I have second bosses on my list, but Primal Council wasn't anything like that for me, right? Primal Council on mythic progression had very little going on for me, and then on farm, I think, yeah, it's a great farm experience. I mean, Vaulted Incarnate's farm had some problems, actually, because Terrace was a pretty fun boss you didn't want to pull because it would brick your vault, but the side of it where you would just do Aranog Primal Council and then get some juicy loot was really cool. That was nice. It's just not what's important to me about a raid, so it's not what I'm making my list based off of.
Okay.
Yeah, not to cut Dratnos off, but I kind of noticed that with my list, too, is when we were doing the dungeons last week, I cared very much about how it was designed, and I tried to like do all these different like calculations about like what is prog like and what is it like for all these different guilds. And then when I was doing this list, I was just like, you know, I'm not really a raider, so this is what I think. This is what, I don't care if it was only fun for a healer. I don't care if it was miserable for range. I don't care what design they were going for. I'm just like purely ranking it based off of like how much fun I had.
That is exactly what I wanted you to do. Believe me.
Well, which is funny because I think it was sort of the opposite for you guys last time, where it was like, I feel like Max is going to be really into the design of the bosses, and like he was in every step in PTR, whereas in the dungeons, it's like, sorry, excuse me. You know, you're just like, well, I played this for a couple weeks when I was pushing keys. How did I feel about it? It's
yeah,
cool, I guess.
I mean, there will be a boss on my list that is almost certainly not on any one of yours, and it will be entirely because of my experience with it. So, all right, let's move on. My number 9 is, and this was a late addition because for some reason in my mind I like just ignored all of the first bosses and kind of threw them all together in each raid because I just felt like, I don't know, just all of the first bosses in Dragonflight were kind of just really good first bosses. Like, they often can do first bosses bad. I don't think any of them were like unbelievably good, but it's kind of hard for a first boss to be that good. But yeah, I put down Kazara, the first boss on Aberrus. I just think it's one of the best first bosses they've made. It's simple, to the point, single target. The like beam mechanic and getting rid of the rifts was cool. It wasn't super hard, but it's not supposed to be. I feel like if you could kill Kazara, at least as like a pug player looking for that 3-box, you could absolutely have killed at least Zakali and maybe Amalgamation Chamber, right? So, I don't know. Big fan of Kazara. Did any of you guys have Kazara on your list at all?
I have it higher.
All right. Dratnos, what's your 9?
Aranog.
Another first boss. Okay, does anyone else have Aranog on their list?
I actually also had Aranog as my 9.
Oh, so base.
Okay, so we'll talk about that when we get to yours. All right, Teapot, what's your 9?
My 9th is Teros.
Oh, I have Teros significantly higher.
I have it higher.
Yep. All right, that is good. Growl, and your 9 is Aranog. All right, either one of you take it away.
All right, well, I'll sort of echo what I said about Primal Council as well. I think it's just a good, like, pretty straightforward, like, pug boss. And I also agree with your comment about how almost all of the first to early bosses of the raid were pretty good. And so I kind of wanted to just pick which one I thought was my favorite to include. But it's kind of hard to rank it high because it's an early boss. I would say the reason I like this boss over Kazara is that I feel like I don't know, Dragon boss. But I think the portals sort of like create this like weird opportunity to like grief other people. Like the fact that like you're relying on other people to like put your line through, and like I don't know, it feels like it's not really coordination, but it just kind of like usually first bosses are like turn brain off and like slam the boss and like do mechanics, and it can be annoying when other people don't care. They like, you know, yoink the portal that you were going for, they place a portal like in a really dumb spot. It's just kind of like a more frustrating boss to pug, whereas Aranog is like, I don't know, like very straightforward. Like, you know, you just kind of do your thing, nuke the ads, kill the boss. It's like, you know, again, not really anything crazy, doesn't require weak auras.
Yep. Dratty?
Yeah, so I will say, like, I'm not, you know, president of the Aranog fan club or anything. It's worth noting there are only like 27 bosses here in this expansion, so, you know, the bottom of this list these are basically like slightly above average bosses, right? Compared to the average would be like 14th place or something this expansion. But I do think Aranog is it's a pretty fun one. You know, you get a nice burn. It's I think for a first boss, it's a good intro to the raid. So yeah, no complaints here. And in this expansion, like as we start getting below number 9, we start getting to the bosses that I have huge complaints about, which includes even Raz.
Okay, yeah, we have I also think Aranog gets some points for just looking sick as fuck.
Yeah.
You know, like just doing the first intermission and like the mobs going in and out of the, like in a circle in a line. I don't know. That just looks sick. And I think some of the bosses here actually got points for me for being visually really impressive. All right, cool. Shout out Aranog. My number 8 is Fyrak.
I have it higher.
Okay.
I also have it higher.
Alrighty. Dratnos, what is your 8?
Kazara.
Okay. This is the highest anyone has Kazara, is that correct? I believe so. Take it away.
Kazara was a sick first boss, actually. If anything, I kind of wish I put this thing higher. Like, as far as first bosses go, this maybe was a little hard for a lot of groups, right? Like, you actually had to do, like, the gameplay of Kazara. I remember doing Kazara on PTR when it was kind of tuned a little higher and stuff. And you're like, oh my god, there's some real boss mechanics here, right? Like, painting the rifts and room conservation and like strategizing where you were moving around there. And then I remember at the start of the first day of Aberrus, we were hearing that like, oh my god, guilds are taking like 20 pulls to kill Kazara. You know, what is this boss? It's kind of crazy. Then we ended up like one-shotting it or whatever, and obviously it wasn't actually that bad.
What a flex. Crazy flex.
We're pretty good. Also, we had gear and stuff.
It was just no problem for you guys. Yeah.
Exactly. It was really easy. And then we were going to go for world first, but we decided to let you guys have it that tier because we felt bad. But yeah, anyways, the boss is fun. I don't know. It's a fun one. It created as well. One of the things we liked about Aranog Primal Council was the dynamic. Again, I'm not rating it all based off of this, so this wasn't at all relevant for how I made this list. But it is a nice thing about the boss is that if you could kill the first boss, you could get a vault out of this raid. I think that was true in all 3 raids of this expansion. That was nice because there have been some in the past. Like if you go back to Battle of Dazar'alor, if you could kill Champions of the Light, you very likely could not kill Grong or Jadefire Masters, right? Like the amount of groups that could kill Champion of the Light, you could get a good solid 5-player Mythic Plus team into that raid and they could kill Champion of the Light, right? Like you didn't need the other 15 people, but Grong and Jadefire Masters were both pretty hard, right? But yeah, nice thing about Kazara was that it was actually harder than Assault, right? It was harder than Amalgamation Chamber. It gave you a guaranteed Z's vault for your alt runs, or you didn't get saved, which shout out to, they should change the Mythic Lockout system, but
yeah, anyway. I mean, what a testament to how bad the Mythic Lockout system is, that's something that you actually consider when you're like thinking about the boss. Is like, okay, well, you know, I'm not gonna get stuck when I join a pug because the first boss is the hardest boss of the 3. Like, what? Ridiculous.
Yeah, they made a UI element change to like how the raid info tab looks and everything recently, and like the first thing I did when I looked on it was to see if there was like any like mythic raid lockout changes. A topic for a different stream, but that is one of the most ancient things that still exists in WoW and is a big problem.
Yeah.
Terrace, what's your Teapot, do you have any takes on Kazara?
Yeah, I think that I guess I will just put this on the table. I'm going to admit that I have a bias kind of against the earlier bosses, I would say, because they aren't hard enough to an extent, and I like the more complicated encounters. I think Kazara is very solid though, actually. In fact, I'd say a lot of the early bosses are like very, very solid, and that's kind of like some of the reason that I have with Taros, right? Like, it's just good. It's fun to play. I'd say the same thing about Null Root as well. I think actually in Yggdrasil too. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But you know, it's not quite what I'm looking for, I guess, like in a raiding experience. And I would say, yeah, you know, this is fun. I'm down. Let's go get a Kazara done. Let's go. And it was definitely a fun introduction. It was, of course, the first mythic boss that I ever encountered in World of Warcraft, and I definitely do like the beam mechanic. I think that's really, really cool. Just that, yeah, I mean, you know, the way I see a lot of these earlier encounters, I go like, oh man, if only this was the 7th or 8th boss. This, you know, like, let's go, let's crank it up, let's dial up to 11, let's have some fun with this. And that's kind of my commentary on a lot of the earlier encounters in some of these raids.
All right, cool. We have what is your 8, by the way? What's your next one?
I think this one will be. This is gonna be a fun one. This is a bit spicy, maybe. I actually, on reflecting, in the hour you gave me, I reflected upon all of the fights, and I decided that this list actually needed to have Ziskan on it, and that is my 8th for the top 10.
I have Skarn higher. We'll be talking about it later.
Oh, very nice.
I have Skarn much, much, much lower, so that evens it all out.
It all evens out, yeah. All right, Grell, what is your 8?
My number 8 is Forgotten Experiments.
Ooh, I was not expecting that. Does anyone else have this? Okay, what's your?
I don't. I almost wish I had now.
Ooh, all right. So the thing that I like most about Forgotten Experiments is I sort of like the pacing of it. I feel like generally a fight that gets harder and harder and harder doesn't really work that well unless it's like somewhat simple and somewhat easy. And I kind of feel like it's just a fun overall fight with a lot of different mechanics. And towards the end, I really like mechanics. I would describe them as sort of like nerve checks of something that takes very little coordination, that's not very tough, but like, you know, when your guild is about to kill the boss and like, you know, there are 3 people dead and you're like, you know, like they fall apart and it's like, you know, so for instance, the orbs that you just have to like bounce that are doing damage, as well as just the dragon when he flies around the room or whatever. I feel like it's just a sort of a well-paced fight where like it gets harder as it goes on, but the complexity sort of doesn't get too crazy or complex at the end. In terms of like the strategy, I know there's probably like different stuff that you can do, and I don't really care about that because every guild that isn't Liquid or Echo just copies everybody. So I know there might be some people that don't like it because like, you know, there's missed opportunity or whatever, but overall I find it's like a pretty fun fight to heal. It's a pretty well-paced fight. I also kind of like the decisions that you get with the debuffs as well. I know like high-end guilds probably just like mass dispel every specific stacks at specific sizes, but I kind of like the idea from a healer perspective that like, oh man, I have no defensives, like I'm just gonna drop my debuff and just throw it to somebody else because I'm gonna be in trouble, or like I'm not even gonna stand in the mass dispel because I have like defensives and I'm gonna hold on to it. I feel like there's a little bit of like individual decision making that you can make that impacts the raid, but it's not really like you know, you just wipe the raid because of it. Like worst case, you just like die or whatever.
I think Forgotten Experiments, I said this earlier on Primal Council, I think it is a direct result of there being 2 council fights in a row that were like stack everything up and blast it in Prototype, Pantheon, and Primal Council, and they were like, from a very beginning design decision, they were like, okay, we're gonna make this fight, but it is definitely not gonna do that. So they did the like coming out at half thing. One positive I have from this is it is cool that your decision on when to lust and on what boss you lust, which happened to just be one of the first ones, but like killing one of the bosses had more value than killing the others because you wanted to stop a mechanic that was going to kind of ramp for the rest of the fight. I like that it was like, okay, we have to kill this boss as fast as possible while not getting overrun. A small negative I would take away is something very similar, which is you said it kind of ramps in difficulty. I think it actually ramps in difficulty right up until the moment that the second boss dies, and I think it gets significantly easier. Like the end of the boss when you're just knocking the orbs away and dodging the breath is easier than when like the previous guy is out and you still have to worry about having the orbs dead before he casts that like violent scream spell or whatever the fuck it is. Like that part wasn't good for me. Like we were again one of the people who got to strategize this, and usually fights like this are better because of that, but I just found that process like really tedious. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it was. I think it's just another, for me, it's another one of the really forgettable whatever council fights, and I wish they would go back to making really, really good ones, because I think really good council fights are like a hallmark of raiding. They're just as necessary to every raid, in my opinion, a good council fight as like a really good sludge fist patchworky type fight. Rashok, right? Which I'm sure we'll talk about later. So I just bring back good council fights is my take, and that is why you will see 0 council fights on my list today.
I want to add about Forgotten
Okay. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No. After you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I think that Forgotten Experiments, I think it might be maybe my favorite implementation of council fights in this expansion, actually, because it does have that element of, yeah, you stack them together, but you also, so you have to deal with both the mechanics simultaneously. You do have the decision making on the lust timing. What kind of brings it down for me is I find it really weird that when you would push the boss to 50% would actually change. It would kind of offset some of the timers, right? So you could kind of skip one of the bombs in phase 2. That stuff is kind of weird to me. I'm not a huge fan of that. And I found the orbs to be pretty gimmicky overall, actually. But yeah, I certainly didn't hate it. Right? I actually agree with a lot of the positives that have been discussed about here when it comes to like a council fight implementation for sure.
Yeah, I agree that it's a big downside for me that the way that you kind of do that fight, like if you're actually undergeared, if you're trying to kill it with as high success chance as possible, involved like, oh, you got to wait till 43 seconds in the fight to make your push or whatever, right? And like you're stopping DPS, you're looking at it to make sure you can do that. That was something that we did during progression on that fight, which, you know, even though it's only like 5 or 10 pulls or whatever, it's still, you know, saving you time, right? And then we did it all through farm until like every time we killed that boss on farm, except for until we killed Sarkareth, we were doing that. Cringe, stop DPS, you know? Not just hold cooldowns, which I think is fine, but stop DPS, not fine.
Yeah. Yike. I hate Forgotten Experiments, man. I hate that fight.
This was also a boss that also just wow, it tore a new hole in your tanks, man. That was
oh, it did. It really
was
did.
Wild.
And
Yeah.
and it would, your tanks could, I don't know if you guys had tanks like this that like griefed your raid. Like it's definitely one of those ones where like tank positioning, exact tank positioning, most of the time on most fights, because they don't have to think about it, tanks kind of just like wander on top of each other a lot. But if you do that on this fight, you just destroy the raid.
Once pings came out though, I started using, I had a macro that pinged my co-tank, so I would just see where they were. I could like GPS onto them for clearing, and that, I swear that tech is so good. You guys got to start using that if you're ever,
you are like the president of the ping association.
Pings are insane, man. They're so good.
I mean, I tried to say that like as soon as it came out. Like I remember when pings came out mid patch, like not new content, mid patch. I remember there being so much negativity towards them. They were like, oh, pings, it's like, yeah, it's cool, but like just use raid markers and stuff. And I'm like, guys, just wait until new content comes out and you like start thinking about things with pings as a problem solving option, and it's gonna be the shit. And I was right. Let's go. So I'm part of the cabinet for your crew.
Vice president of pings. That's
yep.
good.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing as well, this is one of the few fights that got harder in Awakened because you don't have Massive Spell anymore. Like Massive Spell, you've Massive Spell once every 3 minutes.
Has that been weird trying to like single dispel?
I did like an alt run or whatever with some of your guildies actually, and they this fight we like wiped 5 times or something on that run, which it's
that's tragic.
Didn't used to happen because it used to just be go to blue, get MD'd, and now it's go to blue and do single dispels, and you can't trust 2 of the healers.
Oh yeah, we learned from Fyrak you can't quite trust healers with that. Although Fyrak was just the worst thing ever for healers in P1. But all right, my 7. I'm interested to see if you guys have this. I doubt it. Maybe Teapot does, but I really doubt Growl will, and maybe Dratnos will, just because he's based. It is Laredar. Does anyone have Laredar?
Come on.
What?
You're making fun of my list and you have Laredar on your list?
Yo, you got to hear me out. And keep in mind, this is a boss that we killed in like 7 pulls. But I'm assuming no one else has Laredar, right?
Good assumption.
No Laredar.
Okay. Good deception. I love Laredar. I think Laredar is the best version ever that they've made of a healer fight. A fight where there is a mechanic where you have to heal up things throughout, you know, like Sun King's Blessing, or way back in the day, that one ICC Green Dragon boss, or Sulong. just healer bosses in general, I think this is the best one they've ever made. I think any negatives with it is going to be kind of like I enjoy the harder bosses angle where you're like you get to this bar. I think we killed this boss in 7 tries or something like that. But the actual strategizing for this fight was really interesting. When you would push, how many phases you would want to do. The only thing that missed for me on Larodar was the last phase of the fight could have been a lot better, and I wish it was more hectic. Like I wish you had to kill Larodar at the end and like you're fighting against time, either through uncc'able trees or something. Like basically if Larodar was like a later boss in the raid, I think it would have been cool. But like I wanted to include it because I really enjoyed the problem solving process for it. Even though it died really fast, I thought it was really cool and really good, and I want to encourage Blizzard for coming up with cool new creative boss ideas like this in the future and execute on them well, which I think Larodar did, and it only suffered from being not really tuned at a high level like some other early bosses in this raid were.
All right, so Larodar, in theory, if you're a group of people who is 20 people that care about completing the boss and you're working together as a team, Larodar could be a fine boss. The problem is everyone that plays this game is a zoo animal, and Larodar is literally the definition of a boss where, oh, X person didn't do their job, and we just immediately wipe and go again, over and over and over. Oh, the healer didn't heal the bramble, we're dead. Oh, this guy didn't do the hose, we're dead. Oh, this tank pointed this way, you're dead. It's just literally a fight where you feel like you have so little control as a single player, and it's just so, like, frustrating. On top of that, by far the most frustrating thing for me in that fight is, okay, so you have the hose, and the way the hose worked is you would have 3 people that were assigned to connect to each other and then run around the room and clear the lava, right? But the problem is, oh, I'm a warlock. I don't want to move around. I gotta cast demons. And so I'm sitting here and I hook up to the hose and I hook up to the warlock, and he's just standing there in the middle of the room just casting stuff over and over. And it's like, dude, please, can we clear the room? And we're just, half of the hose is gone, and the warlock is just has an army of demons, and he hasn't moved 1 inch. And it's just, I don't know, that fight, I just don't like anything about that fight. Maybe it's because I'm in Drogo's guild, but I just feel like it's just so frustrating. It feels like you have so little control, and it's like, I don't know. I hate fights where you have to heal ads. I hate fights where you have to rely on other people or the raid wipes. And I get if you're going to have like a really difficult end of like raid boss where, you know, everyone has to do their job, like that's totally acceptable on like, you know, the last boss of the raid or the second boss. But to have just, I don't know, I feel like it's just such a wipe fest on farm because everyone's trying to pad.
How did you feel about the like targeting of the friendlies to heal?
Oh yeah, that wasn't good.
I didn't. So this is gonna sound like an advertisement, but I recently switched to Cell raid frames, and they do a much better job than anything I had before with friendly stuff. So I actually don't have a problem now on Awaken, but I hated it in Prog.
Okay, yeah, because I remember for a healer boss, one that all the healers hated was something that was a lot of negative points from my perspective.
True.
Yeah. I love how every healer hates this boss, and then Max leads with, "So this is the greatest implementation of a healer boss they've ever made."
Yeah, I guess I wasn't coming at that from a healer's perspective, but I consider this boss.
This is my favorite healer boss as a DPS player because there's one little tiny
not a
stick
DPS
that
player.
the healer has to heal, so that makes it a healer
It's
boss.
more just
Okay,
I
I'll
think
stop.
this is the best executed boss that was designed to be like what I would consider a healer boss. But yeah, I definitely do understand the getting on there. But also you're saying like, well, I just have a warlock that doesn't move, but like that's just like one point of communication where, okay, we had people who were not really mobile or didn't want to move. Like there are some classes that are great at moving and some that aren't, right? So like we had our warlocks do the thing too, but they were just the first point of the chain, so they had to do the least amount of movement. And then if you were sitting there waiting for him, you could have been like, hey man, you click the seed next time and I'll chain off you, and like you just stand there and I'll run around and clear the fire, right?
Oh,
so,
I
like,
communicated to them. Oh, I did.
Okay, I think this might be a Drogo guild bit, but maybe. Teapot.
Lardo was Lardo was on. It was on my shortlist actually for this. I was kind of umming and ahhing if I wanted to slap it on the list somewhere. I think, and you know, maybe it was a really tough decision because I actually do really like this style of encounter. I love the space management aspect of it, and then when you get to phase 2, right? You know, the trees are moving in, but it didn't quite deliver for me, I think, especially in phase 2. And I think some of this is because obviously I get to these encounters significantly later than you guys, so obviously we're a bit more juiced up and the bosses kind of die. And this is what I felt about Amidris in particular, actually. A lot of the early bosses just kind of like, oh, we did it! Oh, nice. Yeah, good job, guys. And, before it ramped up significantly when you get to kind of the ending part of the raid there as well. But yeah, just a very solid fight. I don't have anything super negative to comment about Laradar, to be honest. And I think that it would probably make like a top 15 for me, but maybe not quite.
Which is almost
10.
all the bosses in the expansion, by the way. But all
yeah,
good.
for sure. I think I think these lists are really difficult to do for that reason. Okay.
The list is not. Yeah, like I thought about that too. Like you could have done a top 5. I did a top 10 because Hirumaredx did a top 10. But really, the content in this isn't the lists of 10. And you guys probably know this. It's the discussion that you have about the bosses when they come up. That is what is interesting about this. So, so all good there. All right, Dratty, what is your 7?
Taros.
I have Taros higher.
Same.
Okay, Teapot, what is your 7?
Number 7 is actually, and this is, I will say that maybe I have to swap this out if heroic takes are not allowed, but actually Razagath, the Storm Eater, is number 7 for me.
I think heroic take should be like it's whatever metrics you.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Like,
yeah,
I would wholeheartedly agree that heroic Razagath is.
I wanted
if you enjoy like mythic rating, heroic Razagath is the best heroic boss they've ever made.
Yeah, actually, entirely right. I thought about that, and I didn't think it would be, like, super relatable. It would be weird to, like, rank literally every other boss based on Mythic, but then when one of the bosses was horrible on Mythic but happened to be a great Heroic boss, you would say Razagath, but specifically Heroic, right? Just to double-check, this is the highest Razagath is on the list, right? I think so. All right, what was your experience with Razagath, Mr. Teapot?
So... obviously, I actually did watch the Race to Worlds first, so I kind of had a little bit of an impression of what's going on. And actually, after I kind of talk about this from my side, I would actually love to hear why Mythic, like sucked so bad, like from your perspective. That would be super interesting. But yeah, to me, it's just a really cool, epic fight. I actually like the intermissions quite a lot, actually. In particular, where you have to block the ads from crossing over and healing each other. I think that type of thing is really cool, that kind of coordination check. With the ads teleporting out. I think that's really fun. I enjoy the heroic mechanic a whole lot, where you're getting pulled, right, and you have to manipulate the position of the pull, stuff like that. I also like that the one thing that this happens in a couple of the raids, actually. I like it where the tank... if the tank doesn't mitigate correctly, everyone takes a lot more damage. This is kind of a interesting thing. I'm actually, this is a kind of derailing here a little bit, but one of the complaints I have about raiding, and I think this is a late cutting edge perspective, is that tanking is too easy and that you don't get punished for mistakes nearly enough as tanking. Actually, I think you definitely feel differently, actually, perhaps if I raided at a higher level, obviously, but that's something that I do like about stuff like Heroic Razagath. If you kind of mess up, then you might end up killing other people. I think that's really good. Yeah, just all around, I think it's cool. I like it's a fight that's got a lot to it, some coordination checks. I'm a Guild Wars 2 player, so I actually love stuff like the wing buffet, getting pushed off and having to use movement skills and all kinds of crazy stuff to hang onto the platform. That's really fun to me. I think stuff like that is really cool, yeah. Big fan.
I'll probably get into, like, he wanted to hear my perspective after, so I'll probably do that after you guys give your takes on the old Razzie G. Wait, before you do that, actually, you mentioned tanking being easy. That is not a hot take. It's actually, and I don't know how they can solve this, but it is part of the issue with tanking and raid. Like, tanking in Mythic Plus is awesome. You're, like, much more challenged, mainly due to infinitely scaling mob damage and stuff. And then if you aren't challenged, you can just pull bigger, right? But in raid, they have run into the issue where, like, it just gets easier over time. Like, by the time you did this raid, and by the time most people do this raid, tanks have, like, a ton of gear. Where, like, one difference in that is, like, for world first progression, when you're doing this week 1 and tanks are the lowest priority for gear, and you are expected to multi-class every other possible class in your role, which is not true of any other role, that's, you need, like, at the world first level, you need your absolute best players tanking. And at even a rank not even too far below that, I don't want to make up a number, tanks become a lower priority instantly, and I wonder how they could ever close that gap in raiding where it exists in Mythic Plus, like, effortlessly. But yeah, that's something that's an issue in the game for sure. Not to derail too much, but just to answer that before they talked about Razagath.
Yeah,
there you have it. Tanks are bad. True.
Yeah, it's directly below my guild is where tanks are allowed to be bad, but Once you're in my guild, that's where it's important. Tanks are really important and powerful.
And your best players.
Yeah, they have to be. Actually,
And I can get behind that,
wouldn't-
100%.
I think we'd have our
Obviously,
healers.
I
be our
am the
best
best player
players.
in my guild.
If we could choose, I think it'd be healer. Maybe it'd be tanks. Honestly, like if your tanks are bad, they have the easiest job, but every time they screw up, your raid wipes. I don't know. Like that's true, and not just Razagath. That's true in a lot of fights. Razagath. Okay, I agree. The heroic version of this fight was really sweet. Mythic had a couple of problems that hold it back for me, but I did put this on my list as well in 10. Like there was a lot of fun on Razagath. One problem with Mythic was that the calibration of the difficulty of the different phases was quite far off. The first phase was really hard, but it was actually kind of fun. The first intermission was really hard. They nerfed it by like 60% between the Race World first starting and when my guild killed the boss, but it was still really hard for us. Like that was still a phase we wiped, I think, the most in. The second phase was, I think, perfectly tuned and fun.
True.
And then the second intermission was just, it wasn't particularly hard, but it was extremely tedious, and it was a little hard, and it was, 7 years into the fight or something. So by the time you got there, everybody was tired. You had to go to bed. You had to do shifts of napping and waking up so that you could make it through the fight. And then you got to the third phase, which was cool, but was also undertuned. So you didn't actually get that much satisfying phase 3 progression in a phase that offered, I think, quite a lot conceptually. And then it just kind of fell over once you got your first pull where you did 80% of it right. And that is kind of fundamentally unsatisfying for a phase that had such high potential. So, yeah, I mean, again, not an awful fight. There were a lot of stuff going for it, but the downsides were also pretty big.
Yeah,
it had an end boss.
It had negative skill or difficulty ramping. It started off the fight with the hardest phase, and then as the fight went on, it just got easier and easier, and that's just a strange dynamic that would make any boss bad. But you did point out something, Dratnos, that I think is interesting, which is that P2 actually is a good phase. I think that is lost in a lot of Razagath Mythic discussion, is like the whole fight is bad, but the second phase of Razagath Mythic was like, I want to say like maybe what they designed the fight for and then made the other phases work, because like that phase is just perfect. Like everything about it is great. But yeah, I'll give Growl, what was your Razagath? Did you do Razagath?
I did like a little bit. I don't have a lot to say like about it. I think I don't know. It was just kind of whatever. Boss is too hard.
They designed that fight to be done. It was really interesting. They'd never done this before. They gave Evoker a bunch of new, like brand new, unique utility as a new class in the expansion. And then they designed the first end boss so aggressively to make use of the utility that they had. Right? They deliberately made two classes completely unable to do the fight unless you had an Evoker pick them up and carry them, which I think if you were to ask a Paladin or a Priest player what it was like doing Razagath early on, like, is absolute hell. Like, talk about waiting for other people to not mess up. Like, if a dragon just forgot to pick you up, you would just fall off the edge and die, and it would look like your fault. Like, it's pretty miserable in that way. But if you asked why I specifically didn't like it, the negative difficulty curve for sure, but also... this was the first end boss I felt like we weren't actually progressing it. Like, usually when you progress any fight, hard or not, you get better at it, and then you continue, and then you get more consistent, and then you're working on the next part of the fight, all the while getting more consistent by having constant repetition of the early parts. And that never happened on this fight. Like, you did P1, and P1 was actually really well tuned and really difficult. And then you got to the P1 intermission, and it was literally twice as hard as it should have been. We sent 19 people to one platform and spec'd full AoE builds and could not kill the mobs in time. Like, they were literally had twice as much health as they were supposed to have. So we just couldn't progress there at all. We had to wait for it to be nerfed. Okay, they nerfed it. We progressed through it. We get to the first Storm Surge. It's like twice as big as it should be. Can't learn anything. They nerf it. We get through it. We go through the rest of the fight. The second intermission had no reason to exist. Just made the fight longer for no reason. And then the last phase was actually really good. Like, it was difficult. It was short. And you had to, like, kill the boss as fast as possible. And we were, like, getting ready to wake up and, like, okay, we think we can optimize our damage over the weekend. We can figure out how to kill this. And then, like, obviously the boss was nerfed and killed while we were sleeping. So I don't know if you knew that, but that's the main reason why.
Always fun.
Yeah, not great when that happens. Second, it turned a phase we were looking forward to optimizing into the easiest part of the fight. And Now it's a long phase, which made it less fun, and there was less going on, and it just seemed like a target dummy that you had to do like 1 or 2 mechanics right, where the phase previously was like pretty intense. So they made the boss worse. Yeah, I don't know. It just was bad for that. But then like Dratnos and other people progressed it without having to deal with any of that. They started the boss with it in its killable form. And I think still, even in those cases, it's pretty lower reviewed. But I mean, I've never had much of a worse time on any boss than we did on Razagath.
One thing I think about end bosses that's tough to sort of talk about is everyone has like a very, very different experience, right? I think the end bosses are the most different in terms of like how Max experiences it, Dratnos, me, and Teapot. Like I'm pretty sure all 4 of us literally have very, very different experiences with that boss, just because like the amount of time, depending on when you kill it, the fact that it always, like the end bosses very frequently get nerfed or tuned and stuff. I feel like it's very hard to have a shared experience on an end boss like that unless you're in the same guild.
Yeah. That's why it's important that like we're doing our lists for us, right? We're not trying to do like a
general list.
What's the best for the community type thing? What should Blizzard do type thing?
And not only how your guild experienced it, but even as a different role, a fight could be awesome versus a fight that isn't great. So, all right, Razagath, Growl, what is your 7?
My number 7 is actually another end boss, and I will continue to terrorize the list with Sarkareth.
I have it higher.
I have it higher as well.
Oh, okay. All right, maybe
I have Sarkareth higher.
All right, maybe my opinion is right here.
Well, you're terrorizing the list by having it too low, is what you meant.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Yeah. Okay, we have my 6, I guess. My 6 is Taros. Does anyone have Taros higher?
I had Taros higher.
Okay. Dratnos, what is your 6?
Smolderon.
I have Smolderon higher. Teapot, what is your 6?
My 6 is Nimue.
Oh, interesting. This almost made my list.
I also have this boss at 6.
Oh, cool. All right. Either one of you take it away.
I like it. I like the fight. It is good. I think it's really fun. And again, I think this is definitely a bit of a melee or kind of tank perspective. I think optimizing your uptime while also successfully doing the mythic mechanic and also handling the regular blooms as well is really fun. I like the fact that you have to rotate players between the mythic ad and of course the regular ads across the board there. I think it's very, very solid. I would rate it higher if it did a little bit more. I would say that a weakness it has is that it doesn't. I kind of wish it had an extra mechanic. I think it did have one on PTR or something, but it was kind of scuffed and weird, and so it kind of was disposed of at some point. But yeah. I like it. It is good.
Is that true, Dratnos?
I don't know.
That doesn't sound right to me. I think the boss went live with all of
Oh wait, no. It was like weird on PTR for something. Let me go
fact check him on PTR, Max. Come on.
Oh, the knives. It had.
Wait, he was right, and he was right.
And he was right.
It
Yeah,
is.
it was the it had fallen avatar knives. I totally forgot, dude.
You needed
good
to
shout.
like bring them through lines to reduce
Okay,
their
that
damage
was
as well.
that was okay. You said that
Yeah.
like you wish you had a little more. That specific mechanic you would not wish was there because like it required so much more movement. The dagger would go to you, and you had to make sure that it crossed a line on the floor, which meant you had to cross a line on the floor. And if you didn't, it would one shot you. It was not good. It was the good that it was gone. But that's the good shout. I actually forgot that existed.
So I also rated this boss high. I thought again, sort of like Forgotten Experiments, I thought the pacing of this fight was cool in the sense that you start the phase, you get the like, you know, the everyone takes damage, but it's like pretty easy, and then it starts off easy, and then as more and more flowers or whatever spawn, it gets harder and harder. The group damage gets like really high, and then eventually you sort of have to split up. I sort of like the split up, especially towards the end, where again if it was a little bit hectic and there were people dead, you know, you can sort of be like, oh, the left ad needs help, like send some people over here. One thing I didn't like was the fact that the mythic ad, like, I didn't quite understand why you could only go to the mythic ad once. I felt like just having 3 ads and just like, I don't know, I guess they wanted you to rotate and not go to the same one every time. But it was a little bit frustrating when, like, you know, the 2 people that happened to die were the people that needed to go to the mythic ad last. And it felt like you couldn't really compensate for things like that happening. And I would have liked, you know, like like, for instance, if the left ad needed help, you can like, you know, communicate and figure it out and then solve it. But if it's the mythic ad where people are dead, it's a little frustrating. Now, it maybe says something for my guild that, you know, a lot of my thoughts on bosses are what it's like when a few people are dead. But I think that's, you know, a lot of other people that play this game as well. You know, everyone's got those couple people in their guild. But overall, I think it was like a pretty fun fight. I also kind of like fights where, you know, like, on Prog, it's like, okay, you're trying to soak the flowers and not take so much group damage. And then on Farm, it's like, well, okay, now there's a bunch of flowers up because my DPS don't want to move, but like, that's kind of okay because it gives me something to heal. And it's like, obviously that's like not a super big factor, but there's just a lot of like little cool things about the fight that I think are interesting. I also think the lines are kind of a funny sort of like nerve check that I mentioned, like the previous boss, where they're like very, very easy if you're ready for them, but when there's a lot of other hectic stuff going on and you're trying to figure things out, like you just get hit by the line and you get stunned and you feel really stupid. I maybe wish the visibility would have been a little bit higher, but overall I think a lot of the mechanics in that fight were like very, very fair, and just, you know, you felt like you were improving at the boss. It felt like it had a good duration where, you know, you learn it over the course of a couple hours and then you beat it.
Yeah, I thought this boss was great. It almost made my list. It certainly could have over any of the bosses near the bottom here. It was also, I want to shout out one thing that you guys already said about Naimu. This is a boss that like we killed in 2 pulls, so like I don't think about this boss a lot because it just instantly died. But I do I do like the design of it, and it also made me realize in the WoW community that like people, a lot of the times they're complaining about shit, they have no idea what they're talking about. So one common complaint this patch was like, everything is too hard to see. I hate when bosses like make everything the same color, and like Naimu was just like a very green fight, so people immediately were like, I can't see anything. But like, I feel like this boss, while most everything was green, was very visual and not hard really to see anything. And in fact, I think the thing that was the hardest to see on this fight was actually the only ability that was red. Like, that was the one that was frequently missed the most, and I think usually when people make that argument, they have no idea what they're talking about.
This boss, I will say, if you're on a spec you're like unfamiliar with, or if you're kind of bad at the game, that causes the stun lines to go invisible on your monitor, I've found. That's, and then you get stunned, you're like, what? But yeah, I agree with you. If you kind of know what's going on, everything is actually very easy to see, except for sometimes the red flower.
Yeah. Big fan of Naimu, though.
Yeah.
Also another, like, opposite of Laerdar in the same raid, but a very unique boss. And always a fan of them. When these boss designers, especially sometimes it's like one of their first bosses they make, they, you know, coming at it with a different perspective and trying something that isn't super close to other bosses that have existed. Anytime those end up okay or good, I'm just a huge fan of that, because I think the more variety in raids, the better. Let's do, I guess we're on my 5. This will definitely be the highest this boss is here. So I have Skarn at number 5. No one else, I believe. We had one person with Skarn on their list, and I'm interested to hear Teapot's take, especially as Aberrus being your first Mythic raid, and you, I believe, having gotten to that boss after the whole fiasco happened. But I just want to say before I start talking about this boss, I fully understand why everyone hates this. Like, the way it was nerfed, where they made the boss less fun than how it was originally, like before you cheese stratted it. The timing of the nerf, and like the result of that, like the actionable thing being that guilds just extended for the rest of the tier, and the guilds who didn't extend were just weeks behind. Like, truly terrible situation. But this is my list, and none of that applied to me. In fact, I think very similar to Lihivum, which is a Sepulchre boss, that I think a lot of you guys probably have never thought about since you killed it, maybe since I said it right now, was actually another boss that I would have ranked extremely highly in a Sepulchre or in a Shadowlands list, because killing that boss for us was insane. Like, you had to figure out what boss to go to and where, which ads to kill in the intermission. We constantly were changing what ads we were going to and why, and that whole solving process as a guild was fascinating. But everyone else, when they killed the boss, did the thing we did, and it was just a boss you killed real fast and didn't really think about a lot again. Skarn is very similar. Problem-solving Skarn was super hard. Like, figuring out exactly how many people and how many range you need to kill the things while also optimizing boss damage, the exact positioning of where the bombs are, exactly what the logic should be for clearing the bombs, how you spawn them, what sides of the room you want to leave open. When we killed this boss, the famous wall strat, we YOLO'd that at 5%. We never spoke about it before we did it. And with that kill felt epic. We felt like we had to play extremely well on the pull we killed it. There were so many good improvisational plays by a few of our raiders, especially the bomb clears that made that happen. And I thought it was a good time to showcase that. And we just in general had a good time doing Skarn. But I fully understand that everyone else that did it after, it was deeply problematic, and you won't agree with this at all, but it is my list, and I really enjoyed this. I think the boss design at a base level, what we did was brilliant. Literally no one else did it. Even the very next kill of this boss was on the wall for a fifth of the fight, right? The version you guys did after they nerfed the cheese strat was a worse version of what we did. They changed things to the fight that I still don't know exactly why, that made the fight less fun to do. So I'm a huge fan of Skarn. I'll always shout this out. I think the developer did an awesome job here, and I hope that he gets another boss in some of the upcoming raids to do, because I thought it was really good. Any thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I would actually echo a lot of those thoughts. Obviously, without the problem solving, because, you know, we just copy what the people who know what they're doing do. But yeah, I think that it's just a really fun fight from a movement perspective, right? I like fights that have a lot of movement, using stuff like the boss's knockback to escape from the tactical devastation. I think it's really fun. I think the lines mechanic is very, very solid, actually, overall, in that regard. Yeah, it's just... I like it. It's the kind of fight that I enjoy. It's actually reminiscent to one of the favorite bosses in Guild Wars 2, actually, funny enough. It had some similarities, so, yeah, it's good. I like it. I am a Skarn enjoyer, okay? I feel like the people who don't like it are the people who just move at the last second and die to lines. Skill issue.
That is good.
Says the tank.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And sometimes, you know, if someone's annoying me, I move the boss, and then they die to lines.
That was actually
gives me a lot of freedom there.
The most dangerous thing. Like, that caused more deaths on Skarn than anything else. Was actually tanks moving the boss with less than 2 seconds on volatile ejection going out. That absolutely murdered people. It was probably the biggest wipe causer.
Yeah, I don't want to go through the whole list of like the saga of the nerfs and stuff and why that was a huge problem. I think that's been talked about a lot, but I will say that there were also some strange decisions about how the mechanics worked that it was like 90% of the way to being a really well thought out boss, and then I think a lot of it as well was over the weeks where they were nerfing it, they didn't have that much time to think about how it should work, because stuff with like tactical being baited on the largest clump of players being rather than being on the boss, it creates like a really strange play pattern on that fight that I think it could have been nerfed into a pretty good version of a boss, and it ended up being like okay, but obviously, yeah, like this is one of those cases where it's kind of like Private Auras, the thing where it's like Blizzard would really like us to do the fights a certain way, and you guys did that, and it was fun and it was sweet, right? And then like, but as soon as Pandora's box is opened and like we figure out how to do it the best way, it's like, oh, this is actually really bad. And then there's kind of not, you can't put the genie back in the bottle, right? Like turns out there's no way to actually make that fight so that everybody has to do it the way you did without, you know, a lot of fundamental reworking to how the mechanics are envisioned.
Yeah, I think that's a risk of making bosses relatively interactive, where you have some control on how the mechanics play out. And yeah, personally, I do really like it when developers attempt to do that, and I definitely hear from what you're describing, and certainly what I know of the original version of the encounter, definitely some issues there, right? Especially when people figure out some crazy cheese strat that kind of just breaks the encounter in some sense. That's obviously going to be a really sour taste in anyone's mouth, any raider's mouth, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, look, you know, just don't be world's first, then it's not a big deal. Just, you know, be late cutting edge, and it's not a problem. Easy.
I think your take is always pretty refreshing and interesting, because I remember when you first started playing this game, it was in Season 2 of this expansion, correct?
Yeah, about halfway through Season 2-ish.
So I had a conversation with him on stream, not for any particular reason. I don't remember why. We just were talking. And it was during God Comp of Season 2, which most people will hear that and know exactly what that's talking about. They're like, oh, and Mythic Plus is the worst meta ever. And I didn't even really bring that up. I just asked him how he was enjoying the game at the moment. And he just talked for like 30 minutes about how much he was enjoying Mythic Plus and loved it. He didn't mention God Comp one time. That didn't matter to him. He was just like someone new to WoW enjoying it and doing a lot of high Mythic Plus, like upper 20s. And he was just like, yeah, I don't know, this is really sick. So I think it's interesting hearing someone's perspective that knows how to play MMOs at a high level, that is playing WoW for a pretty first time, and hearing a take of someone that doesn't have years and years of like pent up aggression towards the game kind of give a fresh take on it, which is also, I think, interesting for this conversation too.
I will definitely say that I probably do have some slightly psychopath takes, because stuff like God Comp doesn't really bother me that much, to be honest. Part of it is actually because of Guild Wars 2, by the way. In Guild Wars 2, imagine God Comp, but for 5+ years, maybe arguably more than that. Like there's some pretty good builds out there that stick around for a long time, so I'm kind of used to it a little bit. But yeah, for sure. I am a video game enjoyer, World of Warcraft enjoyer for sure. It is what it is. Augmentation Evoker was a mistake, by the way. That was not a good idea. Trust me. That's another Guild Wars 2 take. Not a good call, but it is what it is.
Oh yeah, that's the high approval rating take around these parts. All right, Dratnos, what's your number 5?
Amalgamation Chamber.
Way higher than me. Okay, I like it. Cook.
Yeah, it's a cool fight. Again, I would say my top 5 favorite boss of this expansion is still not gonna land on very high on the top 5 overall list or anything like that. But I think as far as second bosses go, like this one was sweet. You kind of had this decision about you can play the start of the fight like 3 different ways. You can even cleave, you can focus one down, you can be psychotic and stack the 2 bosses, and that does work if you have enough gear. We do that sometimes. People die, but just like a kill the boss, it's fun. There's also like a phase 2 that has ramping damage, and there's a mechanic in it that's not particularly well. I feel like nobody understood on first pulling the boss in my guild of like the mythic mechanic in P2 where you get assigned one and you need to clear on somebody else but not all be stacked because it does like an AoE explosion around you. That mechanic's actually kind of a fun little thing to YOLO in P2. The P1 decision making about clearing with people of the opposite color as you or standing in the middle and getting both stacks and then being in extreme danger is also actually a mechanic that offers like quite a bit of gameplay too, right? You can swap the positions of the 2 bosses. You can swap the positions of certain players. That was what my guild did. We had like 8 world markers in the middle, and you had a partner that you would meet at a certain marker at a certain point in P1. Of course, you didn't need to do this, but this was us on week 1, cooking how to do the fight, and it worked, and it was fun, and it was kind of a fun little mechanic to do, and there were a bunch of different. You could just leave the bosses in place once you had enough gear very easily as well, so it scaled really well into being a boss that just got easier without losing its core identity as you got more gear, which is always a good thing, especially for an early boss. So I don't know. I mean, I'm rating it against other second bosses, but it's hard to imagine a second boss doing much better than this. It seems like it did everything that it should do.
I agree with everything you said. I want to just add very quickly that the aesthetic of Shadow and Fire in this game, what is it, Shadow Flame? Is that the name of it? I mean,
That's right.
Just looks unbelievably fucking cool, and I think that adds a lot of value to this fight on top of that. Any other amalgam takes? Pretty basic.
Yeah, I would say that I'm not sure how common this strategy was, I guess. I don't have the absolute refined take on this, I suppose. But what kind of downgraded this fight for me is that a strategy that I saw come up a lot, and definitely in Pugs when I was doing Mythic Pugs, is that you would just kind of ignore the fight and just not do it right, if that makes any sense. You just basically have a tank solo one of them and just nuke the other one, and that kind of just deletes a lot of the mechanics. It doesn't really exist. So to me, it's like, oh man, I really love, I remember watching the Liquid guide. It's like, oh, you got to swap the bosses over. This is cool. I like this. But then I was like, oh, well, you actually don't do that. You just kind of, you ignore the fight and just don't do it.
Well, I want to push back on that a little bit because I think that that's kind of cool. So we knew you could do that in progression, but we couldn't do it because of our gear and the damage we had at the time, that the boss would have too much health in P2 to deal with. So we were forced to do the first phase right. But I think it's almost a positive for the boss that down the road with more gear, you can actually cook even more, and you can actually do something like, hey, we can just skip we're going to make P2 harder, but we can skip P1 if we want to. I think that choice is cool.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know where you're coming from. I see that, for sure.
Yeah, I actually have a similar experience. I couldn't even tell you what that boss does.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with second bosses, right? Is they if a second boss requires you to know the mechanics to do it at full eye level, it's way too hard, right? Like that's kind of unavoidable.
Bro, this guy in chat lied. I had to pull it up. He said, "What do you mean? You all did do that in week 1?
Exposed.
Those things are both at 50%.
Yeah, week 1 we
You had to do
almost
that.
had to, yeah, because otherwise P2 goes on for. I mean, you could
Yeah,
do
made
it, but
that
it's a
the fuck
question of
up.
if you want to kill it in 1 or 2 pulls versus 6 or 7 or whatever.
One
All right.
guy in the chat wins again.
Yep. All right, here we go. Mighty Teapot, what is your 5?
Smolderon.
I have Smolderon higher.
Same.
Growl 5.
All right. My number 5 is Kurog.
Anyone
I'm
else?
gonna scream. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, does anyone else have Kurog? Do you have Kurog, Teapot?
I do not.
All right.
But I do actually respect that. This is a Giga Chad take, actually.
Make your take, Growl.
All right. I can't really explain why, but for me, this is my favorite implementation of sort of like a... I don't want to call it like a dance boss, but like a scripted sort of fight where it's like there's just a bunch of different parts. Like, okay, go here. Okay, go here. Okay, go here. Okay, this mechanic. And it just feels very like fair and naturally sequenced. It's also just in general a pretty fun fight to heal. There's a lot of damage. It's very, very long. You have to manage your mana. I like the aesthetics of how there's like all the different elements. I get that they're supposed to be like, oh, you choose, stuff, but that's not how raids work. Everyone just copies Echo and Liquid. And so I just generally like how there's different colors of effects. I feel like all of the things that were going on were like different and cool, and you could see what was happening. You didn't really feel like there was any sort of like really nasty overlaps or just, I don't know. It was just overall just a fun fight to heal, for me at least.
I'm not surprised to hear the healer rank Kurog. I think very similar to Magmarax, actually. If you guys have ever noticed this, or if you heal on an alt, or if you're a healer main, you'll identify with this immediately, that those Kurog and Magmarax are incredibly fun fights to heal. Like, they are fights built to make you feel the feeling of like what it actually means to heal in a raid and having to like move around each of your cooldowns, and you work as a group to make sure you can live through the amount of ramping damage that's happening. And I think they both accomplish that really, really well, even though they're considered generally not great fights. I hate Kurog. I think Kurog is one of the biggest failures of boss design they've ever done in this game. They took a fight that is supposed to, take however long you're in the fire phase, the last phase of the fight. Like, a version of this fight is the last phase is a phase where he does every mechanic that he can do in every phase, but he's just no longer tethered to a phase. And you based on how much time you spent in each phase up to that point, you can choose which mechanics will hit the hardest or happen the most frequently. Very similar to like a Lei Shen style Build-A-Boss. That was how this boss was originally like made on PTR. You could see, or I guess beta, you could see that was there. There was like a phase very specifically coded to like have all these things cast. And then like they just kind of gave up halfway through and just made it like an instant enrage, and you just automatically died. And that was bad enough. But then on top of that, there's no actual choice of where you're supposed to go. Even up until the point we killed this, they intended on us to go into more phases, and they asked us, like, we were wiping early to like trying to live through the end of healing these phases, and they're like, well, like literally a Blizzard dev was like, well, like what you could do is leave the phase and go to another phase and like get less. You're supposed to spread it out more. You don't have to do an entire phase in one spot. It's like, well, you absolutely do, because you gave us ads with like 70 million health, and you can't do that with that many ads. Like, if they just made the ads have like half or a quarter of the health, and you swapped more often at like different times and moved around different mechanics while still having that element of choice, it would have been really cool. But it just ended up being a super one-dimensional fight where you just do 3 phases. You completely ignore the 4th, by the way. You literally never see a lightning mechanic on this fight, which is embarrassing. And then the proper thing to do, even to this day, to do this fight on Mythic, because of the ad health, is you are supposed to pull the boss out of the fire phase into the lightning phase at an exact timing Like, it's a very tight timing. To get him to not spawn the ad, but gain enough energy to consistently get the same first intermission ads is insane. It's one person having the reliability of just wiping you instantly due to a weird gimmick that makes the fight possible in the first place. And how that was never fixed, I just think it's just a complete failure, whoever made this boss. That being said, if you're just a player who doesn't care about any of that shit, and all you do is just pull the boss and do it, it doesn't have bad gameplay. So I could see it being ranked here, and especially on a healer's PvE, I'm not surprised to see it, but I despise this fight.
Yeah, couldn't have said it. I won't.
Yeah.
I don't have anything different to add about it. I think that it is just. It's such a shame that you have a fight that offers you these 3 different zones with different abilities, and there's like on heroic even you can do it where it's like, okay, we'll get the ult in fire and we'll use that to walk over into the ice or whatever as we're dodging the fire ult, and like that's really satisfying and fun, and it offers you a lot of. You can play it reactively, you can plan it out. Obviously on Mythic you would plan it out if you could, but yeah, you just can't deal with extra ads. Like, are you kidding me? It doesn't make any sense. So it's one of those fights where like the way they want you to do the fight just doesn't work, and we can see the way they want to see the fight, right? It's not one of these fights where it's like, I wonder what they wanted us to do here. It's like, no, it's obvious. There's a totem there. It's crackling with lightning. The boss has dungeon journal. The boss has a 10-page dungeon journal that explains what happens if you move it over there. Like, that's supposed to matter. It just doesn't, because it's, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say in the
decision.
boss's defense that I feel like literally nobody like tries to problem solve a boss. Maybe like 5 guilds or whatever. So I think that
Yeah,
to me,
that's
to me,
fair.
I understand. Like, I completely think it's fair, and I understand why you guys might care. But I just think for my rating and for most people's rating, it probably doesn't. With regards to the tank moving the boss, I think that's weird personally, and it was frustrating to have wipes to that. But personally, I don't really just. Silly as it sounds, literally it seems like every single boss has some weird timing where you have to push to miss some mechanic and some weird thing where you're gonna milk, or just some random wipe that you have because of one person. And I feel like it's pretty deep into the raid, and I think it's pretty fair to like, I don't know, not that it's a good mechanic, but I just think it's not really that much different for me than like almost anything in any other fight, if that makes sense.
Also, Kurog in heroic, because there's no ads that spawn when you phase, you do move around a lot more because things start hitting a
fun.
lot. So like this boss on heroic is significantly better, and it's purely because they actually allowed you to do the fight. It's one of those unforced errors, very similar to Enerva, like the Castle Nathria boss, where like it seems like you have all this choice, like you do on heroic, of like which I guess whatever they're called, canister you want to fill up, which empowers her abilities. But in Mythic, they made them all feed into each other when you drain them, so it turns out you don't have any choice at all. You just do the fight and it just happens, right? Kind of an unforced error of design. This fight just had that in Mythic, unfortunately. Teapot, what was your experience with this? I know you've only done it on Awakened a couple of times, but after seeing this boss a couple of times.
Yeah, I think I'd actually very much agree with your take, Max, in terms of the design. Actually, definitely some missed potential here. My experience is really weird because none of us in my guild had really done the fight before, and obviously we looked at the strategy, and we kind of had gear by the time we were properly ready to do it, and it just kind of fell over on Mythic, that is. I didn't actually hate the tank thing that much, like moving over at 97. I will definitely grant you that it's weird, for sure, because you're essentially kind of you're pushing the fight in a way that it's not supposed to happen, which is a little bit unusual. So I'd agree with the design complaints there as well. But I would also completely wholeheartedly agree that there is a universe where this fight is absolutely insane, to be honest, and incredibly cool to play through, because the actual concept of it, I think, is really, really good. It's one of those bosses that should be good, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a super strong take on it because, again, I didn't play it on progression, and the only version of it I've played just kind of died.
Yeah. All right, good old Kurog. I'm surprised. I'm surprised and not surprised it made the list. I think from all perspectives it made sense. All right.
I think the healer take is definitely good. Like, it's kind of like the boss in Halls of Infusion, right? Like, you just have a lot of HPS to do. People's damage intake is predictable, and you have to do a lot of HPS. Like, that's going to be fun.
I mean, I think he defended it more than just the healer take, but I mean, the healer take is spot on. I actually think Kurog, I'm just going to make this up, totally making this up. I think Kurog and Magmarax are both a top 3 fight for anyone who healed all 3 raids. I just think if you care about raid healing, those fights were just super bangers. They were just good. Okay. My 4, which I think it's Growl might have it higher, but I have Smolder on at 4.
I do have it higher.
Okay. Dratty, what's your 4?
Rashok.
I have Rashok way higher.
I also have it higher.
I have an high too.
Okay. Teapot?
Number 4, Farak.
Ooh.
I have it higher.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Super wow. All right, we have Growl. What's your 4?
Man, I wasn't ready to do another one. Well, you hinted it last. My number 4 is Magmarax.
All right, I fucking knew it.
Nice work.
I can guarantee you no one else. Wait, my Teapot, you don't have this on your list, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. All right, spit, Growl.
Well, so I think my list will become very clear. The fights that I like, that are fun for me, the fights are ones that are relatively simple, that have a lot of healing to do, that require some coordination but don't instantly wipe your party, and just sort of like repeat the same thing, but it gets harder and harder as damage ramps and you have to worry about mana more and as people die. And I think that Magmarax is like a pretty good example of that. I think the mechanics are very, very simple. You know, once you get the first 2 minutes of the fight, you basically... Well, I guess there's like, you know, once you start moving around or whatever, but... I think it's a space management fight, but the room is like very, very big. One of the things I don't like about Echo or Skarn was the fact that they're space management fights, but they feel so claustrophobic, and it makes dealing with mechanics and lines and circles just like very frustrating and very like, I don't know, just not fun for me personally. And I don't know, I just think it's a very fun, you know, it constantly ramps damage, it keeps going up. There's basic mechanics that you have to do, that you have to progress, and you sort of like min-max your rotation. You know, it's like sort of like a patchwork fight in a way. I'd say it's like one of the simplest fights, but it's still like pretty solid.
I want to say my opinion of this fight would be higher if I never saw the iterations it went through in testing. So like when Magmarax first came out and was tested, it was like this gigabrain, unbelievably complicated, convoluted mess. And then when it came out on live, it was just like they gave up completely and were just like, let's make this the most basic boss possible. And if I never went through any of that and I just went live and just did Magmarax as it was, I probably would have just been like, okay, this was their idea of a Sludge Fist, but they've missed on Sludge Fists before. Like Guardian wasn't very good and Sanctum, right? Like it could just be a miss. I think it was just like way too basic. But I do want to point out that this boss didn't really get quite enough credit. I think every time you did this on farm, it was like one of the harder bosses in the raid. I would say like people didn't like it also because they said it was just like super easy. This took like more pulls than a lot of other fights than you would expect. It took us like 17 pulls, and then I remember feeling really sad about that, and I was like, man, we're gonna go to bed and Echo's gonna kill this in like 3 pulls. And then I saw Echo killed it in the same amount of pulls we did, and they were super mad about it. And then Method killed it in the same amount of pulls, and then they were super mad about it. It's like, okay, well maybe Magmarax is like sneaky harder than you'd think. And then when people were doing re-clears of this raid, Magmarax was like the #1 wiper besides the like maybe one of the last 2, but even then for our guild we wiped out Magmarax more than any other fight. So like just sneaky difficult, but in like a simple way, I guess. Obviously a great healer fight, not surprised to see it on your list, as I said before. But maybe for me, someone like me that cares a lot about design, I feel like this fight obviously could have just been done a lot better, but just seeing the absolute fiesta that was happening with the flip-flops and design on this fight and then where it ended up was just pretty disappointing to me. What about you, Dratty?
Yeah, I will say that a boss as well, like that experience reached further down in the world top 3. I think every guild that killed this boss that I know of thought they were stupid and bad for not having killed it in half as many pulls, which
yeah,
is I'm not sure that's a good thing about a fight though, right? Like a fight that is sneakily hard and everybody feels stupid for not having killed, right? Like you're not getting the satisfaction of killing a hard boss and knowing you killed a hard boss because you don't know it was hard. You just you know that you feel bad that you didn't kill it yet. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's,
good point.
The weird one. But yeah, I mean, definitely, I imagine it's a really fun healer fight. I know most of the healers I know liked it, which is good. That gives us another reason to flame healers. So, love that.
Teapot, what do you think?
Yeah, I think very much. You know, it has the Magmarax has the hidden psychological mechanic. Everyone disrespects Magmarax and gets punished very hard, actually. It absolutely happened in my guild as well, 100%. And I would say that Magmarex for me is just in the wrong place in the raid. Swap it with Rashok, and I think Magmarex is just way better positioned, like where it should be, I think. And that maybe gives you some more room to juice up Rashok even further, even. With that, like where it is in the raid right now, I feel like it could use an extra, just like one more mechanic, I think would help out a lot. Like it's definitely all right. I don't hate the fight or have any like really big negative sentiment towards it. I suppose it's just that, you know, especially after some very strong bosses, I think in Abras, you go, you know, it's all right. It's all right. It's not bad.
One thing I'll say about position in raid, I know a lot of you guys factor it in a lot more, but for me, I think unless it's like a really big outlier, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. You know, if the end boss of the raid takes 10 pulls, or if the first boss of the raid takes 100 pulls, that's a big deal. But I'll actually, I don't know if this is a popular opinion or unpopular, but I actually think Guardians of the first one in Shadowlands was a really, really, really fun fight. And I think that, like, if it was literally the third boss in the raid, I think it would have banged. And the fact that, like, you know, is it really, like, is it fair to say a boss is a lot worse because it's later in, like, the boss didn't change, you know, it's the same boss. So while I think it's fair to dock points off, I just think people dock a little bit too many points off when, you know, it's like, oh, you know, this boss was so fun, it just wasn't hard enough. It's like, well, okay, so it was, you know, it was a pretty good boss then. Like, you know, just because it left a little bit to be desired, like, doesn't mean it wasn't a good boss. That's kind of how I feel with a lot of the bosses when you say, like, oh, it should have been, like, earlier in the raid or whatever.
Well, at least when I say that, when I'm saying I want a boss to be later in the raid, I'm making the case of, like, I wish this boss really cool idea was iterated on further. Like, I wish they took this really cool boss and even added more, I suppose. But your take regarding, like, where things are and going through different bosses, I think it does kind of, like, so you were talking about Guardian, right? So, Guardian, here, I'll give you my issue with Guardian. I think, number one, for the community's sake, it came right after Sludgefest. And Sludgefest was, like, the big reawakening of patchwork fights. Like, oh my god, that's one of the best fights ever. This is what this is supposed to be. Guardian is the raid right after it. It was clearly the Guardian was, like, new Sludgefest, and people just wanted to see it thrive, and it was just killed instantly. I think it does matter if a boss is later in the raid, and it's a boss that looks conceptually fun, and then it just kind of falls over. Like, how much fun are you having with a boss that dies instantly? Like, the whole earlier late thing, I think there's just an expectation that with linear difficulty curve that a later boss is going to be more challenging. And I think that it also is like a testing thing. So Guardian, in testing, you didn't have to go to, like, one battery and then the other energy reset. You could actually dunk your battery energy to different batteries all throughout the fight. So you could, if you wanted to, go to 2 straight battery phases, or you could do a long phase without a battery and then just do, like, some later. You had, like, much more, like, you could, like, modulate the fight to be however you wanted. And they lowered the coefficient on how much the damage amp scaled when the boss did the casting AoE before you took it into the battery. So you had to make decisions based on, you know, do we bring extra healers and go to, like, 5 or 6 stacks? Or do we bring extra DPS, go to 3 stacks, but just kill it early? And it was, like, a really cool strategizing problem. And then what they did was they buffed it so much that doing 3 was easy, but 4 was impossible. Or it was, like, 4 was impossible, 5 was impossible, one of those. So, like, it took all of the decision-making and creativity out of the fight and just made it a very simple patchwork type thing, which, again, if I never experienced what the fight could have been or what they were initially going for, I probably would have had a higher opinion of it. But I just feel like seeing them take so much away from it and then it also be super easy was just a huge letdown.
Yeah, I just feel like that, I don't know. Like, I understand your point of view, but I just think it's not fair to rate something lower because of what it could have been. Like, does that mean, like, some boss that's total dog shit and has no hope, like, oh, well, you know, this is the best it ever could have been, like, or, oh, they made this way better than it was on PTR. Like, I think I just sort of rate the bosses at face value for what they are rather than worrying about what they could have been or, like, what they were or anything like that.
I mean, that's just how our perspectives are going to differ, right? Because
right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just,
I literally spend months thinking about the boss design and how to properly do it, and then we get to actionably problem solve it. And then at the end, sometimes you're like, man, that was kind of a letdown. That could have been a really, really cool thing to do, and then it wasn't, right? Which is why I think my lists are going to be pretty unique in that way. What were you saying, Teapot?
Something I was going to say something I like about raiding and why certainly when I'm looking at it, I do look at the boss position a bit. Is because the raids are gated, right? You have to beat them in sequential order to get through them. Mostly anyway, right? Like, you could, I guess, join someone.
You mean
else's
bosses
group,
are
that's
gated?
besides the point. Yeah, the bosses. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the experience of the raid escalating is really fun. You get through a really hard boss. The next one's going to be a little bit harder, right? It's going to be more combat. It's going to be more going on. I think that's for me. I really like that aspect of the raid, and that's why I love a big climactic, epic end boss in all of these raids. I guess it's some of the best, some of the best things about raiding in MMOs. So that's, that would be my perspective on that. But I 100% know what Growl is saying. I think that if you are going to talk about bosses from a objective standpoint in isolation, I think that's also a really valid quality to talk about as well, outside of the broader raiding experience.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on from old Maggie or Magme. My 3. I have Sarkareth at 3.
I have it higher.
I have it higher.
Okay. Dratnos, what is your 3?
Tindral Sage Swift.
I have it higher.
I have it higher as well.
Based.
All right.
Hold on. What was the list again?
What was the list? What do you mean?
It's the best bosses.
Oh,
best
that's good.
bosses?
That's
Best
good.
right.
bosses.
Oh, this is good. This will be excellent when we
Objectively.
talk about Tindral.
What was the boss?
Tindral Sage Swift.
Tindral Sage Swift again, yeah.
No, Taros was before.
Yeah, we're talking about hard boss fights. It's like Elden Ring style bosses, not like Super Mario 64 bosses.
All right, Teapot.
I continue.
Teapot, what is your 3rd?
Rashok.
I have it higher.
I have it higher as well.
Growl, what
Are
is
you
your...
sure? I mean, that has a couple mechanics on it. Are you sure that's really a fight for you?
Yeah. Maybe it should have been lower. It didn't have dragon riding in the middle of the raid fight.
True.
Okay. Growl, what is your 3?
My number 3 is Taros.
Does anyone have Taros higher? We do not. All right. It is Taros time.
Well, very similar to Magmarax. It's sort of a themed fight where you start off. It has a very simple handful of mechanics that you have to deal with. As the fight goes on, you sort of are managing your space. Although the room is very big, it gets smaller, and eventually you get to the point where the boss has a clear enrage where you die. And the mechanics get harder and harder as your mana starts to get low, as you start to run out of space, as people start to panic, as people start to become monkeys because they're losing their parse or whatever. And overall, I just think everything is very, very well telegraphed, which is surprising because the room is brown on brown on brown, which I think is a big statement to just design of mechanics and the way things look rather than just picking the right colors or whatever. I think that the fact that they were able to make some boss in a cave where everything is rock actually you understand everything that's going on is really good. I like the mechanic where everybody sort of claps, if you will, where it does group damage. I sort of like mechanics like that where it's not really everyone has to do the same thing, but you kind of have to be aware of what's going on, and you can decide, okay, well, I'm not gonna combine here, or I'm gonna combine here fast because we have big cooldowns. Overall, I think it's just a pretty fun, fair, well designed, not too hard but not too easy fight. That's sort of right about where the fights that I enjoy.
Yeah, I actually think that the mythic mechanic on this fight is a really good example of a fight that allows you to plan or react to it in whatever mixture is appropriate for your guild, right? You can be okay, you two warlocks are always going to clear first, and then 7.3 seconds later, the mages are going to clear or whatever. Or you can just be yeah, kind of everybody stack and look at the raid frames and clear when appropriate and don't blow up the raid. And both of those work, at a rate that is appropriate, depending on whether your guild is good at YOLOing or planning. And I think
same
that
thing
is a
for
really good
clearing.
thing for that mechanic.
Same thing for clearing the little stalagmites or whatever. The tanks, clearing them all in one or splitting it in two, both completely viable.
100%. So I mean, the only reason this is lower on my list is mostly because of that yearning for a fight with so much greatness going on for it to be a harder fight that I could enjoy more, right? That is the thing that I am saddest about.
It is
Taros.
Just saying, you guys are hard on good bosses. You just wish they could be better, but then you guys put Tindral as number whatever. So,
I mean, I think Taros is about as good as a second or third boss could possibly be in WoW. It could be number 1 on my list, but again, it's hard, even though you're ranking these relative to where they are, and Taros does just as good of a job at being that fight early in the raid as other bosses do being later. It's just not as technically interesting to me, so it's a little lower, but I have no negative thoughts about Taros. I think it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I think I would completely agree with that. I think Taros is the strongest early raid boss, 100% actually, out of all of the raids in Dragonflight. I think the reason I have it a little bit lower, I think, and I guess it says something that I was impressed despite not kind of playing it in its original form, is that it's a little bit different in Awakened. I think it's not really the same. Like, we didn't really do the fight properly, I guess. It just kind of like, it's like, oh yeah, just do the things, do the tank mechanic. But I definitely like it from a design perspective a lot. And yeah, I definitely agree with yearning for it to have something more, right? Like to have a bit more complexity to it. But yeah, when it comes to just a very solid, well-designed fight, I think it is very good. It's extremely well designed for sure.
See, this is a scenario where I wish Taros or maybe Kurog, just to like go back to Growl's point earlier about things being earlier or later in the raid, I would love to see what a second to last boss version of Taros looks like. Right. I would love to see what
I mean, Sludgefist, right? That's kind of what it looks like. If it's
yeah, pretty much. Or like Kurog as a second to last boss where they actually design it properly. And maybe also because Broodkeeper, they should just not make meme ad bosses second to last boss. I'm actually interested to see if anyone will have Broodkeeper on their list. Does not look like it will be. Maybe we'll do an honorable mention after, because I think that boss is really polarizing based on what job you had. But all right, so we're off of Taros. We'll go to my number 2. I have Rashok at 2. Does anyone?
I also have it at number 2.
Okay, we'll get to it when it goes to Growl then. Dratnos, what's your 2?
Sarkareth.
Sarkareth. Does anyone have Sarkareth higher than 2?
I also have it at rank 2.
All right, I will put it at 2, and Dratnos, you may start.
Okay, Scale Commander Sarkareth is just a great fight. I don't know. It's got a bunch of great mechanics. It's got a very compelling phase 1 that is exciting for throughput, exciting mechanically. It's got a phase 3 that is also sweet, that offers like optionality in how you deal with it that I think reaches down lower in the... If we looked at guilds down the world top 100 list, the amount of innovating that happened in phase 3 is probably higher than any boss ever. Yeah. Because you kind of needed to, like, oh, hey, we have a rep pally, therefore we have a bop. Oh, hey, we don't have one, and we have, this is our tank comp, right? Like, here's what they can do. Oh, hey, we think Liquid's smart, we're going to copy some of their stuff. Oh, hey, we think Echo's smart, like, we're going to copy their thing. Every guild did a different combination of those sorts of decisions for figuring out how you want to get through the last phase. And it required you to do that, basically, because we were trying to yoink strats, but we were looking at Echoes and we were like, okay, they got a rep pally, we're not playing a rep pally, we can't do the exact same thing they did. We're gonna have to think for ourselves, which always is something you try and avoid as much as possible. But Sarkareth kind of forced you to. I will say the biggest knock for me against Sarkareth is that I think phase 2 was quite uninspired. But one thing about that fight that was so great as well is that was one of those bosses it's like 7 minutes long, and at the end of it, it feels like you've been fighting it for a lot. Like, it feels like a full course meal of a boss, and then you get to the end and it's only been 7 minutes. You're like, oh my god, this is the longest 7 minutes of my life, like in a good way, right? Like, it's been hectic the whole time. You've had so much stuff going on, and yeah, just all around, really, really great fight.
I completely agree. Massive Sarkareth enjoyer here. I love the hole in the ground mechanic. I think that is really cool. It's so much fun, and I love the coordination checks, like using gateways to skip duress, right? Like just positioning for duress. I think stuff like that is really exciting, really engaging. Part of that. It was also, first end boss for me as well. So I think that's going to slightly bias it for me, because it was like a brand new experience, like having to tackle something like that and all the planning that goes into it. I'm very much inclined to agree with you that phase 2, maybe a little, not the best thing in the world, but yeah, for sure. Phase 1 and phase 3, extremely strong in pretty much all aspects of it. I don't think there's anything about Sarkareth that I think is unfun or annoying to deal with. And yeah, obviously, I'm not doing any of this crazy theory crafting, like at the absolute bleeding edge, but like, yeah, for sure, the fact that it is wide open and like composition stuff it can affect like how you might go about it. I think that's like a hallmark of good design for sure. And it was definitely like really a main character moment when everyone's going down. I have to stay up. I've got a tank Sarkarth all on my own. My Brewmaster, we're ready to go. Like that was absolutely a defining moment of the expansion for me for sure, 100%. Like incredible fight.
I think it's okay to have bias because like it was your first fight. Someone actually asked me before we started this when I was like making my list. They're like, "Do you think you have bias for fights that you got world first on versus world second?" And I think they were right. Like if you think about how,
I wonder.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if you're trying to be objective about it, but like when you're thinking about how much you liked a boss, you're going to have more fun on a boss where you are winning most of the time or that you end up winning or remember it more fondly than ones where you lost in general. So I think like natural bias like that is going to exist from everyone. But yeah, I don't think that is bad. I also think Sarkareth is a good end boss to start with. Like literally half the duration of Razageth's time, I think, like how long the fight was. Also, sub 10-minute end bosses have an extremely high hit rate. I believe the total amount of bosses that have been sub 10 minutes are Denathrius, Blackhand, and Sarkareth. Is Fyrakk under 10?
I think so, yeah. I think
Yeah,
it's like
just
9.
under 10 in Fyrakk, which is like, really, really fucking good, right? So Sarkareth was a banger. P2 didn't really make a lot of sense. I think it was one of the best P1s they've ever made of any fight. But it pales in comparison to P3 and the ability to strategize. There were people all the way through. You mentioned like for people's first kills, but like way down the line, people stopped even going down. Like they were not going down, you were going down, and it all depended on like, oh, do you have a good person that you can rely on to stack? No? Okay, well there's a strat where you can just not go down ever. Right? And then with enough gear that ended up being the case. I think in some people's minds, Sarkareth loses some points, and this is actually why it's lower on the list for me, is I think it loses a little bit of points in my mind, even though we won. Because you just had nothing to do with the boss. It had to do with the gearing system. Like how powerful the gearing system was this patch affected how much we liked Sarkareth. Sarkareth might be number 1 on here for me. It might be one of the best bosses ever if my interaction with it was like we had to have an unreal DPS check in the last phase as well, where you're optimizing who's going down and when. You didn't really have to do that, and it's purely because of something that didn't exist from the raid, and it's that we were 6 eye levels higher than we ever were in the first week of a raid before. So it was just a crest diffy. So that's the only reason it's a little bit lower for me. But one of the best bosses ever, in my opinion, definitely the best end boss of this expansion. But it looks like we'll be talking about Fyrakk a little bit after this from one of you. I forget, one of you has it at either 1 or 2. All right. Actually, wait, Growl, did you give your Sarkareth take?
Yeah, well, I'll add a little bit to that. I think, thinking about it, Sarkareth was pretty short. Like, I think the length was very good. It felt like all the phases were engaging. It's honestly, like, one of the better, like, more ideal end bosses in terms of, like, things that are fair and, ways that the fight goes down. I actually, like, enjoy the fight and maybe even regret not rating it higher. And I think what I even mentioned about Guardian in the first one, which is going back on what I said, now, like, hearing everyone's ranking and seeing what bosses they rank highly, I think it has to do a lot to, like, people want a certain level of difficulty that they feel they want for the raid. Like, I feel like Teapot almost is skewed towards higher stuff because he's, like, trying to get cutting edge, getting into WoW, like, really trying to push the limits and seeing, and he's, like, very favored towards those sorts of bosses, where I'm, like, I think raiding is cool and I like hanging out with the boys, but ultimately, like, I'm not trying to be spending 12 hours and getting really frustrated on a boss. So, like, I like the more medium rated bosses. And then I feel like you and Dratnos are kind of in the middle, but more leaning towards his side. And so I actually think that, ironically, maybe difficulty of the fight actually has, like, a very massive thing to do with the way people rank it, but everyone is sort of subjective with what difficulty exactly they want, which is probably why they struggle with making a raid fight that everybody's gonna like. Overall, Sarkareth good.
All right. Love Sarky. What is your 2, Growl?
My 2 was Rashok.
I have it higher. Oh, that's not true. I had it at 2, and you did as well. Tell us about Rashok.
Well, similar to Taros and similar to Magmarax, it's a very, very simple fight with a small handful of mechanics. All of the mechanics are very well telegraphed. The fight starts off like just sort of showing you what the mechanics are, but then they get harder as you realize you have to beat a DPS check and you have to manage your mana throughout the fight. In general, I think fights that are challenging, but also just like in general really push you to just play your character very well. Like what I find fun in WoW is just like the class design and playing my character, and I think fights like these sort of like push your character to its limits, and it's not really about like, oh, let me grab this orb and take this warlock gateway and jump 4 times over here and then slash dance. Like, to me, those sorts of raid fights are, you know, I like raid fights where it's like you playing your character really well is going to, you know, pressing your defensives well, your positioning well, but it's not so much like, you know, a massive like dance go everywhere sort of fight. So yeah, I don't know, it feels like, you know, it has just enough personal responsibility, so like, oh, you might get chosen by a thing and you need to kind of be aware of where you need to put it, but at the same time, like, it's not like you or, you know, the idiot in your guild is like constantly wiping the raid, and in general it feels like you have a linear progression as you get better and better at the fight.
Yeah, I absolutely completely agree with that. I think that those types of fights can be some of the most fun and most satisfying. And, you know, it's funny that you say that, because that's exactly the experience. This was kind of the moment where, in the Mythic raid, when we were doing it, that it was like, okay, we have to press our buttons more. It was kind of like the first wall that we kind of ran into was Rashok, because we just did not press enough buttons, right, when we were, you know, learning the raid and so on. So yeah, that was epic. Like, taking that down for the first time was so good. And to be honest, I really struggle to say anything negative about Rashok. I think the tank mechanic is really good. I think positioning the boss to bait where you want the orbs to go, and then you have to pick which one you want to go on, is incredibly good. You've got to dodge stuff. And it's a very simple thing. It's just like, you know, don't get hit, you know? How hard could it be? Just don't touch them. Okay, well, you know, tell that to DPS players. It's, you know, the damage taken meter had some interesting stuff, let me tell you that. But yeah, it's incredibly good. Rashok, extremely high tier. Very high tier boss. It is 100% worthy. Maybe I should have rated it higher. Okay, maybe it should be rank 0. It's possible.
I mean, I think Rashok could be... If you were to say no last bosses and no second to last bosses, Rashok, you could make a strong argument that it's the best boss they've ever made. It is, in its simplicity, it's really cool, but it also has so much hidden intricacy. Like, something we learned in progression was like, we were just putting the things, like where the fire was coming out of, the steering slams or whatever, on the outside of the room, and then we're like, wait, what if we put them all together, and then at the last part of the fight we go to the other side of the room so we can turn around and look at them all? And like, just small things like that. Small things like, okay, you need to get rid of your debuff by going into the middle, the battery in the middle. Do we want to send full groups in at a time? Do we want to do melee range? Do we want to have, am I going to call single people to go in when they're high enough? And like I don't know, just every bit of coordination on that fight seemed so simple, but everything seemed to matter. You killed that boss not in a lot of pulls when the raid first came out, but pulls would generally increase. It's one of the few bosses that held its difficulty or increased its difficulty all throughout farm, because no matter how geared you were, if your, you know, least consistent couple of players were getting hit by fire, you just weren't going to kill this. So you always felt a realistic level of progression regardless of how much you blasted. The damage checks seemed to always somehow perfectly scale with those guilds' skill level as well, to where, like, even though you got so much more gear throughout farm, the time you killed this was almost never on a scuffed pull. You had to, like, have a really good pull to kill it. That's so hard to pull off. Denathrius is, like, one of the only end bosses, actually, to do exactly that as well. The visuals, we talked earlier about the visuals, right? Like, Amalgamation Chamber got huge points for, like, the Shadow Flame vibe. I mean, this Rashok is the best implementation of that. Just looks incredibly good. This could have been the second to last boss. It could have been later in the raid. You mentioned earlier how you thought Magmarax and Rashok should have swapped. Fun little fun fact, I guess. In an interview, a Blizzard developer, actually the associate game director, Morgan Day, suggested if they could have done anything better in this raid, it would have actually been swapping the position of Magmarax and Rashok, and I've never heard them ever say something like that. Like, that's acknowledging a boss so good that they're willing to basically say, yeah, you know, usually they don't, like, throw their own employees under the bus, but he was basically saying, like, yeah, Magmarax shouldn't have been at that point in the raid, is what he was saying. Or obviously that Rashok was so good that it should have been later. But they don't say stuff like that. Rashok's very special. Could have been number 1 on anyone's list, and it would have made sense. The only reason it wasn't for me is it's just a earlier boss in the raid that died pretty fast, and it can't compete with my number 1 because of that. But they're in much different parts of the raid. So Rashok's a huge banger. What about you, Dratty?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta echo all these points, and I think also like it is a boss that has, you compare the rest of our top 4, and there's something in everybody's top 4 that everybody else is like, you idiot, this fight sucks. Why is this so high, right? And Rashok is not that, right? Rashok, all 4 of us like. If you like, so I know of some people who dislike Rashok. They tended to be people in those guilds that like, they would reach Rashok after wiping 75 times on Forgotten Experiments, and then they would get to Rashok, and they would wipe 360 times or something, and like, it was just, if you were a guild that was doing Mythic Progression, and you could cut through Kazara, Assault, and Amalgamation Chamber somewhat quickly, Rashok would could still end up being like a massive, massive wall for you. But I think aside from guilds that had that experience, almost everybody else I know that pulled that boss on Mythic loved it. So yeah, I mean, all around, just phenomenal fight. You know, the question for everybody is whether it's your fourth favorite, third favorite, second favorite, or first favorite, right? It's not like whether it's in this list at all.
Yeah, I think that says a lot. I think it's a universally well-liked boss, and I think the simplicity that it has is fantastic as well, because, you know, I think what Growl was talking about on how it's kind of a bit of individual mechanical skill rather than having this kind of like big crazy plan that you've got to do, I think is a really big strength to have actually in a raid boss, right? Like, you know, I was able to reliably try to pug Rashok every single week. I wanted the Rashok weapon of my druid, so I just wouldn't invite anyone else who could roll on it. It was really good times.
Yep.
All that kind of stuff. And yeah, I think that is really cool. And also another reason why the Mythic lockout system isn't good. Pugging Mythic raids is actually fun. And it kind of sucks that it's annoying to do that. There you go. We're coming full circle.
Okay. All right. We can go to my number 1. My number 1 is Tindril, and it's not particularly close. I know Growl will have a big issue with that. Do you also have Tindril at 1, Teapot?
I absolutely do, and I would also say that it is similarly, in the current state of the raid that I played it, also not that close. I think that fight is insane.
We will get to that when we get to you. Dratnos, what is your number 1?
Fireack the Blazing.
All right. Growl, is your... Well, wait. Is your number 1 not Fireack?
Stenarth.
No. Well,
my number 1 is Smolderon.
Nice.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead and just fill these in real quick, but we are going to talk about them in any order, I guess. I'm kind of interested in all of them. We'll start with Fireack, actually. Dratnos.
Hell yeah. All right, so Fireack, I could spend about 5 minutes talking about how some of the most awful stuff imaginable has happened on Fireack. These just horrifying parts of the encounter. The first intermission is one of the worst phases to have ever existed. Largely due to the private aura snafu on it, but even without that, it would have not been good. That phase is miserable. You're progressing a weak aura rather than progressing an encounter. It sucks. That was not great. Phase 1 is actually pretty fun. It's a fun little phase that you do. You know, most of the mechanics are not very obtrusive. A lot of them are pretty reactive as well. Like, you have a plan for, we want these 4 firestorms to go to these 4 spots, but that plan doesn't necessarily always survive contact with the 4 idiots in your raid that get targeted, and then you have to react to one going to the wrong place. And even those 4 players, they have to pretty quickly amongst themselves decide which one they're going to. Every single time throughout the whole encounter that Blaze comes out as well, you have a pretty exciting and fun little mini game of juking and dodging around to solve that. Phase 2 is pretty boring. It's like 1 ad wave spawn too long. It definitely overstays its welcome. So overall, Phase 1 is mid to good. First intermission is just horrifyingly bad. It's a 0 out of 10. It would go into the negatives. Phase 2 is maybe like a 3 out of 10 or something like that, and it's also not very good.
How is this your number 1 boss? This is insane.
But
75% of the boss stinks.
That's right. But Phase 3 is good enough to make all of that not matter. Phase 3 is so good. Now, my perspective on this may be based on the fact that I was playing the person that picks up the first corrupted seed. So I have the most gameplay in that phase pretty much of anybody. So if you're not a seed doer, maybe your take here is going to be different. If you are a seed doer and you don't like it, your take maybe also here is going to be different. But the 3 minutes of like dodging around, you know, managing your seed, doing all the mechanics of phase 3. The mechanics are so brutally hard, and also, you know, the ramp up throughout that phase is really fun. But they're such a joy to execute. It is like, if you asked me what is the reason to Mythic Raid, it's for experiences like Fire Act Phase 3 progression. Like, that is the reason to do this, is because it's so fun. And all of the bad stuff of the fight does not outweigh that for me. There hasn't been anything else this expansion that offered that level of like, wow, we're really gaming here. Especially for me as a tank. I didn't feel that on any other fights, really. Like, me as a tank, I'm kind of just, I'm there being a tank so that my guild can play, because I care more about my guild than I care about me at this point in my WoW career. But Fire Act Phase 3 recaptured some of my enjoyment of playing like Gul'dan as a DPS, you know, playing Star Augur, playing these early fights where I got to play them for the first time as DPS, and I was, you know, getting to play the game for me. That was what Phase 3 Fire Act was like. And as, you know, a long, something that, if they can get that once per expansion, like, that's enough to keep me playing this game forever.
Well, Dratnos, you've been playing tank long enough to finally forget what it's like to have to do mechanics. And now
I know, it's so fun. I love
now
mechanics.
That you have
They're
one, you're like,
great.
this is a fight where I had a responsibility and that I did the responsibility in my raid.
Yeah, but have you,
That's
like,
the
when you
better.
actually play the seeds, particularly, we only did this for like 15 seconds, but when you're playing the seeds with 8 seeds out, it's so, there's so much like going on there. You feel, when you actually are like dialed in, though, you get in this state where you're kind of like a zen flow state, looking at the screen, like figuring out how you're going to move so that you can find the one pixel where your blaze doesn't blow up anybody's seed and your seed doesn't get blown up. Like, it's so fun.
I actually have to push back on that a little bit. So I agree with your assessment of the boss. I think P2 stinks, P1 is fine, P1 intermission stinks, and P3 is awesome. But when we had 8 seeds out at the end, that phase felt more RNG than skill-based because of the exponential scaling difficulty at the end. Like, it just felt like most pulls didn't feel like this, because you can always outplay everything, right? That's your mentality. But, like, just blazes going on the right people and, like, literally lucky things happening at that point just caused that boss to die or live. Another element of RNG, sometimes you would just have a perfect pull going and just all 4 healers would get Firestorm with 8 corrupted dots on the entire raid. And you would just wipe, you know? And like stuff like that on a super hard boss like that is super frustrating. But I love the problem solving element of it. I love how different, us and Echo specifically, focused on different elements of the phase to make easy. They chose to make the phase easier for the people close to Firestorm walls. We put all of the strat emphasis on making life easy for seeds, and you saw both of those things play out with, we wiped more to Firestorm than them, they wiped to seeds more than we did. And that, I just think problem solving stuff like that is really cool. It was like a little mini Halandras fight in one phase, very similar kind of aspect, and I just think strategy wise and execution wise that boss was really, really sick. I just had an issue with the later it went, it almost just seemed like pure whatever the fuck happens. But I'm just going to pass it over to Growl to talk about how this dispelling situation was probably one of the worst things they've ever done.
Yeah, so Phase 1 Fire Act was one of the most miserable things for a healer, because you essentially had to dispel on cooldown every 8 seconds for the entire phase, which, you know, no one cares about healer, but just imagine, like, you know, literally as a mage, every single 8 seconds, like, dispel during your combust. No matter what class you are, you just have to, and then that was miserable. I really, really hated the dispels. It became something that you just got used to, but, like, you know, for instance, as a disc priest, like, well, you literally had to dispel 3 times during your ramp. It's not like, oh, I have to fit 1 global, like, it's 3 separate dispels. On top of that, it felt like there was a lot, like, the difficulty required, like, being sucked in and then having, like, this move and bait orbs while everyone's taking 1,000,000 damage mechanic. I didn't really like that, and it felt like it put a lot of emphasis on, what was the evoker spell, spatial or whatever, sort of like how Razageth required you to, like, grab everybody, and if you didn't have like 2 evokers spatialing healers during that, it was just like, what the heck are you supposed to do? I think with regards to the seeds, I actually agree with you that the seeds was a really cool mechanic, and it's something that once you got it down, it felt really good. However, keep in mind that there are 19 other people that while you are getting it down, my character explodes in the air because I put the seed there and I messed up, and some guy baited his tornado, and then I turn around. I felt like the tornadoes were not a very fun part of the phase 3 because they were like kind of hard to see, and it required everybody like placing them in perfect spots, which they never did.
Yeah.
I think the
there's
intermission
more of
was
that as
so
well.
bad. The intermission was so bad that I just don't think that the fight could anywhere, like, I don't know. There was just so many, like, it was just one of those fights that just demonstrated how weak auras are just taking over the game. Because, like, the way you handled dispels, right, was there was the liquid weak aura that ranked dispels, and it would assign, like, you had to have a dispel assigned every 8 seconds in order to keep it up. Oh, my frame's glowing, my dispel's coming soon. Then you had the intermission where you had to prog weak auras. And I understand, like, just think about this. You guys are in, like, super high-end guilds with people that are, like, caring about the success of the guild and, like, being responsible. Imagine what it's like in a ranked whatever guild where people don't care and they're just trying to parse. Like, we literally, okay, first day of prog, we went through the intermission the entire time, and we could not get through the intermission one time. It turned out that there was someone's name who was misspelled on the note, and they literally didn't even admit the fact that they weren't getting assigned and had the wrong assignment every single time for 3 hours. And it's like...
No, this is not a Growl-specific complaint.
Yeah.
Like, literally every guild that had to go through the private or a macro solution to the first intermission had so many frustrating wipes where, like, someone didn't know they pressed it on accident when they missed the gate on time, or if too many people or too few people pressed it if they got red, and then, like, you had to, like, come up with custom debugging solutions. That is one of the few scenarios where you're literally progressing a weak aura instead of the actual fight, and it was awful.
Yeah, like a small example of, like, so something that T-Pop brought up earlier is, like, different colors. Like, how hard it would have been to, like, just have the game give you, like, a slightly darker red, a slightly lighter red, slightly darker purple or whatever. And then you can be like, all right, if you have a really dark purple, you go to the front. If you have a light purple, you go to the back, right? And then you kind of YOLO it like that. Like, the fact that it seems like they just built the fight. They're like, haha, we're going to make this the hardest weak aura demanding fight in every single phase. And it's just, I don't know. It feels like it's similar to Sepulchre in a way where some of the mechanics and some of the bosses were, like, so bang on, but also some of the things just felt like they were just going out of their way to make things so ridiculously hard that's, like, only fun for, I think, a very small group of people.
Also, dwarves were, like, super OP on this fight. That was really stupid.
Yeah.
Also, you didn't get enough healing to heal the tree unless you were, like, perfect, but you could mark the wild the ads and they would heal the tree for more. Also, Mistweavers and Undead were kind of Undead Mistweavers
Oh,
in particular.
yeah, that's okay.
Kind of
I'm
bananas
gonna
for
keep going.
that.
The blazes, okay,
Yeah.
people having to stop with blazes, I understand, again, you're in a rank, whatever. People do not stop with blazes. They just run everywhere. And the fact
you needed
that
the rescues as well. There was a lot of
blazes would spawn on your party while the trees were spawning, and you, like, didn't even know what angle you would get, and so you had to. I was, like, trying to, like, look at the middle of the room, but I had to, like, stare at the ads that were about to spawn in case I got a blaze to see the angle that was on it, and then I had to look at my party. And the mechanic eventually turned into, when there was blazes, I just pain sub myself and then just stand there, because it's like I can't. I don't even have the brain power to do this. Like, it's just, I'm just gonna defensive and just stand here every time and just go hide in a corner, because this isn't even, like, a reasonable amount of coordination that's expected to, like, do this mechanic. On top of that, you know, I may be a little bit biased here. You talk about, oh, is your guild gonna like this boss if you did it world first? Our guild barely killed this boss after 400 pulls, then the entire guild quit, and we had to get an entire new guild worth of players, and I had to progress the boss twice. So that's my world first experience with this boss.
Dratnos, any rebuttal?
Yeah, I mean, we can all agree there were some good things and some bad things about the fight. So, yeah. Cool.
Teapot, what was your experience?
This is a really interesting one, and you know, here comes the masochist take. I actually think I would have agreed with Dratnos here and rated it at rank 1 if I'd played a version that was more similar to the one that you guys tackle. I agree that a lot of the healer mechanics are evidence that Blizzard agrees with the community. Healers do not matter, and they hate them. They do not want them. They want them to suffer. I think that is definitely true. But I play tank, so who cares? I think the fight is incredibly epic. I think the movement and all that kind of stuff on phase 1 is really exciting. I think I'm actually going to buck the trend here. I kind of like phase 2. I got to go full main character with my Gorfine's Grasp on Blood DK. I like that. That's very cool. It's a really, or at least my experience was a really exciting coordination check. Everyone's got to fan out, push the ads, you got to grip them together, right? All that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's kind of lame that the boss flies away. It's like, oh, we get to fight a rock elemental. Wow. Oh, yeah, it's very cool. Right? All that kind of stuff. That's not super exciting. And yeah, the big thing for me is that our progression was very heavily front loaded. We spent almost all of our wipes basically kind of nailing down phase 1 and phase 2. That was where like a lot of the progression was. Once you got to phase 3 consistently, it kind of just died because we were in that point where you just double seeded immediately, so you just had so many less seeds to deal with. And of course, it was giga nerfed, both in terms of the health pool and also the number of corrupted seeds that you have to deal with as well. I 100% agree with you on the RNG, by the way, Max. That is completely correct. And it was kind of obvious. I was kind of seeing that in the Race to Worlds first, watching the streams. It was like, yeah, okay, this is, this is a little unfair sometimes with some of these things going on there. And I think Growl is very correct. Memes aside, regarding the healer thing, I've actually had this happen a lot in our pools, where a healer would just kind of get trolled by the mechanics while attempting to heal the ads and just get messed up by just essentially randomness with regarding to the blazes. I think that some of the randomness should be toned down and be made more deterministic. I'm not sure exactly what that would look like, to be honest, but I think, yeah, there's definitely some very fair criticism. I have to give my absolute psychopath take on this. Like the macro and weak aura stuff, it is bad. And private auras are in fact a bad solution to the problem that World of Warcraft faces. In fact, it makes it worse. You go from a weak aura to having to press a macro and then looking at a list. Wow. Okay, good job. But that aside, I actually didn't hate the intermission. We did play the fixed version where it wasn't a private aura, so it was, yeah, whatever. We still wiped a lot there, but in my opinion, that was a pure skill issue. And we deserved to wipe pretty much every single time that we actually died there. So that's my experience with the intermission there as well. But yeah, overall, Frag the Blazing, epic fight, would be my rank 1 if I played a harder version. Only criticism, wasn't hard enough.
Yeah.
I was about to agree with you and say that your experience was better because you got to do it after all the nerfs. So if you didn't know, all of Blizzard employees were actually just watch partying our guild kill the bosses. And so after we killed Tindril, it got changed. After we killed Firek, it got nerfed. So I was going to say, okay, you played the version that was more fair, but you think you would have liked it more if all of the mechanics were harder, you say?
Yeah, if I'm being a little bit more reasonable, I would say specifically phase 3, for sure. Phase 3
I do agree
was
with that, actually. Yeah,
I would. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was disappointing. I still really enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong. I really like phase 3, but it was, it was just that we didn't have that progression experience so much. Because even when we were actually killing, when we secured the kill, we were still basically wiping mostly in like phase 1 and phase 2, right? Because we you know what I mean? Like we weren't like, okay, every pull phase 3, boom, let's do it, let's grind phase 3 out, let's go. And yeah, that was something that I think is why I haven't got it at rank 1.
Well, you mentioned, I don't think it's a weird take that you wish P3 was harder, because they changed P3 from a phase regardless of how far you took it, and very few people actually saw all 8 corrupted seeds, but at least the phase got harder as you went on. You went from 4 seeds initially to 5 to 6, and usually it would die before you get 7, or it would always die before you got 8. And what the phase is now, and what it has been for a while, is the strat is you have 4, you pop 2, and then now you just have 3 only forever. So it's literally the phase is harder at the very beginning. Like, you are more likely to wipe to a seed immediately than you are throughout the rest of the phase. And that's just anticlimactic as fuck, right? So, like, I don't think it's surprising that you wish it was there. And also, the Dispel thing was just so bad because, like, there's a way where potentially Dispels could be interesting. Like, Stone Form doesn't work in P1. And instead of debuffs going out every 8 seconds, it's every like 4 seconds or something, and you actually don't have enough dispels to go through, and you have to make interesting decisions as to the classes you choose to dispel. Maybe someone without a personal, maybe a weaker class, right? And then it's actually a interesting skill gap healer thing by acknowledging the situation and dispelling people that where it actually matters. Or you could make it spawn less often to where you're not pressing it on cooldown, which is probably the even better solution. But they went with the one in the middle where you just have to press your dispel on CD, and I cannot think of something designed to be less fun than that. And then the healer frames in P2 were really bad. I think and it's the fact that like we're randomly just fighting fire and shadow elementals now. Also, we talked about private ores, but we didn't talk about how problematic the private ore situation was on the cages, and how if that failed, you had to sit there with like 3 people suspended in the air knowing you were going to wipe. You talked about in the last phase seeds blowing up and you dying. Remember what everyone complained about Anduin about? The worst part about Anduin is that every time you wiped, you had no idea what happened and everyone was just dead, right?
Halandris as well, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And like this last phase had something similar where a lot of people, especially later in progression, weren't one of the seed people, and you were kind of just like playing the same fight that wasn't too hard and just hoping that that didn't happen, you know? So overall, pretty flawed, but I do understand Dratnos in that it was epic. It was also like kind of objectively the most insane Race to World First ending of all time, and just the entire last day was just fucking nuts. I think that also matters for a lot of people as well. Yeah, I don't know. I agree. I had Firec on the list. I just think it's too deeply flawed to have much higher than what I have at 8, something like that.
Yeah, I think everybody's perspectives here are fair, and definitely mine is the most unhinged. But I can't change how I feel.
Yeah, no, this is all about how we feel. I would much rather have that than everyone just try to make some super relatable. This is what the popular public opinion is on this, and let's all just have the same list. I think the fact that they're different is really interesting. So to go into another boss that Growl will get mad about, I had and Teapot had as their number 1 as Tindral Sage Swift. I'm not actually going to start the first minute or two of this like Dratnos did with Firec and going to defend all of its flaws. I'm going to talk about why the fight was fucking incredible. We started this fight, and I could not believe how fast it was. In fact, let me put this thing away here and open this. Actually, I'll screenshot this and then show you. This is what I sent to Blizzard the night that we first started this, and I wasn't kidding. Like I ended up predicting that we would kill this boss pretty fast because we killed it on testing, and I literally said, Lamau, does this boss have like Bloodlust or something? I cannot believe how many mechanics this boss casts in the first like 30 seconds to a minute, or just all of P1 basically. It just seems, I've never seen anything like that. It just seemed like a boss casting as many mechanics for 2 or 3 bosses. Problem solving that was insane. I think 3-second seeds were something that initially was seemed impossible, but ended up being something I enjoyed because it was something we, near the end of that fight, started doing at like an 80 to 90% success rate. That being said, if they had that in the last phase, we would have been pulling that boss for another week. I think the dragon riding element was great. I sounded like Growl was going to use that as a detractor. I think if they were ever going to do dragon riding on a raid boss, and you knew they were as soon as they made no code offensive, it being an in-between phase thing, a little bit of a break in being able to restart and have it not be super like consequential. And then on Mythic, adding the ability for people to fly up during the fight and not feel bad about it because they come down, get a huge damage amp, or do a huge burst of damage. I just think the fight was incredibly well put together. The last phase was such a great incorporation of all of the total mechanics. They somehow made a boss with dragon riding that was both simultaneously a healer, a moonkin, and made you dragon ride, and the boss ended up being incredible. The only real negative I have to this fight, and the negative that I think keeps this from being like literally the best boss they've ever made, as far as creativity and the execution of it, is the fact that this boss didn't end how it could have ended, with the boss hitting 100 energy in the last phase. And what it does is it actually channels a like Rygalon-esque massive bang, like spirit bomb thing that just comes down onto the platform and kills you. And I think the only way this boss would have been better is if there wasn't like another minute or two in P3 that didn't need to exist. They acknowledged how far you were actually going to get, and then have it end as if you are beating that cast time. I think that could have been a more epic ending and made the fight make a bit more sense. But other than that, I really enjoyed this. It was super fucking hard, but was just one of the best experiences I've ever had playing games. Well,
100%.
Good.
I would say that watching Tindral progression, in the Race to Worlds first, it's definitely a huge motivator for me to get better at the game. Because the only thing I'm gonna say that was a little disappointing for me at Tindral is that it wasn't hard enough. It is incredible. It is so fast. It is so dynamic. Right, incredibly exciting the entire way. The dragon riding is actually really cool. It's actually something I was terrified of. Like, no, don't do it. Don't put this in a raid. But actually, it's really fun. And like I like the piloting. It is actually relevant. Like for both the mythic mechanic and also the intermission mechanic. You have to actually do something. Like it is failable. It's not just like a hey, flap your wings for 20 seconds. Yeah, it's not the hardest thing in the world, and maybe they could have pushed that farther, but it's always really difficult with stuff like dragon riding. If you make a gimmick too annoying, it goes from, okay, this is kind of fun to this is the worst thing ever made, and, I want to uninstall now. But yeah, Tindral is incredible. Absolutely insane fight overall.
When did you kill
I like
Tindral, by the way? Like, what, was like a couple months ago?
Yeah, we played the Giga Nerfed version, unfortunately, the 12 seed version of the encounter.
See, that's...
but yeah.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that because most people's negative opinion with Tindral almost entirely has nothing to do with boss design or anything like that. It has to do with the fact that that boss was not nerfed fast enough to be a relatively good difficulty for the guild that was doing it. Like, they just took too long to make this boss reasonable. Like, they do this in every patch, right? Like, they make bosses that are good for people, you have to nerf them, or hopefully you have gear that makes you stronger over time that passively nerfs fights. That feels a little bit better. Neither of those things happened in this raid. We had higher eye level than we've ever had before relative to what other guilds did, and they just famously took too long to nerf this fight. You can look at, I think it's prog stats or something like that. You can see the spikes of guild that kills this after nerfs, which is pretty big indicator that it was left too difficult for too long. But the fact that you killed it later, although maybe you are, like you said, a masochist, you were like, I would have had Firac #1 if I could have done it when it was super fucking hard. So you getting to do super fucking hard Tindral is not surprising that you have it up there.
I think this is again a slight derail here, slight yap. We've got to keep it going for the chat, haven't we? But I think this is such a fascinating part of World of Warcraft, actually, because the devs have to make something that's hard enough for Echo and Liquid, right? And this is a Dragonflight thing, right? As my understanding of this is kind of a Dragonflight thing, is that because gear progression is so fast and you kind of cap out so fast, it doesn't nerf itself like after a couple of weeks, right? Like, by the time you get to Tindral, like most guilds are gonna be basically maxed out, right? Like you're not getting any stronger. You've got to play better, and a lot of the mechanics are very punishing. You're not just gonna getting a bit more stamina is gonna save you there, or getting a little bit more DPS is gonna save you here. If you don't do the mechanics, you're dead. There's no way around it, pretty much. And this is a really fascinating part, because of how good you guys are at the game, right? It's really difficult for them to find this balance without adding something like a tournament realm or something like another difficulty on top of that, which would just be weird, right? But yeah, that's kind of another topic. I think it's an incredibly interesting part of like where the game is at right now, like with how powerful the professional scene is.
Yeah, that is something we can get into later after this, but it is something that's also like it's possible we've gotten so good that they should just not have us be the tuning goal, let us kill things a little faster, right? And it's hard for me to say that because I love having challenging fights, but like it's becoming so much of a gap that it could potentially negatively harm everyone else. And then also, especially in a patch where you guys are not killing this with any more gear than we did. If we killed Tindral at 470 eye level and you killed it at 488, you would have shit on Tindral with much less nerfs, right? But we killed it at 481 because of the ability to farm splits, so it didn't actually nerf itself. You didn't get more powerful after the first couple weeks, right? But either way, we'll talk about that in a little bit. I think Growl's going to have a huge heater here for Tindral, so I'll let Dratnos get in his takes before he tears us all down.
Yeah, I got the same pros for Tindral. It was definitely just super fun for those of us that see. The thing is, we've got Teapot here that's supposed to be like representing the lower end of play, but I think you're in disguise much more obviously close to me and Max in terms of like what you look for from a fight, right? Like I feel like you're not very representative of what the lower end ish players are generally looking for, because like wanting super hard, difficult fights and wanting to improve yourself to be able to then challenge them is just not a very common mindset down there. Because if it is, you go up and you end up in the higher rank guilds because that's what you want. So I accuse you of being a elitist in disguise.
I am a degenerate. Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
it's fair.
I think that I'll also to preempt some of Growl's, I think, very fair criticism of this fight. I think that a lot of the problems with Tindrill's difficulty location in the raid aren't just Tindrill's fault. Like, Tindrill was the first really hard fight of that tier on Mythic, which made it so that if you were a guild that,
it's
was
similar to
gonna
the
have a lot of
Rashok.
trouble with
It's
it.
literally the Rashok
Yeah.
thing, but later, yeah.
You don't have like if Naimu, Laradar, and Smolderon were all 10, and 5% harder or whatever, like so Smolderon is 5% harder and Naimu and Laradar were 10% harder, something like that, then guilds reaching Tindrill and having their guild explode and disband over it would have been a much less common thing, even with the nerf timing that it received, because guilds were just reaching that boss before they were ready to, because the rest of the tier was as easy as it was. Now, could you solve that by making Tindrill easier, faster? Yes, and they should have done that. But you also could solve it by making the difficulty ramp before Tindrill a little bit harder, and that, I think, also would have worked. So I think that the problem is it's not just Tindrill's fault there, but I agree that's a huge problem with it.
It's a good point. All right, Growl, lay it on us.
Unleash.
I mean, actually, I've been listening, and I agree with a lot of the stuff that you said. Like, I think the dragon riding, definitely the best part about the fight. Second best part about the fight, what Teapot said, is watching other people do the fight. That's a really good part of Tindrill. I mean, look, you made the comment that, it was like the first hard fight, or that, they need to make it, for Echo and Liquid. I mean, they just really don't. Like, they don't need to make a fight that's super hard for the world's best players to do, that every other player has to do if they want to get good gear, right? Like, I get if it's like some optional thing, but the fact that there's a status quo in WoW that a huge majority of the players are trying to get cutting edge, and the fact that you put this giant mess of a wall in front of it in order to do it is just, I don't know. I think Phase 1 was a ridiculously outrageous learning curve. Any guild just spends the entire first week wiping immediately in Phase 1 over and over again. It's like a very, very scripted dance where every single person needs to do every single thing so specific, and you have to get this feather, and you have to fly here, and this person has to stand here, and it's like, I just feel like for a huge majority of the players, it's just not something that people want to do. And it felt like as an individual player, you had such little impact as to the success of your raid. And then it's one of those things where okay, you pull the boss 30 times and then you mess up one of the times or two of the times. It's like, well, everybody messes up one or two of the times, and that just immediately causes a wipe, and then you're just dead. I also think the flying from platform to platform, it just, every single phase was sort of similar, but it was sort of different, and it just felt like there was so much learning and research that had to be involved. For instance, our guild had a 14 slide PowerPoint of every single game state in each of the phases and where everyone stands in these giant lists. There's these giant weak auras for, okay, there's this dispels, and these people are prioritized to go here, and then this healer is the first dispel, and it's just so many layers of complicated coordination on top of each other over and over again. And then on top of that, you have the being rooted, and the whole you want to stand close enough to get rooted, but then your team doesn't know how to fly because they're dumb, and they you want to be close to each other, but then everyone stacks up and everyone blows up, and the whole idea between getting rooted and then having people broken up, I felt was just very
the whole
miserable
feathers
and,
thing
not fun.
sucked. I forgot to mention
hated
that.
everything about the feathers. I hated everything about the flying, other than the fact that it wasn't there, you weren't doing the fight. Yeah, I don't. It was just too hard, man. Like I think it's just too much. Like, and it wasn't really like. And my point too about like what I found fun about Rashhawk or some of these other bosses is the difficulty is playing your class very very well. But like none of this is playing your class, man. Like flying around and picking feathers and like doing a dance and like everyone line up for the dispels and you have to be this pixel perfect or else one of the seeds spawns in the lava and then you know no one wants to get it. The seeds mechanic again, I think I really hated the seeds mechanic because what did everyone want to do? They wanted to grab the closest seed to the boss and then run right straight back to the boss, right? And it's like, well, okay, now I'm a disc priest and I'm just running a marathon out to the edges of the world and then I just barely get to it and then like a mage blinks on top of it. It's like, okay, well, I just didn't understand why every person could only get one seed. Like I really feel like that part of Mythic didn't really make it that much more fun and just added a lot of like
that was a bad
in complication to the fight. And the fact that like that was such a big part of the fight and the difficulty of the fight and there was so many wipes. And if I really wish it would have been either you could have been able to get multiple seeds, or if one seed goes off, it's like, oh no, now we're going to take some raid damage. We need to compensate for this. Not just, okay, your raid's dead. Okay, go back to the start. Like, I don't know.
I think that's just a philosophy you could apply to a lot of things. Is like most things in a fight that one-shot you or kill your raid. Actually, like Diablo randomly did this in the most recent season. They made it so things that used to one-shot you on Lilith, if you guys have ever seen someone do that fight, it gives you like a stacking thing that exponentially increases your damage, and you need to get it by like 4 of them before you wipe. So you could do a boss like Tindral, maybe fuck up a seed, you'd still see 30 seconds to a minute farther and maybe wipe to some huge damage event, but like it wouldn't be instantly over, and then there would still be progression. You'd be progressing that later thing and know that you also need to get better at the thing you like technically in quotes wiped on earlier, you know, right? Like I think that actually could be something that is at least interesting to look at.
I think that would be huge for a lot of fights, CBH, like Razageth letting one of the orbs explode, instantly wiping you, Smolderon failing the mythic mechanic there, instantly wiping you. Like, all of these are mechanics that I think they shouldn't instantly wipe you, except maybe if you're trying to do it with Race to World first levels of gear. But, like, otherwise it should be something where you can screw it up and, you know, it's punishing, and if you screw up another thing in close succession, you're gonna wipe, but like you can recover from it, because something that's really fun about WoW is recovering from a mistake, and I think that that's something that Dragonflight all across the expansion has been pretty bad about creating fights that let you survive a mistake and, you know, outplay it by everybody locking in and figuring out how to save themselves.
And Growl, you were talking about the dispels too, right? Like I think the dispels were a problem, and I don't know if you got to the point. I don't know exactly when you did the fight, but they nerfed like the time.
He killed it the day before they nerfed it.
Well, which nerf? The one where you had more time to dispel the 4 debuffs?
Whatever the big nerf was, where they, I don't remember exactly what it was, but time.
Yeah, it's funny that it's a boss we can say big nerf, and there's three.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tinder.
It's
these two. It's did you kill it in January or February?
I blocked that part of my memory out.
Okay, well, January 15th was the first major one, and then looks like February 26th, it was an even bigger, like, massive gap.
I'm looking at your screen right now. That's number of kills. It definitely wasn't 800. It was definitely, like, in the 200 range.
Okay, so it was the January
kill. Because we got Hall of Fame, just barely.
Okay. Yeah, that looks like it, right? Just after that was the... Okay, cool. Yeah, well, I was going to ask you, like, I think that's another fight that, like, kind of required you to have weak auras in a bad way. Like, I don't know if it's the version of the boss you killed, but it probably was the one you progressed, where each healer kind of had to be assigned to dispel a certain person and in a certain order, or else, like, everything would be fucked. And I think that is, like, an underrated mechanic where you would just be totally fucked without something doing that for you.
Yeah, random tangent that I won't go into, but I feel like they should remove the cooldown on Dispel for PvE. And then, like, stuff like that would just be, like, you know, maybe make it have a high mana cost or something, but have, like, one healer. Okay, now you're the person who's in charge of dispelling everyone sequentially. Okay, like, or maybe, like, each healer takes turns when they're not in cooldowns or whatever. But it does. I feel like healers having a Dispel cooldown is sort of, like, I don't know, archaic and weird. I don't really understand why. It complicates a lot of mechanics that could otherwise be good.
All right. What'd you say? What were you saying, Teapot?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I just really agree with the fact that, you know, if you have too many things that, oh, you know, you instantly die if you mess that up, that is something that is certainly to be avoided. I think that's a very fair criticism of some of the fights in the expansion, 100%. I think that, you know, I'm actually really inclined to agree with Growl here that, like, the perfect encounter, I feel like, will be as mechanical as possible. And I think it can be quite difficult to make really hard fights that are pure mechanical. Like sometimes you are going to need to have these complexities and like big coordination checks. I think there's definitely a place for that. But yeah, I think that having like really big individual mechanical skill checks is a really big target, like for making a fight, you know, from a design perspective for sure. And having mechanics that maybe screw you over later, stuff like things that maybe heal the boss or make the boss do more damage, right? Or reduce your damage to the boss. So you can still kind of push through while still improving what's come before, I think is a really good design philosophy to have.
I mean, if you look at fights that were the most problematic for people, fights that, regardless of how much some people liked them, fights that a lot of people fucking hated over the last like 3 to 4 years, you would be almost exclusively naming bosses where someone messed up and the entire raid got one shot.
Yeah.
At least frequently. Like, I think it's okay for some mechanics like that to exist on end bosses, but it can't be like Anduin is maybe the best example of this, but the worst example of them doing this wrong is like every single mechanic was that. If you miss a kick in P2, if you didn't kill the abomination in the intermission, if you didn't stun someone's soul when they were downstairs and it went off, if the people downstairs didn't kill their ads in time, if you didn't send enough people downstairs, literally, if you failed blasphemy, you know what I mean? Like, just every single mechanic, the punishment was the pull was over, not something has gone wrong, let's fix it. And as Dratnos pointed out, the something has gone wrong, let's fix it thing is actually fun, but you're robbed of doing that ever, right? So I think it's a good point.
What a great segue into the next boss.
Hell yeah.
Yep, let's talk about Smoldy, Growl's number 1.
Smolderon is probably one of the hardest and like most mechanically dense fights that they've ever done. That's not that. That's not, okay, one person messed up, you know. Every single person is roughly doing the same thing. If you die or make a mistake, the consequence is essentially everything is slightly harder, you know, whether it's you didn't get in the soak and everyone is taking a little bit more damage, or you put your lines in a weird spot and everyone kind of has to dodge, or they can press a defensive, or maybe if everyone's top, they don't die. Maybe you didn't get your orbs in the intermission while the boss is getting a damage buff. And realistically, that's probably a wipe, but you're not going to instantly blow up the raid. I think Smolderon is like one of the greatest examples of like just an actual very, very difficult coordination required fight. But every single one of the things that you're doing is like you have a lot of say into how it is. You know, you have a lot of say of, oh man, I see that idiot mage running around who's not getting in the soak. I'm going to press a defensive here, like, because this soak is going to hurt harder. Or, oh, this moron rogue is like shadow stepping out with the lines, like I'm gonna be ready for it and dodge, or you know. And it's like I feel like you have so much agency over your own life, but at the same time it's still a very, very difficult boss that requires a lot of skill. It's a DPS check in a way because there's like a pretty clear enrage. It's like, I don't know, it's basically the exact, like that's sort of the benchmark for me, where that's like the ideal difficulty of like an end boss or a near end boss is like, you know, obviously that's not hard enough for some of the best players in the world, but in terms of, you know, gating gear behind it and achievements and stuff, I think like it's like almost a perfect boss for me.
I agree with everything you said. I have almost nothing to add other than really annoying private ore situation.
Yeah, and that mechanic also fails the one-shot everybody if you screw it up test.
Okay, I will actually agree that the orb thing was like stupid and in my opinion completely out of place. I think it very easily could have been fixed by just having 2 orbs. And then, okay, you know, here's the 2 people, like, make sure you don't, you know, blow them up at the same time, you know? Like, I think it's unnecessarily complex. Or you know, the suggestion again of, okay, well, let's have 4 orbs, but we'll have them different colors, you know? And then, okay, now always the blue one goes first or whatever. Like, I think that could have been solved in so many ways, and that was definitely the blemish on the fight, was that, like, before, like, that orb thing after each slam. Also, I will say that I played Disc Priest in the Tier 3 set Disc Priest. This was, like, it fit so well with that fight, and it was so fun, even though I was really bad at it.
That takes me to another point about this fight. Something positive was that it was like a weird timing fight, And that type of fight means that for a lot of specs, there's some pretty cool like mastery you can develop with it, right? Like not all specs had this, but there were mages were doing like blink to the back of the room and then blink back so I can pick up my orbs like 2 seconds before they reach the boss so that I can get 2 sets of CDs instead of 1 into damage amps. And like, I don't know, fights like that. This was a fight where if it was easy for you, you could do stuff to make it so that you were squeezing more of your throughput out of it. And it was a fight where throughput mattered. So I think that's always really cool.
Alrighty. Teapot, did you talk about Smoldy yet?
No, but I will now. Yeah, you know, this is the problem with raiding bosses. You know, like of course I rated it down there at number 5, but yeah, like listening to all of this, like, you know, I think, man, that seems very unfair because Smolder is a complete banger. It really is. I think it's engaging for every role in the game. Like, everyone's got stuff to do. There's a lot of individual skill with dodging the waves and like the movement with dealing with the heal absorbs correctly as well. The orb mechanic, yeah, it is a little bit scuffed. You know, I love reading lists. You know, I had the wonderful job of telling people when to orb, and I guess, you know, that's something, I guess. It's not saying that, again, you know, I am a bit of a weak aura psychopath. It didn't bother me that much. Maybe in a couple of years' time, I'll learn to hate it as much as everyone else does in that regard. But yeah, it is a really good fight. Certainly one of the highlights of a major, so 100%. And yeah, I do feel bad. I feel bad for Smolderon, you know, like down there at rank 5. I feel a little guilty now. Doesn't feel good.
Well, it ended up when you account all of our ranks together. So I just had him add, whoever made this sheet, a very simple point metric. It's not super accurate, but basically if you got voted in 10th place, it gave you 1 point, and if you were first, it gave you 10, and then it just simply added up all of our lists. I don't think the top 5 are very surprising. The top 5 are, regardless of order, are Fyrak, Sarkareth, Smolderon, Tindral, and Rashok. That's just not surprising, right? Like, and then 6 to 10 is a little bit more polarizing, right? It's like Taros makes sense, and then Naimu is interesting. Skarn is either you love it or you hate it, mostly hate it, and 2 of us liked it. And then the last 2 just could have been anything, right? I think it's more just like, kind of shows you that there were just like 6 really, really good bosses this expansion, basically. I did want to talk about something, though. Interesting thing that one of you guys said earlier. You said it's ridiculous. Tindral is a boss like that is too hard for people doing this game that should get loot for. Something that I was thinking about more and more is like people always talk about like make Mythic like cosmetic only or something like that. I think
Yep,
I
I'm
think
ready.
Based.
I think
Based.
wait 1 second.
Based. All right, good. Take over.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm gonna kind of disagree with that. I don't think all of Mythic should be cosmetic only at all. Like, why the fuck would someone do Gnarl Root for cosmetics, right? Like, Gnarl Root is not. In fact, Gnarl Root's easier than the
Because it's the first boss. And you need
exactly,
to
of
progress.
course.
Sort of like,
I think
sort of like what Teapot said. It's like, why would anyone do a +2 for Keystone Hero? It's like, we need to do a +2 to get higher.
Yeah, so I think the actual major difficulty jump in this game doesn't exist from Heroic to Mythic. It's from Smolderon to Tindral. And I think a boss like Smolderon being required to get some of the best loot in the game is completely fair and not unreasonable at all. But I think from Tindral and Fyrak it is. So, and I don't know if this is just this raid thing. I don't think it's a Race World First thing either. I mean, there's been bosses in the past, like before the Race World First was ever streamed or tuned for or anything. Fallen Avatar and Kill Jaden were at that time just as hard as Tindral and Fyrak are now. It's just like sometimes raids have super, super hard fights. But I do think that could be a design goal. You have the best gear in the game stop at a boss like Smolderon, and then you have simply bosses like Tindral and Fyrak be something that are aspirational goals for, you know, an achievement or some kind of cosmetic that people want, and you have the gear end there, and that's your difficulty differentiator, rather than just it being all of Mythic. You don't have to nerf it as much, but then the question is like, who gets gear off Smolderon and then sees unnerfed Tindral and they're like, all right guys, let's log on and do this now, right? Like it's just
you apparently.
Well, we would already be done. We would already be done by then, right? This is like, think about your guilds, right? Like you finish Smolderon, but because it's a cosmetic only difficulty, it's in world first mode or whatever, right? Like
how many people could realistically do OG Tindral with the gear we had without it being nerfed realistically before their guild would die from giving up, right? It's not a lot. So like, I guess the idea would be it would have to be nerfed a little bit just in general, like from the outset, and then you leave it that way, something like that.
Sure. Well, I think you're definitely cooking with that idea. The only problem is sort of like the current systems the game has in place. Like, for instance, if there was no mythic lockouts, like every guild is going to want to try and prog till the end of the raid, right? Like, why would they just arbitrarily stop? But the thing is, if there was no mythic lockout and I could, you know what I mean? Maybe there's a community of people who are PvPers or M+ers who just pug and they just, you know, they get to Smolder on and they say, fuck it, all right, we're done, you know, we don't care. And I think that, like, but in order for that sort of thing to work, you would need to remove the mythic lockout system. Like, I don't know. The thing is, I 100% love the idea that there are really, really hard bosses and cool challenges, and I actually think like leaving them unnerfed could be cool, and I think that maybe it would set like kind of a different precedent if they did just leave them unnerfed and left them hard. But the problem is like the status quo in the game of like there's this benchmark of cutting edge, and it's kind of funny to listen to Teapot's perspective because it's a little bit different. Like he's like, you know, he's in there, right? He's like trying to get cutting edge, but how his opinion might change if now he's been playing WoW for 4 years and he's gotten cutting edge every tier, and he's like, yeah, there's, you know, I kind of want to play Guild Wars, but I'm still logging in with my guild, but like, man, this boss sucks. You know, it's like, I feel like once getting cutting edge becomes the status quo and it becomes like something you feel like you need to get every tier, whether it's because you're trying to get gear or because you just want to do it or because you want to stick around with your guild, I think that does sort of change the way bosses sort of feel. And I feel like it does sort of rub off in the same way that M+ does, right? Like, I really like a dungeon and I like a challenging dungeon, but you know, if you have a trinket that you need from Sanguine Depths and you have to pug high Sanguine Depths over and over again 40 times to get your trinket, yeah, you probably hate the living crap out of that dungeon, you know? So I think there is kind of a middle ground with like, what do the top people want, but also like, you know, how does the average person interact with the boss or the dungeon or whatever?
All right, I gotta go, but I do want to say I like the idea, and I think also there would be some like self-selection guilds. If there were there would be some guilds that would be like, yeah, we're just gonna do Smolder on, like we want gear, right? We're a guild for people that want gear. We're gonna get our gear. We're not gonna bother pulling that. That's for psychopaths, right? We're not touching that Tindral nonsense, right? And then people that didn't want to engage with it could do that. I do think you would have to nerf it somewhere between the January and February versions. Probably would be. Like, between the pre-January nerf and post-January nerf, I guess, version of Tindral would probably be the one that would be fair to leave as, like, the forever version of that fight that's just for cosmetics, something like that. And then the guilds that did want to be pulling that would be consisting ideally only of people that wanted to be pulling it. Obviously, some would be for the prestige, some would be for the cosmetics, some would be because they enjoyed the progress, right? But nobody would be there just like, okay, I need to do this because... you know, I'm in my guild for gear, and my guild is a good guild that gets gear early, which means they're a cutting edge guild, which means I have to be here for cutting edge if I want to be here next tier so I can get the gear.
Yeah,
that cycle
that's sort of how
broken.
it feels. Yeah,
yeah.
I think maybe like add another layer of achievement, maybe of like, you know, it's just hard because it's just how every guild is. You know, like WoW's been this way for so long, it's hard to really change it.
All right, if Dratnos has to leave, well, I do want to do one other thing though. You have to leave right now. Oh, he's gone. That's hype. Okay.
He's holy shit.
He's out.
He actually.
He was actually kind of mad about your list. He didn't really want to say it.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna do some like honorable mentions, and I only have two. And they're not necessarily like honorable, like should have been on the list. I just think they're interesting to discuss. What did you all think of Broodkeeper?
Hated it.
What?
I think it was the idea of like, I'm on the ads and then all of a sudden, oh, they messed up an egg and there's a giant dragon and we're dead. Like, that's another fight where it was just constantly felt like I had no control and just some other guy messes up and then we wipe.
Yeah, I think Broodkeeper is totally depends on your role on that fight. I think if you were a DPS that was doing the ads, that was actually really fun. Just in general, like that was fun to do. And then you go to the last phase, and the last phase is like, okay. The worst role by far are the people who are just following the boss around and just single targeting it for 5 minutes while seemingly nothing else happens on your screen. Like, that's horrible.
So I think that I'm surprised no one put it on their list. I almost did because I just thought it was a fun fight to figure out and see exactly how we're gonna do it. I'm not a fan of them doing ad bosses for the second to last boss, but I think Broodkeeper was about as good as you could make a shitty ad fight like that. I just wanted to give it a little shout out. I don't think you did that, right? Teapot, you didn't do Vault, at least when it was current?
No, we're actually we're on Mythic Broodkeeper right now. In fact,
Oh boy,
should be killing it this weekend. Exciting stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean I think conceptually it's actually quite an interesting encounter, but I'm actually going to say the opposite of what I've said a lot. I think it would actually be a fight that people would look at more favorable, and I think I definitely would if it was just a lot easier. If it was kind of like an early, like, oh, look at this. This is kind of an interesting concept, isn't it? Rather than a second to last boss.
100%,
Right? I think you were talking about this, right? Like you slap Korog in right there and make Korog like a really big penultimate encounter for Vault of the Incarnates, and just move Diana down and kind of make it a fight that, where because as it stands right now, like there's a million ways where things can go pretty badly wrong, and it's not going to work out well. It's you're just gonna go again pretty much. And yeah, there's not really a lot going on the boss. It's like, oh yeah, we gotta kill the eggs, and that's an interesting mechanic. But then you've got to do it for 5 minutes, right? And it's there's only so many eggs you can destroy before things start to get a little bit less exciting, I suppose, in that regard. So yeah, that would be my take on Brewkeeper. I think not a bad idea, but maybe not the best idea for a penultimate encounter for the raid.
Okay, and then I only have one more boss I want to talk about. What was your all's experience with Dathia? So you just killed it, right? You must have just killed it.
I think Dathia was the reason I got kicked from my guild.
Well, we didn't even do Dathia, unfortunately. Quite tragically, because we just broke the fight and DPS it and ignored the ads and completely ignored the mechanic.
So you probably had a favorable opinion of Dathia. Actually, no, you're a masochist. Dathia is a very disliked, just a very claustrophobic, like movement and positioning intensive fight that people really, really dislike generally.
I mean, I think there's something that could be said for it if there was a good telegraph for the for charging up the ads, right? Instead of having to look at
really bad animations
and have like the macro the markers and stuff, so like you have the all preset up there as well. I don't hate the boss from a conceptual standpoint. I think it's even quite interesting, right? You have to spread out the charges, and then you've got to bring the ad in. You've got to get knocked up by the ad to prevent the boss from getting charged up, all that kind of good stuff. That's relatively interesting, I think. But yeah, like the way it actually plays out, certainly in Awakened, it's literally a do nothing boss. Like you just pump pretty much until it dies, which is whatever. But yeah, conceptually, I think there's some potential there. But again, I think I think this is something that's come up a lot in this conversation is Blizzard's kind of unwillingness to. I don't mean this in a bad way, by the way. I'm going to preface this to break the roleplay immersion a little bit, especially on Mythic encounters. I think a lot of the fights are actually compromised by that philosophy a little bit, which I think is unfortunate. Actually, and I would be very interested if they would actually consider a different approach. I am a big fan of the roleplay and raids, even on Mythic, actually. One of the reasons why I like Echo of Neltharion, the reason it's on that list, is because it is so incredibly epic, especially when you get towards the end of it. I love it. I had my, in-game music blasting. I love the voice acting on that fight. It's so good, especially when you lose. Okay, he's like, did you ever think there'll be any other outcome? How droll. Yes, let's go. Blizzard, I hear you. I love the roleplay. But sometimes you've got to make the hearts different colors. Sometimes you actually have to add a telegraph and not wait for the players to add one with a weak aura.
Growl, how did you get kicked from your guild on Dathia?
So Dathia early on, especially in progression, was pretty strict with like you would get those circles, then you had to run the circles into the things. And our raid leader basically decided like this is just too hard to try and do in play, so he's just gonna sit and just watch us and like basically 21st man that boss. That's like when he first started doing it on some of the harder bosses because I don't know. But anyway, so I had the brilliant idea of saying, hey, you can watch my POV because like I stream, I don't care, I'll load it up, like it works for me. And let's just say that's a really rough boss as a healer, and I spent a lot of time flying in the air in a tornado in bear form during that boss, and I think he sort of like that was his first realization to my level of play, and I just don't think it was a fair representation to my playing ability, but that was one of his You know, that he watched basically all of my Dathia Prague as a Resto Druid, and that did not go very well for me. And then
So
I
if he was in the
proceeded to
raid, you could have hid. You could have
Right,
hid that. I
yeah.
see, but
I'm not saying that was the only reason, but I think that was the first reason. Like, he's probably like this guy's a little bit suspicious. He's a little bit of a suspicious player.
I stopped doing this in farm, but when we would recruit new players, I would always try to watch them the first like raid they had in our guild. Like I would use their POV, and I stopped doing this because it made people like freak the fuck out. Like people were like super uncomfortable and like really in their own head about shit, and you weren't watching them actually play the game. You were watching them like play very scared. So I stopped doing it for that exact reason.
See, well, I know that that's a thing, and it doesn't really affect me because I stream. I just didn't take into account that I'm just actually bad. So it wasn't me like, you know, being nervous. It was just me. And the problem was he was watching.
Well, you win some and you lose some, you know? All right. Well, the reason we got together today is we're going to see exactly how close any of our lists really get to Hirumaredx. And as usual, maybe he makes some absolutely ridiculous...
Can we do a chat vote real quick so I can win?
We were gonna have Hirumaredx's list exist as well,
okay,
but
okay.
we can
Alright, that's fair.
do that first. We can.
No, that's fair.
I think you will win actually. Like mine has fucking
just
scarred on
farming
it,
frogs.
so I'm not gonna
By
win.
the way, I'm just farming frogs. I'm hard chilling. I got 80,000 bronze now.
All right, here we go. I think you will. I think you'll win. Like mine, the top 4 bosses all exist within my top 4, between like the 4 of us. But, like, I have Skarn at 5, and I feel like if anyone... Obviously, this is all our own experiences, but if any... Like, most people, if they read my list, they're going to be like, okay, I can't relate to that. All right, here we go. Which list do you relate more to?
I mean, it's all good. You know, I took the bullet for you by putting Echo on there, so it's no worries.
Yeah, you're going to get out. You have Echo of Neltharion and Skarn on your list. You're going to get absolutely... It's going to be between Dratnos and Growl, but I think it might be closer than you think. Growl farmed more bastes, but Dratnos is a man of the people and usually wins these.
Yeah, the problem is I'm a healer. I like lose a lot of points right off the bat.
I think Growl's gonna
Did
win.
you see how many frogs I got? I got a lot of frogs for bullying healers on Farak. Like that worked out pretty well.
I think Growl you're gonna win because you got a lot of the good bosses, and Dratnos like picked Fyrak number 1 and then spent 3 minutes explaining why it was dog shit as to like support his reason to win. Yeah,
the Eminem 8 Mile defense. Is that a boomer movie, by the way, 8 Mile?
I've never seen 8 Mile, but it did come out a long time ago, so probably. Like, for example...
You've never seen 8 Mile? Really? Holy
yeah, I haven't.
I guess, to be fair, I grew up near Detroit, so that's more of a cultural thing in Michigan.
Okay, do you, like, if you're asking if it's a boomer movie, do you think anyone under the age of 25 has seen 8 Mile? The answer to that is no. Oh yeah, Growl's winning by a fucking landslide.
It's looking very rough right now. This is...
Oh, we're battling it out at the bottom. I have 7 votes and you have 9. Oh, we both just got one. That's hype. Oh yeah, Growl's winning by a landslide. Let's see, does Growl have anything like indefensible on his list? I think Growl's makes sense because like most people who killed Mythic Tendril or have an opinion on it whatsoever that have done it had a negative experience because it was too hard for their guild when they got there, both due to the fact that the rest of the raid was easy and they got there earlier than they would in a normal raid, and the fact that it took them too long to nerf Tendril and we killed it with too much gear and shit like that. So like he skipped Tendril, and I think that's big. And then one big benefit he has over both of us specifically is that he does not have Skarn, which is by far the thing people are the most emotionally scarred about this expansion as a boss. He had Magmarax at 4, though. That's your biggest spice take.
I actually thought that was going to be one of the least contentious ones. I thought people genuinely liked that boss, but maybe not, I guess.
I think healers fucking love that fight. I think everyone else thinks it's super whatever. I mean,
just kind of like a mid fight.
I mean,
people don't dislike it, but it's just whatever.
You having Kurog, Magmarax, and then Taros is the most like healer thing ever, which is exactly what I wanted you to do when you made the list. But like those are just fights that are significant. Well, Taros is great anyway, but like those are fights that are significantly better for healers than anyone else. Forgotten Experiments is maybe
Chat, do you guys like Forgotten
Experiments might be
Experiments?
the most controversial one.
Yeah.
That might be the most one.
I mean, to be
would
fair,
say.
I would say my bottom 3 were like I had to go through the lists again to pick them. Let's say that.
Yeah, you picked Forgotten Experiments and Primal Council, actually.
Yeah,
Those
I
both
definitely had to go through the
turbo
list a
stinky.
second time.
Okay. All right, let's see what Hirumaredx did. So Hirumaredx has the top 10 best Dragonflight raid bosses. I'm not going to unmute it and listen to it. He does have timestamps. I'll try not to get spoiled. I'm just going to kind of go through and see how many of them make sense. I'm going to listen to the beginning to see... I don't think Hirumaredx raids Mythic. I could be wrong. I think he's a heroic raider, so this might be a heroic raid boss take, and I don't think that differs too much from Mythic outside of... I think Razageth will be ranked significantly higher and probably number 1 if it's heroic only. And I think Smolderon was really disliked on heroic where it was liked on Mythic. Like Smolderon was just like you could not realistically expect a pug group in heroic to actually soak their orbs correctly. So like Smolderon was just a slaughter fest. Do you guys have any other takes about where you think a heroic only list will show up?
I think he'll have more end. I think his list will look similar to Teapot's, and that it'll be weighted towards a lot of end bosses. Just because I think in general heroic end bosses are like usually pretty good.
It's time to reflect on its
Yeah, and
raid
I think
boss
a lot
fights.
of the
It was certainly
downsides
short
that
in
can
some
come with
aspects,
a
but
really
regardless,
high
Blizzard produced some
complexity,
that
high
were
coordination
biased.
mythic end boss don't typically show up on heroic. I think you know, like a lot of the issues that were talked about here, like regarding some of the bosses that you know are towards the end of the raid. I think heroic doesn't really have a lot of those issues. So like I'm definitely expecting to see. I'm kind of expecting to see all of the end bosses actually, as well, for sure. But also, if it is a heroic list, like you know, we can flip it here because of course this could mean that if difficulty and going for like mega challenge is perhaps less of an interest, then I think that means that some of the earlier bosses can be really exciting as well. Because you know some of the detractors that you know we were talking about were that, oh man, like if only this boss was just you know turned up to 11, then it would be completely sick, and that might be less of a concern from the heroic perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if, you know, just because someone's a heroic player doesn't mean they do only heroic, right? Like maybe he does like the first couple X Mythic and he actually has like stronger opinions for those bosses.
All right, here we go. We have his number 10.
Let's go.
Gnarl Root. Okay. That is one that no one had on their list. Is that correct? Not a single person had Gnarl Root? I mean, no one's going to sit here and say Gnarl Root's bad.
He might like the theme of it because it was like in Everbloom and stuff, right?
Minding your arena space
and on Fyrak.
Burn cast and making sure it's placed atop the door.
Did you know that people on like the last like Race to World last, they were killing the boss with Gnarl Roots? Like they would have Gnarl Root spawn in P2 and still kill it.
That's sick. Kind of sounds like our guild, except for we didn't kill it.
There's no real unique ways to approach it.
Wait, you guys didn't kill Fyrak?
Oh no, I mean we didn't kill it with Gnarl Root. We couldn't. But...
Oh, I see.
We got lots of them.
I see. Yeah. All right, number 9. Amalgamation Chamber, fucking based.
Yeah, I see that. It's a good boss, especially if you do it correctly as well.
And it looks cool. It just looks.
It does
sick.
look cool.
It's also the best version of like what Eye of the Jailer was trying to do in Sanctum. Like I just think it was the best. Like you had multiple strats. You had the entire raid swap. Sometimes you only had the tank swap. Sometimes you had daughters in the middle. Like getting extra damage to multi-dot, but like that's a decision you can make. You need to put some externals on them, but you can do it. Like it's a risk-reward thing. I like it. Going to number 8. Laradar. Let's fucking go. So based, by the way. Wait, was this a good heroic boss? What's the difference?
I mean, the myth that you have where you spawn fire underneath you on Mythic. I mean, that's like the really big difference.
Well, no. Oh, on a Mythic, you need to chain the middle thing.
Yeah, yeah.
think
The chain is much more precise as well.
Yeah, like the heroic mechanic is just one person is the fire hose, which is a lot easier to manage. All right, going to 7. Taro's all the way at 7. I think that makes sense because in Heroic, it takes away a lot of the coolness of Mythic. Because I think the Mythic mechanic of this makes this fight significantly better. Like, Heroic Taros is kind of like Volcaros, you know? Like, it just kind of just doesn't do anything. Oh,
yeah, for sure.
No one picked
I think
Volcaros.
that,
It hurts more in the moment.
yeah.
But is
Volcaros, Volcaros is funny because everyone was hyping it up before everyone was like, wow, this boss is so cool. It's going to be so fun to do this on release. And then it was like, oh, okay.
Well, do you know why?
Unlucky.
I could maybe find this.
I don't know why.
I could maybe find this, but the last testing of Volcaros on Mythic involved our guild, like, trying to class stack our group and play absolutely perfectly to beat that boss's Enrage. And we were, like, getting it to, like, sub 1% while living through the Enrage with, like, a bunch of healer CDs. So, like, it was actually good on PTR. It wasn't any better of a boss. It was just not tuned. It was tuned on live insanely low. Like, you could have not done any splits, walked in, and killed that boss minutes before the platform went away. Like, it was like missing a number on the end or something.
Like placing the spikes properly. If he was
all right, number 6.
With 2 intermissions. He starts off
Tindril.
Dodges on the floor and will root everyone in place.
Tindril Heroic. What? Oh, Tindril Heroic was kind of problematic, right? Well, okay.
I mean,
have you ever done Tindril with 30 people?
Yeah, and a couple of pugs, I think.
Have you had P2 where seeds spawn literally 100 yards around the boss and there's like fucking 80 of them? Like, I think seeds are actually worse on Heroic than they are in Mythic.
Yeah, for sure. Like, especially when you know it's Heroic, right? So people aren't going to bother doing the mechanic. They're going to go, I need to pause. I will not go and collect the seed. I won't do it. I will stand here and I will DPS. Someone else will get the seed. So for sure, yeah, this is definitely an annoying one. I think it's kind of similar to Smolderon, actually, in this respect. That on Heroic, it can be really annoying. It certainly was early in the season. It was kind of a bit of a nightmare to deal with in pugs, for sure. So I can definitely see that on for Tindril, and actually for Ark as well. Like, you know, a lot of Heroic pugs, you know, so you get to phase 3 and someone immediately seeds. Not ideal.
Yeah. He spends a lot of time on Tindril here. All right, number 5. I'm surprised he even listed Smolderon. Small shout out. This is, again, not relatable to a lot of people. Maybe you watched it, or it's relatable to, like, literally no one but me and our guild. But during the Race World First, we do something called split raids when they first come out. Shout out Heroic Week coming back, because we will be doing significantly less of those, at least after Mythic is available in the next raid. This was the worst experience I've ever had in Heroic splits. Doing Smolderon with like 15 raiders and 15 pugs and having and it was keep in mind this was day 1, so they have never seen Smolderon before. They are doing Heroic Smolderon before they've ever even seen normal. And every single time they missed one orb, the boss did 5% more damage forever. It was, dude, having to micromanage and scream at them to soak their orbs and then just wiping because they didn't soak them was such a, like, I wanted to pull my hair out.
Oh yeah, no, I do recall this. It was certainly a brutal experience.
We were tilted because, like, we didn't want to give up loot by doing the boss with more raiders or less pugs and cut the amount of runs we were doing. But like, Echo was running into the same thing where, like, you would see the life just go out of our eyes when we were like, we would do the first phase, be like, all right, everyone, literally don't touch the boss until you soak all of your orbs, and then 5 seconds later the boss is doing 100% more damage or something. All right, after Smolderon, do you guys have any hot predictions for the next 4 on Heroic? What do you guys think, Grau? What are the top 4 dungeons for a mainly Heroic perspective? Do you think it's mainly end bosses? Oh,
never mind then.
The cat went to bed. I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, I'm just nonverbal. No, sorry, I was it's like I said. I think it's just gonna be a bunch of end bosses.
Okay, all 3 end bosses plus what? What's the best non-end boss that they haven't talked about yet on Heroic?
Hey, it's gotta be Rashok, no? 100%.
Oh yeah. So Rashok and the 3 end bosses.
There's no way. Yeah, I'd be I'd completely agree with that. Like, I'd be really surprised if it's not Rashok and then all 3 end bosses. I'd be curious about the order, though, actually.
Was Sarkareth a good Heroic end boss? It was really good on Mythic, but I don't know if it was necessarily a good heroic boss. It's easily the worst out of the 3. I don't know. We'll see.
Bloodlust as well.
Your guys' heroic experiences sound a lot like my mythic ones.
And at number 4,
Sakrath heroic.
There we go. I am insanely surprised to see a heroic list where I feel like Razageth was the best heroic boss of the expansion, and by a significant margin. I would just do this for fun. This is why Undercover Raid Leading came back after 2 years, was because I just liked doing heroic Razageth over and over again.
Yeah, this is definitely an encounter I was really impressed by, actually, from Heroic. I haven't done it on Mythic yet, of course, so have that joy awaiting me. But yeah, this is a very cool end boss, I think. You know, it's actually interesting to think about, because it's a serious spectacle. They really kind of went all out on making this one look insane and use a massive arena and all that kind of stuff to deal with this. Yeah, I think there's a lot to like about this encounter, and mechanically, I think it is actually really fun too. There's a lot of diverse mechanical interactions that you have to learn and deal with, like especially when you make the step up to heroic as well. So yeah, this is a very solid boss. Not surprised at all to see this pop up here, actually. But yeah, I think I am a little bit surprised to actually see. Well, I can only presume Sakrath be above this, actually, because I do agree that
that's
Sakrath
surprising.
is probably. Yeah, I think Sakrath on the heroic, I think it can be a little bit of a pain, to be honest. Like, there's some pug nightmares that can be really annoying, because some people just really don't want to learn how that fight works, right? And they will continue to grief your runs for all eternity.
You know, Growl, do you play with the weak aura this guy has right now? Do you see that it is counting his, like, current HPS right on top of his character?
No, but I'm actually gonna download that right now.
Yeah, it's the most important number. You got to see it.
I've never seen that before.
That is, I've never seen. I've even watched his videos. I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It's like,
why is it changing so drastically?
It's probably counting how much HPS you've done in like the last couple seconds, so it's updating literally every second.
The Hurricane Wing mechanic was able to be negated by using Rest rather easily.
All right, here we go. What has beaten Razageth?
And at number 3, we have
Rashok, number 3. So he's going to have...
Well, there it is.
Sark and Fire... So Fire-Ak has to be number 1. I feel like Fire-Ak was definitely better than Sark as a heroic end boss, but Razageth way better than both of them. Wait, what is this? Was Rashok on heroic even cool? Like, you just... Wasn't there not even a...
I think it's nowhere near as cool as Mythic.
Well, you don't even get a dot.
Sure.
You don't even get a dot when you soak this smash, right? It's just like you soak a smash and it just does raid damage and that's it.
Yeah, and you don't have the Shadow Flame orbs either to deal with. Well, you get a dob, it's temporary, right? Like, because on Mythic it's permanent and you have to clear it in the middle. I think that's how it works.
This fight just kind of does nothing besides look cool. I'm actually surprised to see it here. Like, I haven't done it on heroic a lot, but after thinking about it, pretty much Mythic is what makes this fight awesome. It's a tank. It's a cool tank fight. Like, the tank swap mechanic is the, like, AABB or ABBA, whatever that is. That taunt sequence that's happened for a long time is always fun.
Yeah, for sure. That's a really good tank. Really, really good tank mechanic, I think. Very exciting. I've been murdered by plenty of tanks. I have never messed it up, obviously. I am the perfect player.
I just find it so funny that I just paused at a random point in this video and just Morgan Day's face is on the thing. Oh, it's because he's talking...
Oh, I bet he's saying... Yeah.
The exact same thing we were talking about before, yeah. All right, top 2 is just... Okay, yeah, Sark at 2. I'm just going to skip ahead. It has to be Fire-Ak, right? Yeah, you're right. Dude, yeah, it was Rashok plus all 3 end bosses.
And I think that makes sense, to be honest. I think that does make sense. Because all of the end bosses... they are epic, to be honest. I think Farak is a huge spectacle, right? Especially when you get to phase 3 and it's a giant dragon going on there. You know, like the sky is turning red. There's fire all over the place. It is pretty epic. You know, that's a raid.
I mean, even in P1, sure. Like, isn't Dreamrend just like one of the sickest fucking? There's a lot of cool looking stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right. Fuck yeah. Wait, do you guys think in chat? I'm actually going to ask in chat, so just a little poll.
as it will
I want to
definitely
ask you guys what your favorite heroic boss was. Heroic only. Favorite heroic boss.
burn the tree. After this, phase 2 begins, where the healers
Fyrak,
carry the fight. Players must kill waves of ads
Sark,
with heavy CC
or
while healers
Raz.
kill new ads that walk
I'm-
slowly to the tree to heal it themselves. The higher the HP
I'm seeing a lot of
ads,
Fyrak
the
enjoyers
healthier
in
the
chat.
tree
I'm putting a
remains.
poll
These
out. Putting a poll
healer
out.
ads are very fragile, and the damaging mechanics of the fight can just straight up kill them.
Because I thought Raz would win by a lot, but I think I'm wrong.
Players must ensure the screaming soul ads are not near the healer.
Well, Raz is still winning by a good amount. Okay, but Fyrak and Sark are close.
Pretty close together, yeah.
A lot of people saying Raz is too long.
Because even the smallest missteps can wipe the entire group of friendly ads.
I think it might be too long for a heroic fight. I think that actually is a pretty fair criticism. I think there is a place for really long encounters, but certainly not every time. I think if every single mythic end boss was kind of like your 12-minute, 13-minute fight, probably a little too much. You know, that's
Dude,
maybe
it's so funny you're
overcooking it a
saying
bit.
this. It's so funny you're saying this because this is a common community complaint, and then like they've just slammed a couple of shorter end bosses back to back, and it's just obviously better. Like every single 14-minute raid boss, you could just cut out the worst 4 minutes of that fight, and it's just objectively better. It's just that a boss doesn't have any business being that long. You can do that, but just very simply, even that same boss would be better if it was shorter. And it can be said no simpler than the amount of end bosses that are shorter than 10 minutes in like modern WoW history is there are 4 of them, and all 4 of them are good. And typically the longer the boss is, the more problematic.
Just the smallest misstep killed your raid instantly and posed no chance. He's easily one of the hardest bosses.
Yeah, because I mean, it almost comes to a point where you think, well, you know, you could just divide this boss into 2 bosses, right, and then job done.
Well, it's
Instead of
more
having, like one giga boss.
Anytime a boss that's like 11 to 14 minutes is there, even if it has a lot of potential, and even if it's a good boss, you can usually not split it into 2 fights, but you can target a specific intermission or a specific intermission existing at all, like in Razageth's case. Or a certain phase being way too long. So, like in Sylvanas' case. Sylvanas doesn't have an annoying intermission or too many phases. P2 in Sylvanas should have been Sarkareth P2 length, where it's like, all right, we get it. We're chasing her across bridges and shit. And then it's just over, and it's not like this massively long part of the fight. But yeah. All right, fuck yeah. Thanks for coming on today, guys. That was super fun. I'm glad Teapot you randomly typed in my chat today to have you on. I think it was interesting to hear your perspective. We initially brought you on to be like, okay, you have killed the bosses way lower and you'll have different perspective, and then funnily enough, you were giving takes that were like, I wish it was harder, which is definitely not true of a lot of people who normally kill stuff at that rank, but it was interesting to hear from nonetheless. It was great hearing you talk about this kind of stuff, so thanks for coming on.
Hey, absolutely. Thank you so much for the invite. And yeah, it was awesome to actually get to know some extra gamers. Awesome chatting to Growl and, of course, with Dratnos as well. It was absolutely awesome to meet you guys. Thank you so much for having me on. Really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Are you still just farming frogs, Growl?
Oh yeah. Actually, my group just broke up. So
Wait, so what's the bit? Is the best way to farm mop resources or experience? Like, what are you farming?
I don't know. I just woke up and everyone on Twitch was farming frogs, and I just started farming frogs too.
Okay.
No, so basically, like, when you do this stuff, at endgame, once you get level 70, you farm this bronze stuff, right? And basically use bronze for everything.
Yeah, I know how it works.
If you want to upgrade your gear to do the raids, or to get any of the new mounts, or you can also buy old mounts that they brought back for, like, an absurd amount of bronze. And while I don't really care that much, I kind of just like woke up and was chilling, and then I just started doing it, and it's like, well, you know, I actually really, really like ridiculous, stupid stuff like this, so this is like totally my jam. I'm the guy who, when Diablo 3 came out, was just running to the cellar, opening the chest for 16 hours straight.
Oh, then frogs will be perfect for you then.
Oh, yeah.
Have you done any of the raids yet on there?
So I did normal Mogashan, and then I joined a Ragnaros guild group in Heart of Fear, and we got stuck on Amber Shaper. Pretty much every boss we had to, like, prog. And then I joined a group that was trying to do some cheese in Throne of Thunder where we all used the same meta gem, but it was like the most dysfunctional mess ever. And so we basically like got every boss to half, and then we had to do it with some terrible team. And then I think we got to, what was the turtle? That we killed the turtle, and then there was the 3-headed boss.
Megara.
And then that's where I left on the 3-headed boss because we couldn't do it to that one.
Oh yeah, well that one just keeps resetting its health every time you kill one of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So our group could not do that one.
I mean, when we did them on PTR, we used the most broken. Like the game was 10 times more broken. Literally, no one's health moved. Like everyone ran the absorb gem, and then a gem that increased your damage based on the healing you're doing. Everyone runs the healing gems, and you would like take any point of damage, your health would go to 10%, and then you would just receive every heal in the world and then get an absorb for 3 times your HP. Meanwhile, like Brittle was just one-shotting every single boss if there was ever a second thing. Like it was super. And no boss lasted, besides Dark Animus, lasted longer than like 4 seconds.
Yeah, it's great.
All right. It was good talking to you guys. I'm headed out.
Yeah, GG's.
Yep, GG's.
Yeah. See you around, gamers.
Yep,
Take it easy.
Later.
Reptar? Reptar? Where is he? Reptar! Maybe he'll do it again. Did you hear him howl? Reptar! Come on, buddy, do it! Reptar! Reptar! Are you shy now? Reptar! Okay, Ella's got the bat. See you later is dog code for playtime. I don't know what I want to do. I kind of want to play Diablo, but I also want to go to the gym. I think I'm going to go to the gym because, especially ever since I hurt my ankle, the only way I can stay sane, since I've been so focused on like progression in hockey, is I need to like giga focus on my strength goals, because before I couldn't actually go to the gym that much because I was playing hockey so much that I would never recover. Like I couldn't go to the gym because I was literally, every ounce of energy went into skating. But now I can't skate, but I can lift weights. So I kind of want to just do that, I think. Also, I don't have any gold, so I can't really play Diablo. I gave away like 200 million, and then I realized I wanted to keep playing it, so. Hey, Reptar, no. Hey. Reptar, what are you doing? You want the bat, buddy? Do you want the bat? Oh, you want the bat? Okay. Love you guys having Teapot on for discussions like that. Would love to see him more. Yeah, Teapot's super interesting. He's always he's a good yapper. He's always down for a quick yap. What? Max, I think you're at the point where you just try and go to the highest pit level. You don't really need the gold that much at the moment. What? I still haven't masterworked all my gear to 8. I could go to the highest pit level, but I would want to masterwork my gear to 12. There's a ton of power behind that, and that would cost me like 100 million gold or more. Probably more. I think Woody said it was like 50 million an hour efficiently farming whispers. Yeah, but I don't want to spend 4 hours efficiently farming gold that I had already had. Right? Like, if that's the case. That's like, I would love to play WoW at max level right now and do some undercover raid leading, but I don't want to do hundreds of dungeons to get crests, right? So, same thing where to play Diablo and do what I want to do, I don't want to do hours of boring content. Right. Anyways, might be live tomorrow If not, it's been real. It ain't easy being